Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Grook. The morning mist clings to the tree line as I patrol our borders, but something moves wrong in the shadows. My skin prickles with unease, the same warning that kept me alive during my Grimthaw years. I move silently through the undergrowth, checking the sanctuary Eve and I carved from this wilderness. Every dawn I walk these boundaries, looking for signs that the violent world has found us. 20 paces ahead, beside a fallen log, I see it carved deep in the mud. Dark elf tracks, military boots, fresh. Damn, I mutter, dropping to examine the print. The crossed blade pattern marks it as a warrior's boot, and beside it lurks a second set of prints. My hands curl into fists. They were here, in my forest, near my home. Following the trail, I find more signs. Broken branches, disturbed leaves, boot impressions in moss. The tracks lead to a rocky outcropping overlooking our valley, and my blood runs cold at what they could see from here. Everything. Our house, garden, barn, workshop. All visible, all vulnerable. Scrape marks on a flat stone show where someone knelt for a long time, studying our home. At least 4 elves, maybe more. A scouting party, not yet an attack, but soon. When I return to the homestead, Eve waits on the porch with tea and knowing eyes. "How bad?" she asks, holding out the cup. "Bad enough." I accept the warmth, needing her steadying presence. Dark elves. At least 4 scouting us from the ridge. Her face pales, but her voice stays steady. "How long ago?" "Hours, maybe less." I scan our perimeter again, old instincts screaming. They know where we are now. What do they want? But even as she asks, we both know the answer. Same thing they always want, to destroy anything good in this world. I drain the tea, the familiar, bitter taste grounding me. Or they're looking for you, specifically. She flinches at that. We both remember the dark market, the auction block, the things they did to her before I found her. We can't run, she says quietly. This is our home. No, we can't. I study her face, seeing the survivor's steel beneath her gentle exterior. But we need to be ready. Ready for what? War. The day passes in tense preparation. Eve gathers supplies while I check our weapons and defenses. She moves with efficient purpose, her own survivor's instincts awakened. The root cellar's stocked for 2 weeks, she reports, carrying preserved meat from the smokehouse. Longer if we're careful. Good. I test my bowstring's tension. They'll probably try to starve us out first. Or burn us out. She pauses in her work. Grook, what if there are too many? Then we make them pay dearly for what they take. She nods, accepting this. It's one of the things I love about her. No tears, no hysteria, just practical planning for survival. The Eastern Ridge has good sight lines, I continue. If we have to fall back, we won't. Her voice carries quiet steel. I won't run from them again. That stops me cold. The woman I rescued from slavery, who I've tried to shield from violence, is ready to fight. Eve. No. She meets my eyes. I know you want to protect me, but I'm not the broken girl you saved. I won't cower while they destroy what we built. Pride and fear war in my chest. Pride that she's found her strength. Fear of losing her to the darkness that's coming. Then we prepare together, I say finally. That evening she finds me sharpening my war axe by the fire. I remember that sound, she says softly, settling beside me. From the old days. Scrape, scrape, scrape. You used to sharpen your weapons every night when we first built this place, she continues. Until you finally believed we were safe. We were never safe. The blade gleams in the firelight. I just got soft. You got happy. Her hand covers mine, stilling the wet stone. There's a difference. I look at her. Really look. The woman who learned to trust again after what they did to her, who helped me build something worth defending. I won't let them take this from us, I promise. I know. She kisses my cheek, her lips warm against my scarred skin. But don't lose yourself in the steel, Gruck. I need the man I fell in love with to come back when this is over. I test the axe edge against my thumb. A thin line of blood wells up. What if that man isn't hard enough to keep you alive? Then we'll find out together. She stands, heading toward our bedroom. But right now I need you to hold me. Before you become the Grimtha again. I set aside the axe and follow her, knowing she's right. Tomorrow I'll embrace the steel, the violence, the cold fury that once made dark elves whisper my name in fear. Tonight, I'll hold the woman who taught me there was more to life than revenge. But as I wrap my arms around her warm body, I can't shake the feeling that our peaceful days are numbered. The tracks in the mud were a message, a promise of violence to come. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Even in sleep, I hear the sound of steel on stone calling me back to war.
Chapter 2. Eve. Something's wrong with Grook. I've learned to read the subtle signs over the months we've been together. The way his shoulders carry tension like armour. How his eyes scan our surroundings with predatory focus instead of peaceful contentment. This morning, he moves through our home like a caged wolf. The fence posts need checking, he says, not meeting my eyes as he gulps his morning tea. Eastern boundary. You checked them yesterday. I set down my own cup, studying his face. And the day before. Bears could have knocked them down. Grook. I moved to stand in front of him, blocking his path to the door. What's really going on? His jaw tightens, and for a moment I see the Grimtha lurking beneath his gentle exterior. The vengeful warrior who rescued me from the auction block with blood on his hands. Nothing you need to worry about, he says finally. Don't. The sharpness in my voice surprises us both. Don't treat me like I'm still that broken girl you saved. I'm your partner now, not your pet. Something flickers in his dark eyes. Surprise, maybe pride. Eve, dash. Tell me what you found out there. He's quiet for a long moment, internal war playing across his scarred features. Finally, he sighs. Tracks, he admits. Dark elves. Fresh ones. My blood turns to ice water. How many? At least 4. Maybe more. His hands clench into fists. They were watching us from the ridge. The words pierce me like physical blows. After all these months of peace, of building something beautiful from the wreckage of our broken lives, they found us. Show me, I say quietly. Eve, no. Show me. The climb to the eastern ridge takes 20 minutes, Grook leading the way with grim efficiency. I follow, my heart hammering against my ribs as familiar fear crawls up my spine. But underneath the terror is something new. Anger. hot, clean fury at the thought of them violating our sanctuary. There. Grook points to the rocky outcropping ahead. They had a clear view of everything from up there. We reach the observation point, and I see what he means. Our entire valley spreads below, the house with its cheerful garden, the barn where our animals graze peacefully, the workshop where Grook crafts furniture with his surprisingly gentle hands. All of it exposed, all of it vulnerable. Look. I point toward the horizon, where something glints in the morning sun. What's that? Grook follows my gaze, his expression darkening. Damn. Metal, armour and weapons catching the light as a group moves across the distant hills. Too far to count numbers, but close enough to confirm our worst fears. How many do you think? My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Dozen, maybe more. He spits into the dirt, moving in formation. Professional. My heart sinks as recognition hits me like a painful physical blow. I know that disciplined movement, that predatory patience, the measured advance of slavers who found their prey. They're not just scouting, I whisper. No, they're hunting. The words hang between us like a death sentence. I close my eyes, and suddenly I'm back on the auction block, chains cutting into my wrists as cruel hands prod and examine me like livestock. Eve? Grook's voice seems to come from very far away. Talk to me. The memories crash over me in waves, the taste of iron shackles, the smell of unwashed bodies and fear, the sound of coin-changing hands as my life was bought and sold like grain at market. Feisty one, this. She'll last longer than most. What's the starting bid? Careful with the merchandise. Lord Varric likes them unmarked. Eve. Grook's hands frame my face, his touch gentle despite the calluses and scars. You're safe. You're with me. I blink, focusing on his concerned features. I'm fine. You're shaking. I am. My whole body trembles with the force of memories I thought I'd buried. But underneath the fear is something else. Rage. Pure, burning fury at the thought of going back to that life. They want to take me back, I say quietly. Over my dead body. That might be exactly what it takes. I turn to look at the distant glint of armour again. They don't give up, Grook. Once they mark you as property, you stay property until you're too broken to be useful. You're not property. His voice carries deadly certainty. You're my woman, my partner, and I'll kill every last one of them before I let them touch you. I believe him. I've seen what he's capable of when protecting what's his. But I also know the dark elves, know their patience and cruelty and endless resources. We can't run, I say, more to myself than to him. No, we can't. I think of our home, the garden I planted with my own hands, the kitchen where I learned to cook meals instead of just surviving on scraps, the bed where Grook holds me through nightmares and whispers promises of safety against my hair. This is our life, I continue. Our home. Everything we built together. Yes, then we defend it. The words surprise me with their strength. 6 months ago I would have begged him to run, to find somewhere else to hide. But I'm not that terrified girl anymore. Eve ... No. I turn to face him fully. I won't cower while they destroy what we made. I won't run anymore. Pride flickers in his eyes, mixed with fear. It won't be easy. They'll come with magic, superior numbers. Then we'll make them pay for every inch. The fury in my chest burns brighter. This is our land now. Our home. Let them come and try to take it. We move back down the ridge in contemplative silence. At the house, I start pulling supplies from our stores while Grook checks weapons and defences. How long do you think we have? I ask, setting preserves aside. Day or two, maybe less. He tests his bowstring. Depends how careful they want to be. Good. I continue my inventory. That gives us time to prepare. Eve. His voice is gentle but firm. You understand what this means? What's coming? I meet his gaze steadily. War. War, he agrees. And I won't lie to you, we might not survive it. Then we'll die fighting for something that was ours. I cross to him, taking his scarred hands in mine. Better that than living as their slaves. He brings my hands to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to my knuckles. The world won't leave us alone forever, will it? No, I say quietly. It won't. But that doesn't mean we have to make it easy for them. He nods, and I see the exact moment when he stops fighting his nature, stops trying to be just the gentle man who tends gardens. The Grimtha stirs in his eyes, cold and deadly and ready for blood. Then we prepare, he says simply. Together. Together. As evening falls, we work side by side, turning our peaceful home into a fortress. And at last, I'm not afraid of the darkness coming for us. Let them come. This time I won't be their helpless victim. This time I'll fight.
Chapter 3. Grook. The clash of steel cuts through the morning air like a scream. I freeze on the game trail, one hand automatically moving to my axe hilt. Beside me, Eve goes rigid, her face pale in the dappled sunlight. "That's not an animal," she whispers. "No." The sounds are unmistakable. Weapons meeting weapons, the roar of something large and furious, the harsh shouts of men in battle. It's not. Another crash echoes through the forest, followed by what sounds like a tree falling. Whatever's happening, it's close. Too close to our homestead. "We should go back," Eve says, but her voice lacks conviction. "Should." I draw my axe, the familiar weight settling into my grip. But whoever's fighting might have answers about those tracks. Or they might be the ones who made them. Either way, we need to know. She nods, drawing her own knife. "Lead the way." We move through the forest with practiced silence, following the sounds of combat. With each step, the noises grow louder, more desperate. Someone's fighting for their life out there. "There," Eve breathes, pointing through a gap in the trees. In a small clearing ahead, chaos reigns. 6 dark elves in leather armor circle something massive and golden-furred, their curved swords glinting as they dart in and out of reach. But it's not an animal they're fighting. It's something that shifts between beast and man, roaring fury that shakes the leaves above. "God's blood," I mutter. "That's a manticor." The creature is magnificent and terrible, easily 8 feet tall in its hybrid form. Golden fur covers powerful muscles, and its lashing tail bristles with venomous spikes. Wings spread wide for balance as it fights, but I can see dark blood matting its fur in several places. "It's wounded," Eve observes. "Badly." I count the attackers, 6 dark elves, working with the coordination of professional soldiers. They're hurting it. One elf darts in with a net, only to be backhanded across the clearing. He hits a tree with a wet crunch and doesn't get up, but the distraction allows 2 others to close from behind, swords aimed for the manticore's hamstrings. "Why aren't they just killing it?" Eve asks. "Because they want it alive." My grip tightens on my axe. "For the slave markets." The manticore spins, catching one attacker across the chest with its claws, but the movement opens its side to another sword thrust. It staggers, golden blood flowing freely now. "They're wearing it down," I growl. But then I see movement at the edge of the clearing. A small figure darts from behind a boulder, something glinting in her hands. "There's a woman!" Eve hisses. The human female is young, dark-haired, and clearly terrified. But instead of running, she charges toward the nearest dark elf with what looks like a healer's scalpel raised above her head. "Bastards!" she screams, driving the blade into the elf's neck. He drops, gurgling, but his death cry alerts the others. 2 elves turn toward her, swords rising. "Zarya, run!" The manticore roars in a voice like grinding stone. The woman, Zarya, spins to face her attackers, wielding healer's tools like weapons, a bone saw in one hand, surgical forceps in the other. She's shaking with terror, but she doesn't retreat. "I won't leave you," she shouts back. An elf lunges at her with his sword, and something primal roars to life in my chest. I've seen too many innocents cut down by dark elf blades. Too many humans sold into slavery while I stood by and did nothing. Not this time. "Stay back," I tell Eve, then charge into the clearing with a battle cry that would make my old clan proud. My axe takes the first elf in the spine before he knows I'm there. The blade punches through leather and bone with a wet crunch, and he collapses in a spray of dark blood. "Behind you!" Eve shouts. I spin, ripping the axe free, just in time to parry a sword thrust aimed at my ribs. The elf's eyes widen as he recognizes what he's facing, not some woodland hermit, but a warrior with scars to prove it. "Orc," he hisses in accented common. "Dead elf," I reply, and open his throat with my return stroke. The remaining 3 elves find themselves caught between the wounded manticor and a fresh opponent. One makes the mistake of trying to flee. The manticore's tail whips forward, spikes punching through his back in a spray of blood and poison. The last 2 elves exchange glances, then rush me together, professional fighters, coordinating their attacks, one high, one low. I drop into a crouch, letting the high blade whistle over my head and sweep my axe in a wide arc. The low attacker's knee explodes in a shower of bone and gristle. His scream cuts off when my follow-up stroke removes his head. The final elf, seeing his companions dead or dying, drops his sword and raises his hands. "Mercy," he pleads in broken common. "I yield." The manticore's claws open his chest like a ripe fruit. "No mercy for slavers," the creature growls, then staggers. Its hybrid form shimmers, and suddenly a man stands in the clearing, tall, golden-haired, and bleeding from multiple wounds. "Caspian!" The woman rushes to his side, healer's instincts overriding everything else. "I'm fine," he says, though he's clearly not. His voice carries an accent I can't place, cultured and smooth despite the pain. "Just need a moment to..." His knees buckle. Zarya catches him, her small frame barely supporting his weight. "You're not fine. You're stubborn," she mutters, examining his wounds with professional efficiency. 3 sword cuts, possible internal bleeding, and you just burned through your transformation reserves. I keep my axe ready, studying this Caspian. Manticores are rare this far from their homeland, and most humans would run screaming from one. But this woman tends his wounds like he's just another patient. "Who are you?" I ask bluntly. Caspian raises his head, golden eyes meeting mine. There's wariness there, but also gratitude. "Someone who owes you a debt," he says. "I'm Caspian Thorn. This is Zarya. Grook." I nod toward Eve as she emerges from the trees. "My woman, Eve." "Grook," Caspian repeats, testing the name. "You fight like you've killed dark elves before." "Many times." "Good." His laugh is pained but genuine. "Then we have something in common." Eve approaches cautiously, her healer's instincts warring with natural caution around a predator. "How badly is he hurt?" "Bad enough," Zarya replies without looking up. "I need clean water, bandages, somewhere safe to work." I glance around the clearing, counting bodies. 6 dead elves, but there could be more nearby, and these 2 are clearly running from something. "Can he travel?" I ask. "Not far," Zarya admits, "and not fast." Eve catches my eye, and I see my own thoughts reflected there. We could walk away, leave them to handle their own problems, keep our involvement minimal. But slavers are slavers, and I've seen what they do to captured manticores. "Our homestead's close," I hear myself saying. "Defensible, you can recover there." Suspicion flickers in Caspian's eyes. "Why would you help us?" "Because those bastards would have sold you both at the dark market." I spit in the dirt beside the nearest corpse. "And I've seen enough of that to last several lifetimes." Caspian studies my face for a long moment, then nods slowly. "Then we accept your hospitality," he says formally. "With gratitude." As Eve helps Zarya bind the worst wounds, I scan the forest one more time. The Dark Elves found us somehow, and now we've got 2 more refugees with their own enemies. Our peaceful life just got a lot more complicated.
Chapter 4. Eve. The change is the most beautiful and terrible thing I've ever witnessed. One moment, a massive golden-furred beast stands in the clearing, wings folded and tail lashing with deadly spikes. The next, shimmering air ripples around the creature like heat waves, and the manticore's form dissolves into something altogether different. The man who emerges from the transformation is breathtaking. Tall and lean, with aristocratic features framed by golden hair that catches the dappled sunlight. Scars map his torso, old ones from battles fought long ago, fresh ones from today's ambush still bleeding onto the forest floor. And he's completely naked. Gods, I breathe, unable to look away. Caspian notices my stare and grins despite his wounds, a flash of white teeth that transforms his pain-tightened features into something almost boyish. "First time seeing a manticore shift?" he asks, apparently unbothered by his nudity. "First time seeing a manticore at all," I admit. "Well then, you're witnessing something rare." He staggers slightly, golden blood seeping from a sword cut along his ribs. "Most humans run screaming." "I'm not most humans." "No," he agrees, studying my face with intelligent eyes. "I don't think you are." Grook steps between us, his massive frame blocking my view of the wounded manticore. The territorial display is subtle, but unmistakable, my orc marking his claim without words. "Can you walk?" Grook asks bluntly. "Can you find me some clothes first?" Caspian counters with amusement. "I'm hardly in a position to negotiate like this." The tension between them is immediate and electric. 2 alpha males, each accustomed to dominance, circling each other like wolves establishing pack hierarchy. Grook's hand rests casually on his axe hilt, while Caspian stands with the fluid grace of a predator despite his nakedness and wounds. "We don't have clothes in your size," Grook says flatly. "Then I suppose modesty will have to wait." Caspian's tone remains light, but there's steel underneath. "Unless you'd prefer I shift back, I assure you my beast form is far less civilized." "Grook," I warn quietly. "This isn't the time for a dominance contest." But my orc's green eyes never leave the manticore. "You're injured. Weak. Not much of a threat either way." "Am I not?" Something dangerous flickers in Caspian's golden gaze. "Perhaps you'd like to test that theory?" The air crackles with potential violence. I've seen Grook fight, brutal, efficient, deadly. But I've also just watched this manticore tear through 6 dark elves with claws and fury. Enough. Zarya's sharp voice cuts through the testosterone-fueled standoff. "Both of you stop posturing like rutting stags. Caspian needs medical attention, and these people are offering help." She's right, of course. The dark-haired woman kneels beside a scattered pack, pulling out medical supplies with practiced efficiency. But it's her eyes that catch my attention. The same haunted look I see in my own reflection sometimes. The distant, guarded expression of someone who's survived things that should have broken them. I slip away from the male posturing, settling beside Zarya as she sorts bandages and bottles. "You're a healer," I observe. "Was." She doesn't look up from her work. Now I'm just trying to keep him alive long enough to find somewhere safe. "There is no safe." The words ooze out before I'm able to stop them. "Not for people like us." Now she does look up, studying my face with sharp intelligence. "You know." "I know." We regard each other in understanding. Two women who've learned that safety is an illusion, that the world takes pleasure in destroying anything good and gentle. How long? She asks quietly. 6 years in chains. You? 15. Her laugh is bitter. Since I was 12. My heart clenches. 12. Just a child when they stole her life away. Let me help, I offer, gesturing to her supplies. She hesitates, then hands me a cloth. Clean water. I produce my water skin, dampening the fabric. Our fingers brush as I pass it back, and she doesn't flinch from the contact. That tells me something. She's learned to trust her own judgment about people. The cuts aren't deep, she murmurs, beginning to clean Caspian's wounds. But manticores heal faster than humans. He'll be fine in a few days. Is he... I search for the right words. Are you his prisoner? Her hands still on the bandage. No, he's my... She pauses, as if the word is foreign. Partner. Mate. Whatever you want to call it. And he treats you well? Now she does meet my eyes, and there's fierce protectiveness there. He'd die before letting anyone hurt me. Has almost died, actually. I nod, understanding. Grook's the same way. The orc? He freed you? From a slave auction, killed everyone who tried to stop him. I watch Grook and Caspian still sizing each other up. Most violent rescue I've ever heard of. Most romantic too, I'd imagine. That surprises a laugh from me. You know, it really was. So who's hunting you? I ask as we work together to bandage Caspian's ribs. Zaria's hands tighten on the cloth. A dark elf lord named Vorlag. He's persistent. The name hits me like ice water. Vorlag? The slaver from Oshta? You know him? Her voice sharpens. Know of him. His reputation reaches even here. I keep my voice steady despite the fear crawling up my spine. Why does he want you specifically? Because we escaped his fighting pits, killed some of his men, made him look weak in front of his buyers. She meets my eyes. Because Caspian's not just any manticore. He's valuable. How valuable? Enough that Vorlag will hunt us to the ends of the earth rather than let us go. The pieces click together in my mind with horrible clarity. The tracks Grook found, the scouts watching our homestead, the armed band moving across the horizon. It's not a coincidence, I whisper. You being here. Them finding us. What do you mean? Those weren't random slavers in the forest. They were following you. I grab her arm, urgency flooding through me. How long have they been tracking you? Weeks, maybe longer. Fear flickers in her eyes. Why? Because they've been watching our home. Learning our defences, the terrible truth crashes over me. We're all targets now. Zaria pales. I'm sorry. We didn't know. It doesn't matter. And strangely, it doesn't. These two are survivors like us, running from the same darkness that once swallowed me. What matters is that Vorlag won't stop, not until he has what he wants. Or until he's dead. I look at her, this small, fierce woman who survived 15 years of slavery and still fights to protect the man she loves. In her, I see my own reflection. Two women who refuse to be broken by a world that tried to destroy them. Then we better make sure we're ready for him, I say quietly. She nods, and I see when wariness shifts to trust. Thank you. For the help, for not turning us away. We don't abandon our own. Your own? I watch Grook and Caspian still circling each other with wary respect, and something clicks into place. A recognition of what we're building here. Family, I say simply. The kind you choose for yourself. As if responding to my words, fate tightens its grip around us all, pulling us together into whatever storm is coming. and I have the strangest feeling that this encounter, bloody and desperate as it was, is only the beginning.
Chapter 5. Grook. Back at the homestead, I help the wounded manticore settle into our main room while Eve fusses over his mate with bandages and herbal tea. The sight of strangers in my space sets me on edge, but Caspian's blood loss makes him less of an immediate threat. "Comfortable?" I ask, not bothering to hide my sarcasm. "Quite. Thank you." Caspian accepts a cup from Eve with aristocratic grace, as if he's holding court instead of bleeding on my furniture. "You have a beautiful home." "We built it ourselves." I lean against the doorframe, arms crossed. Every timber, every stone. I can see that. His golden eyes sweep the room, taking in the handcrafted details with genuine appreciation. The workmanship is impressive. Something in his tone irritates me. The casual way he evaluates what Eve and I carved from wilderness with our own hands. "So," I say bluntly, "what brings a manticore prince so far from his desert palace?" Caspian's smile doesn't reach his eyes. "Who said anything about princes or palaces?" "Your accent, your bearing, the way you expect deference even while bleeding in a stranger's home." I push off from the doorframe. "Your nobility were once sharp." He inclines his head slightly. "Very well. I'm searching for something vital to my people's survival." "Which is?" "Zabel crystals." The words wound me. I straighten, every muscle tensing. "Crystals?" My voice comes out dangerously quiet. "What kind of crystals?" "The kind that power our homeland. Keep our cities functioning, our magic stable." His expression grows serious. "Without them, Osiris dies. My people with it." Heat builds in my chest, the familiar rage that once drove me as a Grimtha. "And you think you have the right to take them?" "Take them?" Confusion flickers across his features. "From whom?" "From their rightful owners." I step closer, letting him see the fury in my eyes. "Those crystals were mined by orc blood, Manticore, carved from our mountains by our ancestors' hands." "I wasn't aware." "Of course you weren't." The words taste bitter. "Your kind never bothers to learn whose bones built your pretty cities." Caspian sets down his tea with careful precision. "I meant no offense to your people's heritage." "My people's heritage?" I laugh, but there's no humor in it. "My people are dead, Prince. Scattered to the winds or sold in slave markets. And you want to take the last remnants of what they built?" "Grook," Eve starts, but I wave her silent. "No." I fix Caspian with my hardest stare. "You want those crystals? Tell me why a dying empire matters more than the ghosts of the ones who mined them." For a moment, silence fills the room. Then Caspian speaks, his voice heavy with something I didn't expect. Genuine pain. "Because my brothers are dying," he says quietly. "Scattered across the world, cut off from the crystal networks that sustain us. Because children in Osiris are being born weak, their manticore heritage fading with each generation." His golden eyes meet mine. "Because a monster named Vorlag has claimed the last major crystal deposits for himself and uses slaves, orc and human alike, to mine them for his own dark purposes." The name hits me like ice water. "Vorlag. You know him?" "I know what he is." The rage shifts, focusing on a more deserving target. "Slaver! Torturer! The bastard who put Eve on an auction block." Zaria makes a small sound of recognition, and I see understanding pass between her and my woman. Two survivors recognizing shared trauma. "Then you understand," Caspian continues. "Those crystals, your ancestors' legacy, are being perverted. Used to power slave ships, torture devices, magical barriers around fighting pits." His voice grows harder. Vorlag has turned them into instruments of suffering. The fire in my chest roars to life, but now it has direction, purpose. He uses crystal magic to maintain his operation. Among other things, the deposits he controls power half the slave trade on the eastern continent. Caspian leans forward despite his wounds. My brothers and I aren't treasure hunters, Grook. We're trying to cut the heart out of the largest slave network in the known world. By taking the crystals for yourselves, by returning them to people who won't use them to buy and sell lives. He holds my gaze steadily. Your ancestors mined those crystals, yes, but would they want their legacy used to chain other souls? The question hits deeper than I want to admit. I think of my own time in chains, the taste of iron and despair. The children sold at market like livestock. Doesn't matter what they'd want, I say finally. They're dead. But you're not. Caspian's voice carries quiet intensity. And neither are the thousands of slaves Vorlag trades every year. The crystals can power his empire, but they can power his destruction. I study his face, looking for deception and finding only grim determination. This isn't about manticor glory or royal privilege. It's about cutting the throat of something evil. You're at war with him. Personal war, Caspian confirms. He had my youngest brother captured, tortured for information about crystal locations. By the time we rescued Lucaris, his jaw tightens. Some wounds don't heal, even with manticore resilience. The pieces click together. That's why he's hunting you specifically. We cost him money, reputation, several profitable operations. Caspian's smile is cold as winter. He's made it clear he won't stop until we're all dead or in his fighting pits. I feel the shift inside my chest, the moment when an enemy becomes something else. Not an ally exactly, but someone fighting the same darkness from a different angle. If you stay here, I say slowly, you follow my rules. This is my land, my roof, my law. Understood. Any argument with my authority, any threat to what I've built, and you can bleed out in the forest. Fair enough. And if this Vorlag comes hunting you here, we face him together or not at all. Caspian studies my face for a long moment. You'd risk your life for strangers? I'd risk it for the chance to put an axe through a slaver's skull. I meet his golden gaze. Question is, do you have the stones to see this through when the blood starts flowing? Something shifts in his expression. Amusement mixed with respect. You know, he says thoughtfully, I think I'm going to like you, Grook Ironhand. The familiar name from my Grimtha days surprises me. You know that name? Every manticore in the Eastern Kingdoms knows that name. The orc who carved a bloody trail through Dark Elf territory, hunting the bastards who destroyed his mate. Caspian's smile is genuine now, though the stories say you died in the final battle. The stories say a lot of things. I glance toward Eve, who watches our exchange with worried eyes. Most of them are lies. And the part about you being an unstoppable killing machine, that part's true. Caspian laughs, actually laughs, and for a moment I see past the noble bearing to something more genuine underneath. Then Vorlag's in for quite a surprise when he finds us, he says. If he finds us... When? Caspian corrects, his humor fading. Men like him don't give up. They can't afford to let defiance go unpunished. I nod, understanding the truth of it. In my Grimthaw years, I learned that some enemies will hunt you to the ends of the earth rather than admit defeat. Then we'd better be ready for him. I gaze around the room, at Eve tending Zaria's smaller cuts, at this wounded prince who fights slavery with the same fury that once drove my own quest for vengeance, at the home we've built and the life we've carved from nothing. You're under my roof now, I say simply. That makes you mine to protect. Caspian inclines his head with formal gratitude. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I move toward the weapon rack, running my fingers along familiar handles. When Vorlag comes, you'll earn whatever shelter I provide. Looking forward to it. The confidence in his voice makes me smile despite everything. This pampered prince has steel in him after all. Rest, I order. Heal fast. Something tells me we won't have long to prepare. As I step outside to check our defenses, I catch Eve's eye. She nods slightly, understanding passing between us without words. Our quiet life is over. The war I've been dreading has found us. But at last the Dark Elf tracks appeared. I don't feel like I'm facing it alone.
Chapter 6. Eve. I help Zarya settle into our small guest alcove, offering her clean linens and a basin of warm water. She accepts with quiet gratitude, her movements careful and precise despite the exhaustion etched in every weathered line of her face. "You don't have to do this," she says softly, sinking onto the narrow bed. "We're strangers. Dangerous ones. We're survivors." I sit beside her, close enough to offer comfort, but far enough to respect her space. That makes us sisters, whether we like it or not. She studies my face in the lamplight. "You really mean that?" "I do." I hand her a cup of chamomile tea, noting how she cradles it like something precious. "How long have you been running?" 3 months, maybe 4. She sips the tea, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. Time blurs when you're always looking over your shoulder. "I remember." The words slide out. The constant fear, never knowing if today's the day they catch you. But they didn't catch you. No, Grook made sure of that. I glance toward the main room where I can hear the low rumble of male voices, my orc and her manticor finding their way toward grudging respect. "Though I suspect your Caspian is cut from similar cloth." "He is." Her voice softens with unmistakable affection. Stubborn, protective, absolutely convinced he can solve every problem with enough planning and righteous fury. Sounds familiar. We share a laugh, brief but genuine. It's been so long since I've talked with another woman, let alone one who understands the particular weight of our shared history. "May I ask," she says carefully, "what happened to you? Before Grook, I mean." The question doesn't sting like it used to. Time and Grook's patient love have blunted the sharp edges of those memories. Sold when I was 16, household slave first then. I shrug. You know how it goes. Masters get bored, debts need paying. Eventually ended up on the auction block in the dark market. 16. Her voice carries quiet pain. So young. Older than you were. 12, she confirms. Plague took my village. Slavers took the survivors. Her laugh is bitter. Vorlag's operation, actually, though I didn't know his name then. My blood chills. He's the one who bought me, trained me, used me in his fighting pits as a healer to keep his investments alive longer. She sets down the tea with hands that don't quite shake. 15 years of patching up gladiators and pleasure slaves, watching them break and die. Gods. I reach out instinctively, covering her hands with mine. "I'm sorry." "Don't be." Steel enters her voice. "It's over." Caspian saw to that. "How did he find me?" A real smile touches her lips. "Stumbled into the pits half dead, which wasn't unusual. But he was different, refused to break, no matter what they did to him. And when he looked at me..." She pauses, searching for words. No one had looked at me like I was a person in 15 years. Understanding floods through me. "He saw you." "He saw me," she agrees. "Not a useful tool or a piece of property. Me. And fell in love with a healer who'd learned to survive hell." Something like that. Her cheeks flush slightly. Though love might be too simple a word for what we share. I know exactly what she means. What Grook and I have transcends romance. It's forged in blood and trauma, tempered by quiet moments of peace stolen from a hostile world. Caspian mentioned brothers, I say, shifting to safer ground. Other manticores? 4 more brothers still out there, scattered across the world when their homeland started failing. Her expression grows troubled. We've been searching for them, but Vorlag's hunters make it dangerous to stay in one place too long. Tell me about them. Ronan and Karina, they're intense. Recently escaped from fighting pits, still healing from trauma. Ronan fights like he's trying to die, and Karina enables him. They're effective, but unpredictable. And the others? Silas and Violet. He's the strategist, thinks 3 moves ahead of everyone else. She's recovering from magical fever, but her mind is sharp as any blade. Zaria's expression grows thoughtful. Then there's Korvac and Diana, the eldest brother and his witch. Witch? Perna magic, the kind that counters storm spells and crystal barriers. If anyone can breach Vorlag's defences, it's Diana. And Korvac? Thinks he is the king of Osiris. Her voice carries reverence. The others follow him without question. That's 5. 6 total, she corrects. There's also Lucaris and his mate Sabine, the youngest brother, wild, unpredictable, fights with the joy of someone who's never learned proper fear. Sabine's... well, she's the only one who can keep him focused long enough to accomplish anything useful. I absorb this information, imagining our small homestead filled with 6 manticores and their equally dangerous mates. The logistics alone seem impossible. We can't house 12 more people here, I say finally. We won't have to. She shrugs. Some will move on after Vorlag's dead. Some might choose to stay and help build whatever comes next. And you? What will you choose? She exchanges a glance with her reflection in the window, some internal conversation passing behind her eyes. Depends on whether your orc can tolerate having former slaves as neighbours, she says finally. Former slaves who bake bread and tend gardens, I add with a smile. Don't forget that part. You want to stay. We want to belong somewhere. The admission costs her effort. 15 years of running gets tiresome. And if Grook says no, then we find somewhere else to build a life. Her voice hardens slightly. But we won't run anymore. Whatever we build, wherever we build it, we defend it. I understand completely. The bone-deep weariness of constant vigilance, the hunger for a place to call home without qualifiers or escape plans. He won't say no, I tell her. Not if you're willing to work, to contribute, to follow his rules. His rules? Simple ones. No violence inside the valley unless it's defensive. Everyone works, everyone fights, everyone earns their place. I pause, making sure she understands. He's not unreasonable, but he needs to know you're committed to something bigger than personal survival. What if survival is all we have left? Then you learn to want something else. I meet her gaze steadily. Or you find somewhere else to heal. She studies my face for a long moment, then nods slowly. Fair enough. What about you, Eve? What do you want when this is over? The question catches me off guard. For so long I've focused on survival, on building something stable with Grook, on simply making it through each day without losing what we've gained. I want to plant a larger garden, I say finally, enough to feed 14 people through winter without strain. She laughs at the mundane practicality of it. Truly? That's your grand ambition? That's my foundation. I dry my hands, thinking of seeds and soil and seasons of plenty. Everything else builds from there. Community dinners, children learning to read, young couples finding space to start their own families. Children? Her voice carries wistful longing. Someday, when the world's safe enough. I look at her. Would you want that? Children, I mean. I ... She touches her stomach unconsciously. I used to dream about it, before I learned how dangerous hope could be. And now? Now I think maybe hope is worth the danger. Her smile is soft and luminous. If the right circumstances existed. They will, I promise, after Vorlag. After Vorlag, she agrees, though her voice carries less conviction. Through the window, I watch Grook gesture emphatically at something, his massive frame animated with passion for whatever strategy he's explaining. My heart clenches with love and fear in equal measure. What if we lose? The words slip out. Then we die fighting for something worth defending, she says simply. Better than dying in chains. But what if... Eve. She takes my hands gently. What if we win? I consider this, imagining a world where children can grow up without fearing slavers, where women like us can heal instead of just surviving, where men like our manticores can build instead of just destroying. If we win, I say slowly, everything changes. Everything, she agrees. The question is, I add, are we brave enough to fight for change instead of just survival? I look around our kitchen, humble but warm, built by love and defended by steel, at this remarkable woman who's found strength in trauma and hope in tomorrow, at the life we're all building together, one difficult choice at a time. Yes, I say with growing certainty, I think we are. Outside, the men's conversation grows more animated, their voices carrying the excitement of warriors planning a campaign. Inside, two women who've survived the unthinkable make quiet plans for a future worth having. I truly believe we might see that future. But first, we have to survive the storm that's coming.
Chapter 7. Grook. I take Caspian on patrol the next morning, partly to test his recovery and mostly because sitting still makes me think too much about dark elf tracks and the sanctuary that's no longer hidden. Can you keep up? I ask as we head into the forest. Try me. He moves with fluid grace despite yesterday's wounds, manticore healing already working its magic. We walk in silence for the first mile, both scanning for threats. The tracks we found yesterday lead deeper into the woods, toward the old trade routes that slavers used to move their cargo between kingdoms. There, Caspian points to fresh wheel ruts carved deep in the mud. Heavy wagon. Moving slow. Loaded wagon. I correct, studying the depth of the impressions. Whatever they're carrying, it's worth the risk of using established routes. Or whoever they're carrying can't be moved any other way. The distinction chills me. Goods can be abandoned if pursuit gets too close. People can't. We follow the trail for another hour, moving with the careful silence of predators tracking prey. The wheel ruts lead to a natural clearing where the trees thin out enough to accommodate vehicles. That's where we find them. The slaver caravan sits in the center of the clearing like a scene from my worst nightmares. 3 wagons with iron-barred windows, guards in leather armor bearing the crossed whip sigil of professional flesh merchants. And the sounds, gods, the sounds of people trying not to be heard. How many guards? Caspian whispers. 8, maybe 10. I count visible weapons, tactical positions, escape routes. Professional setup. They've done this before. Can we take them? We are about to find out. I fought slavers before during my Grimthai years. They're cowards at heart, used to preying on the helpless and running when they meet real resistance. But these ones look different. Disciplined, alert, ready for trouble. On my signal, I murmur, then step into the clearing with my axe in hand. The effect is immediate. Guards scramble for weapons while someone shouts orders in the harsh dialect of the eastern slave markets. But they're reacting to one threat, not two. Caspian hits them from behind while their attention focuses on me, his elegant swordwork turning their formation into chaos. I charge straight through their center, my axe opening the nearest guard from shoulder to hip. The fight is brief but vicious. These slavers are better trained than I expected, their coordination holding despite surprise and superior opponents. But they're still just humans with steel facing an orc Grimtha and a manticor prince. When the last guard falls, silence settles over the clearing like a blanket. "The wagons," Caspian says, already moving toward the barred vehicles. That's when we hear the voices from inside, low, desperate, speaking in languages I don't immediately recognize. But one voice carries clearly over the others, deep and resonant despite obvious exhaustion. "Who's out there? More slavers or something else?" "Something else," I call back, approaching the nearest wagon. "We're here to help." "Help!" The voice holds bitter amusement. "Heard that before. Usually means the chains just change hands." "No chains." I examine the wagon's lock, complex but not impossible. "Just freedom if you want it." "And if we don't trust you?" "Then you sit in that cage until someone worse comes along." Silence. Then the sound of whispered conversation from inside the wagon, multiple voices debating in urgent tones. "The lock," Caspian observes, studying the mechanism. "It's designed to be opened from outside. Standard slaver precaution." I apply my axe to the problem with typical orc subtlety. The lock shatters, the door swings open, and I get my first look at what we've rescued. The man who emerges first is easily as large as me, with the fluid grace that marks him as manticor despite his human form. Scars crisscross his torso, recent ones from weapons, older ones from chains. His golden eyes hold the wary calculation of someone who's learned that freedom is always temporary. "Tarek!" Caspian breathes with recognition and relief. "Brother." The response is cautious, as if Tarek can't quite believe what he's seeing. "How did you find us?" "Luck. Stubbornness. The kind of coincidence that makes you believe in fate." Caspian steps forward as if to embrace his brother, then stops at the wariness in Tarek's posture. "And you are?" Tarek's attention shifts to me, taking in my size, my weapons, my scars. "Grook, the one who just freed you. From slavers I was handling myself." The words carry challenge, pride wounded by the implication that he needed rescue. I study this massive manticore, bloodied, exhausted, chained until moments ago, and see the kind of stubborn strength that doesn't break easily. "Were you—" I gesture toward the professional guards, the elaborate security, the iron bars that held him. "Because from where I stand, it looked like you were merchandise." His eyes flash with fury, but before he can respond, another figure emerges from the wagon. Small where he's massive, human where he's manticore, but carrying herself with the deadly poise of one who's learned to transform trauma into weapons. Dark hair frames a face marked by intelligence, and the kind of scars that speak of survival against impossible odds. "Annalise!" Caspian greets her with careful respect. "Caspian!" Her voice is steady despite exhaustion. Still collecting strays, I see. Still surviving impossible situations, I see. Her laugh is sharp as broken glass. "Define impossible. We were 3 days from the slave markets of Vorthok when your friend here decided to play hero." "Our friend," Tarek corrects, his protective instincts immediately activated, "who apparently thinks we're helpless prisoners instead of warriors planning our own escape." "Warriors don't usually plan escapes from inside locked cages," I observe mildly. "Warriors adapt to circumstances beyond their control," he snaps back. "We had a plan." "Did you? What was it?" "Wait for them to stop for the night, break the locks from inside, kill the guards while they slept." His jaw tightens with frustrated pride. Simple, efficient, effective. "And if they didn't stop? If they reached the slave markets before you could execute your plan? Then we'd have adapted to that situation too." I study his face, Seeing the kind of stubborn pride that's kept him alive through whatever hell brought him to those chains. This is a man who doesn't accept help easily, who sees rescue as diminishing his own strength. Fair enough, I say finally. But our way worked faster. Your way robbed us of the satisfaction of killing them ourselves. There are plenty more slavers in the world. You'll have other opportunities. That draws a reluctant smile from Annalise. He has a point, Tarek. And these particular slavers are just as dead, whether we killed them or they did. It's not about the killing, Tarek mutters. It's about self-reliance, I finish for him. The knowledge that you can handle your own problems without outside intervention. Yes, I understand that, but sometimes accepting help isn't weakness. It's efficiency. I meet his golden gaze directly. Sometimes the smart move is letting other people handle threats so you can focus on bigger problems. Such as the fact that Vorlag has hunters scouring 3 kingdoms looking for manticores and their mates. Such as the fact that staying alive long enough to find your other brothers might require more than just individual strength. The name Vorlag hits them like a physical blow. Tarek's hands clench into fists, while Annalise's face goes pale beneath her scars. You know about Vorlag, she says quietly. We know he's hunting manticores. We know he uses slavers as his recruitment arm. We know he's the reason you were in that cage. I gesture toward the dead guards. And we know he won't stop until you're all dead or captured. Then you understand why we can't afford to seem weak, Tarek says. Why every victory has to be our own. I understand why you think that, I correct. But individual strength only gets you so far against organized evil. At some point you need allies. And you're offering to be that ally? I'm offering sanctuary. A place to heal, plan, gather strength. I look at both of them, proud, damaged, dangerous. A family that fights together instead of separately. Family. Annalise tests the word as if it's foreign. With an orc who calls himself our rescuer. With an orc who killed slavers because it was the right thing to do, I correct. Whether you needed rescuing or not. Silence stretches between us while they process this offer. 2 survivors who've learned not to trust anyone, faced with the possibility of belonging somewhere safe. Your sanctuary, Tarek says finally. What does it cost? Nothing you can't afford to give. Work, loyalty, the willingness to fight for something bigger than individual survival. And if we decide we don't want to stay, then you leave. No obligations, no hard feelings, no attempts to force compliance. I shoulder my axe. But you decide after you've healed. After you've seen what we're building. After you understand what you'd be walking away from. That's it. That's it. Another long silence. Then Annalise speaks, her voice carrying the weight of hard-won wisdom. Tarek, we can't keep running forever. And these people. She glances at Caspian, then at me. They killed slavers without asking what was in it for them. That means something. It means they're either saints or fools, Tarek mutters. Saints don't exist, I point out, and fools don't survive long enough to offer sanctuary. What does that make you? Stubborn. Protective. Someone who's decided that some things are worth defending. I meet his gaze. Someone who thinks broken people can heal each other if they work together. For the very first time since emerging from the wagon, Tarek's expression softens slightly. And you think we're broken? I think we all are. The question is whether we'd let that breaking define us, or whether we use it to build something stronger. He looks at Annalise, some silent communication passing between them. Then he nods slowly. All right, Grook the Stubborn. We'll see your sanctuary. Good. I turn toward home, where Eve waits, and new complications are about to test everything we've built. But fair warning, my woman doesn't suffer prideful fools gladly. Neither do I, Annalise says with sharp humor. Then you should get along perfectly. As we make our way through the forest, I catch Caspian's approving nod. We've added 2 more refugees to our growing household, dangerous, proud, carrying their own traumas and strengths. Our quiet existence just got more complicated. But looking at these 2 survivors who've learned to protect each other against impossible odds, I find myself hoping that complicated might be exactly what we need.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 8. Eve. I'm preparing poultices in the kitchen when I hear voices approaching. Grook's familiar rumble mixed with unfamiliar tones that carry the careful cadence of people who've learned not to trust easily. "Eve!" Grook calls as he enters. "We have guests." The 2 figures who follow him through the door make me catch my breath. The man is easily as large as Grook, with golden eyes that mark him as manticor, despite his human form. But it's the network of scars covering his torso that tells the real story. Recent whip marks, old chain burns, the methodical damage inflicted by people who enjoy their work. The woman beside him is smaller, but no less marked by violence. Her dark hair frames a face that might have been beautiful before someone took a blade to her cheek. She moves with the fluid grace of a dancer, but her eyes hold the watchful stillness of a predator. "This is Tarek and Annalise," Caspian explains, his usual charm tempered by concern. "My brother and his mate." "More rescued strays?" I ask gently, already moving toward my medical supplies. "We weren't strays," Tarek corrects sharply. "We were handling our situation." "From inside a slaver wagon," Grook observes mildly. "Temporarily." I study the defensive pride in his posture, the way Annalise positions herself to support him without seeming to. These are people who've learned that showing weakness gets you killed. "Well, temporarily or not, you're bleeding on my floor," I point out practically. "Sit down and let me tend those wounds before they fester." "I don't need—" "You do need." My voice carries the kind of authority that comes from years of treating people who think they're too tough to require help. Those cuts are deep, and some of them are showing signs of infection. I can tend my own wounds. I'm sure you can. But I can tend them better. I meet his piercing gaze steadily. And arguing with me wastes time we could spend making sure you don't die of blood poisoning. Annalise touches his arm lightly. "Tarek, let her help." The brief contact speaks volumes about their relationship. Not submission, but partnership. She trusts me enough to advocate for my care, and he trusts her enough to listen. "Fine," he mutters, settling onto the bench with obvious reluctance. I begin cleaning the worst of his wounds with gentle efficiency, noting how he holds himself rigid despite the pain. "These are from whips," I observe. "Professional work." "You sound like you have experience with that." "More than I'd like." I don't elaborate, but understanding flickers in his eyes. "What about these older scars?" "Chain marks?" "Fighting pits," Annalise answers when he doesn't respond. "They kept him chained between matches to prevent escape attempts." "How long?" 3 months, maybe 4. Tarek's voice is carefully neutral. "Time blurs when you're merchandise." The clinical way he discusses his own dehumanization makes my chest tighten with familiar rage. I've heard that tone before, from Zarya, from other survivors who learn to detach from their own suffering as a survival mechanism. And you? I ask Annalise, noting the defensive way she holds her left arm. I wasn't in the pits. I was. She pauses, choosing her words carefully. Entertainment for the guards, between matches. The simple statement carries volumes of horror. I reach for clean bandages, giving her time to decide how much she wants to share. Until Tarek started winning more fights than they expected, she continues quietly. Started making them money hand over fist. Suddenly, keeping his motivation healthy became profitable. They used you as leverage against him, and him as leverage against me. Her smile is brittle as broken glass. Brilliant system, really. Neither of us could escape without dooming the other. How did you get out? Carefully, patiently, with a lot of help from people who had their own reasons to want the operation shut down. Tarek winces as I clean a particularly deep cut. And a fair amount of luck. Luck and 37 dead slavers, Annalise adds with satisfaction. You killed 37 people. Between the two of us, over several months. Tarek's voice carries no remorse. Every guard who hurt her, every pitmaster who enjoyed the violence too much, every buyer who looked at us like we were animals. The methodical nature of their revenge is chilling, but I understand it completely. Sometimes survival requires becoming something your captors never expected. Good, I say simply, and watch surprise flicker across both their faces. Good. They had it coming. Anyone who trades in human misery deserves whatever they get. I tie off a bandage with perhaps more force than necessary. The only regret should be that you couldn't make them suffer longer. That's a dark sentiment for a healer, Annalise observes. I'm a survivor first, healer second. I move to examine her injuries, noting how she tries to minimize their extent. And I know the difference between justice and mercy. Which is, mercy is for people who can be redeemed, justice is for people who choose to be monsters. I probe gently at what looks like a dislocated shoulder. This needs to be reset. I can handle... No, you can't. Not without proper leverage and someone you trust to do it right. I look between them. Which of us do you trust more with causing you necessary pain? The question hangs in the air while they process what I'm really asking. Not just about medical treatment, but about the fundamental act of vulnerability that trust requires. You, Annalise says finally. You understand what survival costs. I do. I position myself carefully, preparing for the quick, sharp motion that will relocate the joint. On 3. 1, 2. The pop of bone sliding back into place is followed by Annalise's sharp intake of breath, but she doesn't cry out. Too many years of learning to suffer in silence. Better? She tests the movement cautiously, then nods with genuine relief. Much better, thank you. Don't thank me yet. That shoulder will be weak for weeks. No heavy lifting, no violent motion, no heroic gestures that require full mobility. What if we're attacked? Then you fight smart instead of hard. Use your brain more than your body. I begin preparing a sling from clean cloth. You strike me as someone who's good at fighting smart. I am. Her smile is sharp but genuine, though I prefer fighting dirty to fighting smart. Even better, dirty fighting is what keeps people like us alive. As I finish treating their injuries, Zarya appears from the garden with fresh herbs and the kind of gentle concern that marks her as a natural healer. She takes in our new guests with the same professional assessment I used, noting wounds that need ongoing care. More survivors? She asks quietly. More family, I correct, surprising myself with the certainty in my voice. If they choose to be family. Tarek tries the word like it's foreign. With people we met an hour ago. Family isn't about time, it's about choice. I clean my hands in the wash basin, thinking of my own journey from terrified victim to protective partner. It's about finding people who see your scars and decide you're worth caring about anyway. And if we're too broken to be worth caring about? The question comes from Annalise, her voice carrying the weight of too many rejections, too many times being discarded when she was no longer useful. Then you're in good company, Zarya says with gentle humour. We specialise in broken people here. How broken are we talking? Tarek asks warily. Let's see. Former slave with trust issues. I tick off on my fingers. Manticor prince with survivor's guilt. Orc Grimtha with anger management problems. And now a pit fighter with protective instincts and an assassin with abandonment trauma. Assassin? Annalise raises an eyebrow. 37 confirmed kills. Methodical execution. Professional discretion. I shrug. If it walks like an assassin and kills like an assassin... Fair point. Her laugh is genuinely amused. Though I prefer problem solver to assassin. Problem solver it is. What about him? Tarek nods toward where Grook and Caspian are deep in quiet conversation by the door. Your orc. Can he handle having more alpha males in his territory? I look at my partner, scarred, dangerous, protective, and think of how he's grown since we started taking in strays. He'll adapt. He's good at making hard choices when they matter. I meet Tarek's challenging gaze. The question is whether you can handle not being the dominant male for once. I don't need to dominate anyone. No, but you need to protect Annalise. And protection instincts can look a lot like territorial behaviour to other protective males. Are you warning me off? I'm warning you that Grook will react badly if he perceives you as a threat to our family's stability. I begin putting away medical supplies. But he'll also die before letting anything happen to people under his protection, including us, especially you. Because you're Caspian's brother, and Caspian is ours now. The simple statement settles over them with surprising weight. Not conditional acceptance or temporary alliance, but the kind of unconditional commitment that families make to each other. Just like that? Annalise asks quietly. Just like that. I look around our small home, already calculating sleeping arrangements and food ratios. Though I should warn you, our quiet life just got a lot more complicated. We're used to complicated. Good. Because something tells me it's about to get much worse before it gets better. Through the window, I can see storm clouds gathering on the horizon, their patterns too normal to be entirely natural. And in the distance, barely visible through the trees, something that might be dust from marching feet or smoke from campfires.
Chapter 9. Grook. The next morning, I wake to find Tarek already up and moving around our camp with the quiet efficiency of someone conducting his own security assessment. Problem? I ask, noting how he's positioned himself to observe all approaches while remaining within quick reach of his weapons. Just getting familiar with the terrain. His voice is carefully neutral. Understanding sight lines, defensive positions, escape routes. Find any issues with our setup? He pauses in his examination of our perimeter, golden eyes meeting mine with the kind of direct challenge I haven't faced since my Grimtha days. A few, he says simply. Such as? Your eastern approach is too exposed. Anyone with a crossbow could pin down your entire household from that ridge. He points toward the tree line with tactical precision. Your water source is vulnerable to poisoning or contamination, and your food stores are centralized in a way that makes them easy targets for theft or sabotage. The casual way he catalogs our vulnerabilities drives me crazy, not because he's wrong, He isn't, but because of the implicit criticism in his assessment. We've managed fine so far, I point out. Against what threats? Random bandits? Wildlife? His smile is cutting as winter wind. This setup might work against opportunistic predators, but it won't hold against professional soldiers. And you have experience with professional soldiers? 3 years in fighting pits, 6 months evading slaver armies, more battles than I care to count. His voice grows harder. Yes, I have experience with professional soldiers. The challenge is unmistakable now. Not outright insubordination, but a clear statement that he considers his experience superior to mine. Suggestions? I ask, keeping my tone level despite the irritation building in my chest. Relocate the water source or build redundant supplies. Distribute food stores to multiple hidden caches. Create overlapping fields of fire that cover all approaches. He begins sketching positions in the dirt with a stick. Establish patrol routes that... Stop! The command cuts through his planning like an axe through wood. He looks up, surprised by the sharpness in my voice. This is my land. I continue quietly. My home. My responsibility to defend. And I'm trying to help you do that more effectively. Are you? Or are you trying to reorganize everything according to your preferences? I'm trying to keep us all alive. By assuming I'm incompetent? The accusation hangs in the air between us like a drawn blade. Around the camp, I can feel the others watching. Eve pausing in her morning tasks, Caspian looking up from his gear maintenance, Zarya and Annalise exchanging glances that speak of familiar male territorial disputes. I'm not assuming anything, Tarek says carefully. I'm observing defensive weaknesses and offering solutions. Without being asked, without considering that we might have reasons for our current setup, without acknowledging that this place has kept us safe for months. Safe from what? His voice grows sharper. Because from what I can see, you've been living in peaceful isolation until Vorlag's hunters found you. And how did they find us? I step close, letting him see exactly how large I am. Did they track our vulnerable position? Or did they follow the 2 manticores who led them straight to our door? The hit lands exactly as intended. Tarek's face goes rigid with anger and shame, his hands clenching into fists. We didn't lead them here, he says through gritted teeth. Didn't you? You and Caspian both, leaving trails across 3 kingdoms, fighting battles that announce your presence to anyone with eyes. I gesture toward our peaceful valley. This place was hidden until you brought the war to our doorstep. That's not... fair, I interrupt. You want to talk about fair? Fair would be grateful guests, accepting shelter without criticizing their hosts. Fair would be acknowledging that we've managed to build something worth defending instead of just surviving day to day. I was trying to help. You were trying to take over. The words hit him like a slap. For a moment, his careful control slips completely, revealing the fury and frustration underneath. Take over! His voice rises with indignation. I was trying to prevent us all from dying because of amateur mistakes. Amateur? Now it's my turn to feel the bite of wounded pride. I've kept my family safe through 3 years of hunting and being hunted. I've built this sanctuary from nothing, defended it against every threat, created something worth dying for. Something worth dying for, maybe, but not something designed to survive professional assault. And what have you built exactly? I step closer, forcing him to either back down or escalate. What sanctuary have you created? What family have you protected? His face goes pale, and I realize I've struck deeper than intended. This is a man who spent months running, hiding, failing to protect the woman he loves from capture and torture. That's enough. Caspian's voice cuts through our escalating confrontation with diplomatic authority. He steps between us, not taking sides but creating space for tempers to cool. You're both right, he continues smoothly, and you're both wrong. Grook, this place has kept us safe, and Tarek's criticism sounds ungrateful. Tarek, your suggestions have merit, but your delivery implies that our host is incompetent. I wasn't trying to... Intent doesn't matter. Impact does. Caspian's tone remains diplomatic but firm. And the impact is that you've insulted the man offering you sanctuary. Tarek absorbs this, some of the anger leaving his face as he recognizes the truth in his brother's words. You're right, he admits quietly. I apologize, Grook. My suggestions came out wrong. Did they? Or did they come out exactly as you intended? I study his face, seeing pride warring with pragmatism. You looked at our setup and decided it wasn't good enough. You looked at me and decided I wasn't competent enough. You made judgments without understanding the full situation. Yes, I did. His honesty is surprising and disarming. I saw weaknesses and focused on them instead of acknowledging strengths. I treated you like an amateur instead of recognizing that you've accomplished something I haven't, which is creating a home instead of just finding hiding places. His voice grows quieter, more thoughtful. Building something stable instead of just running from one crisis to the next. The admission costs him pride, but it also opens a door that raw confrontation couldn't. Your tactical suggestions aren't wrong, I acknowledge grudgingly. The eastern approach is exposed. The water source is vulnerable. Food distribution could be improved. But changes need to be made carefully, with consideration for how they affect the people living here. I gesture toward our small community. This isn't a military camp. It's a home, and homes require different thinking than fortresses. I understand. He pauses, studying our setup with new eyes. Would you be open to discussing modifications that improve security without destroying what you've built? Discussing, yes. Implementing immediately, no. I meet his challenging gaze with my own steady authority. This is still my land, my rules, my final decision on anything that affects my family. Understood. Good. I turn toward the main house, where breakfast smells promise normalcy after morning conflict. Now, let's eat before the food gets cold. And Tarek? Yes? Next time you want to reorganize my defenses, ask first. Next time I will. As we walk toward the house, I catch Eve's approving nod. She's been watching the entire confrontation with the careful attention of someone who understands the delicate balance between accepting help and maintaining authority. Well handled, she says quietly as I pass. Was it? You established boundaries without destroying relationships, made your authority clear without humiliating him. Her smile is proud and warm. That's leadership. Feels more like stubbornness. The best leadership usually does. Inside, we gather around our table for what feels like the first real meal we've shared as an expanded group. Tarek sits carefully, his posture respectful but not submissive. The tension hasn't disappeared completely, but it's transformed into something more manageable. Acknowledgement of hierarchy rather than active challenge. So, Annalise says with dangerous humor, now that the males have finished marking territory, shall we discuss actual security improvements? Such as? I ask warily. Oh, I have several ideas about killing fields and strategic choke points. Her grin is sharp as her blades. But I'll ask permission first. Despite everything, I find myself laughing. Maybe this complicated family arrangement might work after all.
Chapter 10. Eve. I find the women gathered around our small outdoor fire pit after the morning's territorial display, their voices low with the kind of careful conversation that happens when men are being unpredictable nearby. Well, Annalise observes with dark humour, that was educational. Educational? Zaria raises an eyebrow. Is that what we're calling masculine posturing now? I prefer to think of it as establishing pack hierarchy, I say, settling beside them with my mending. Like wolves figuring out who leads the hunt. Wolves are smarter about it, Annalise points out. Less talking, more decisive action. Men like to hear themselves argue, Zarya adds with the long-suffering tone of someone who's witnessed too many similar displays. It makes them feel like they're solving problems instead of just creating new ones. I study our newest addition, this small, sharp woman who survived 15 years of horror with her sense of humour intact. How do you handle it? The territorial behaviour, I mean. Depends on the situation. Annalise tests the edge of one of her throwing knives absently. Sometimes you let them establish dominance naturally. Sometimes you remind them that there are more important things to fight about than who's in charge of breakfast preparations. And sometimes you kill the problem before it kills you. Her smile is as sharp as her blade. But that's usually reserved for actual enemies, not family members having disagreements. Family members. Zarya repeats the phrase thoughtfully. Is that what we are? What else do you call it? I gesture toward the house, where masculine voices continue their strategic discussions. People who've chosen to live together, protect each other, share resources and responsibilities. People who've been thrown together by circumstance, Annalise counters. Refugees who happen to find the same hiding place. Is there a difference? Intention, maybe. Choice versus chance. She sheathes her knife with practiced precision. Family implies permanence. This could all fall apart the moment someone decides the arrangement isn't working. The observation hits closer to home than I'd like to admit. Watching Grook and Tarek circle each other like wary predators, I couldn't help but wonder how long our fragile unity would survive the addition of more strong personalities. You think it will fall apart? I ask quietly. I think men like Tarek and Grook aren't designed to follow other people's leadership, Annalise says with brutal honesty. They're both alphas, both accustomed to making life or death decisions, both responsible for protecting their mates. So what happens when their protective instincts conflict? Someone gets hurt, someone leaves, or someone learns to compromise. She shrugs. The question is whether the benefits of staying together outweigh the costs of constant territorial disputes. What about you? I turn to Zarya. You've been watching all this quietly. What do you think? I think, she says carefully, that we're all scared. Scared of what? Of hoping for too much. Of building something that feels permanent and then watching it collapse. Her voice grows softer. Of trusting people we barely know with things that matter. The honesty in her admission makes my chest tighten with recognition. How many times have I caught myself holding back from full commitment to this growing household, maintaining emotional distance just in case everything falls apart? It's easier to be alone sometimes, I acknowledge. No one to disappoint you, no one whose needs conflict with yours, no one to lose when things go wrong. But also no one to help carry the weight, Zarya adds. No one to watch your back when enemies come calling. No one to share the good moments with. The good moments. Annalise's laugh holds little humour. When exactly do those happen? Between the running and hiding and fighting for survival? They're happening right now, I point out. 3 women sitting around a fire, talking honestly about things that matter. That's a good moment. Is it? When's the last time you felt safe enough to have this conversation? To admit fear and uncertainty without worrying about appearing weak? The question stops her cold. I watch understanding flicker across her scarred features as she realises what I'm getting at. It's been a while, she admits quietly. For all of us, Zarya agrees. That's what's really terrifying about this arrangement. Not that it might fail, but that it might succeed. Explain. If this works, if we really become family instead of just allies of convenience, then we have something to lose again. Zarya stares into the fire, her voice growing distant. Something precious enough that losing it would break us all over again. And you think that's worse than having nothing? I think it's scarier. She meets my eyes. Nothing means freedom from attachment, from obligation, from the possibility of devastating loss. Something means vulnerability. It also means purpose, I counter. Reason to get up in the morning beyond mere survival. People who matter enough to fight for. Even if fighting for them gets us all killed. Even then. We sit in silence for a moment, each processing the weight of what we're contemplating. Not just temporary alliance or mutual convenience, but genuine emotional investment in each other's well-being. The men don't talk about this stuff, Annalise observes finally. Men express vulnerability differently, I explain. Through actions instead of words. Grook shows he cares by obsessing over our defences. Caspian shows it by trying to charm away everyone's problems. Tarek probably shows it by identifying every possible threat and planning countermeasures. And if their different ways of caring conflict with each other, then we remind them what they're really protecting. I fold the mended shirt in my lap, thinking of all the small domestic tasks that bind a household together. Not territory or pride or abstract principles. US, the people they love. You think that's enough? Love overcoming masculine stubbornness? I think love makes people do impossible things, I say with growing conviction, including learning to compromise when every instinct says to fight. Even if the compromise costs them dominance? Especially then. Because real strength isn't about being in charge. It's about protecting what matters, even when that means stepping back and letting someone else lead. Through the house windows, I can see our men still deep in discussion, their body language less confrontational than before. Not harmony exactly, but the kind of productive tension that comes from people working toward common goals despite different approaches. They're figuring it out, Zarya observes, following my gaze. For now. But what happens when the next challenge arises? The next threat that requires leadership decisions? Annalise's voice holds the weight of hard experience. What happens when protecting their mates requires opposing each other? The question hangs out in the air like smoke, highlighting the fundamental fragility of what we're building. Individual loyalty versus group cohesion. Personal protection versus collective security. The eternal tension between family bonds and larger allegiances. I don't know, I admit finally, but I know we'll face it together, whatever comes. Together. Zarya tests the word like it's foreign. All of us, I confirm, men and women, manticores and humans, people with different scars and different strengths. Even if some of us don't survive? Even then. Because the alternative is facing everything alone, and we've all tried that. It doesn't work. No, Annalise agrees quietly. It doesn't. As the fire burns lower and evening approaches, I feel something settle between the three of us. Not certainty, but shared commitment. The acknowledgement that we're all choosing to risk heartbreak for the possibility of belonging. Whatever happens with the territorial disputes and leadership questions, I say finally, we three understand each other. That matters. It does, Zarya agrees. Sisters in survival, Annalise adds with the first genuinely warm smile I've seen from her. Sisters in survival, I echo, and feel the words settle into truth. Not because we share blood or background, but because we've all learned the same hard lessons about what it takes to keep breathing when the world wants you dead. And now we're learning together what it might take to build something worth living for.
Chapter 11. Grook. I return to the house after finalizing watch schedules with the brothers, but the moment I step inside, the walls feel like they're pressing in around me. 4 extra bodies in a space meant for 2. Quiet conversations in corners that fall silent when I approach. The constant awareness that every room contains someone else's belongings, someone else's scent, someone else's presence. My sanctuary has become a barracks. Food stores? I ask Eve curtly as she tends the fire. Stretched thin, but manageable for another week. She doesn't look up from the flames. Longer if we supplement with hunting and foraging. Hunting draws attention. Smoke signals, blood scent, tracks. Then we ration more carefully. The practical discussion does nothing to ease the growing tension in my chest. I built this place as a refuge. 2 rooms, simple living, space to breathe. Now Caspian and Zaraya occupy our small guest alcove, while Tarek and Annalise make do with bedrolls near the main hearth. Where will the others sleep? I ask. Your new brothers and their mates? Eve finally turns to face me, noting the edge in my voice. We'll figure something out. Will we? 4 more people in a house that barely fits 6? I gesture around the main room. Maybe we should start taking shifts sleeping outside. Rook. Or perhaps we could expand the barn. Convert it to sleeping quarters. The sarcasm tastes bitter. Turn our animals out to make room for more refugees. That's enough. The sharp tone from Caspian makes every muscle in my body coil. I turn toward the alcove where he sits mending his gear, golden eyes fixed on me with warning. Excuse me? I said that's enough. He sets down his needle with deliberate care. We're grateful for shelter, but we won't be spoken about like burdens. Heat floods my vision. In my house, I speak however I damn well please. Your house, your rules, Caspian agrees, rising to his full height. But basic courtesy costs nothing. The challenge hangs in the air between us. Around the room, conversations stop as everyone focuses on the confrontation. Tarek shifts slightly, not quite moving to support his brother, but ready to, if necessary. Courtesy? I step closer, letting Caspian see exactly how much larger I am. You want courtesy? Try being grateful instead of entitled. Grateful? His laugh is sharp. For what? The privilege of being treated like unwanted pests. For being alive. The words roar out of me. For having a roof over your heads instead of rotting in Vorlag's dungeons. Grook. Eve's voice cuts through the tension, but I'm past hearing reason. I saved your worthless hide, I continue, moving closer to Caspian. Opened my home to strangers, shared my food, risked my woman's safety. And we've thanked you for it. Caspian doesn't retreat, though his hand drifts toward his weapon hilts. Multiple times. What more do you want? Prostration, worship. I want recognition of what this costs me. The admission explodes out before I can stop it. This was our sanctuary, our peace, our life. The silence that follows is deafening. Everyone stares at me. Eve with hurt in her eyes. The manticors with careful calculation. Their mates with the wary stillness of prey animals. So that's it, Annalise says quietly. You want us gone. The simple statement punctures my rage like a blade. My gaze sweeps the room at these people. Survivors, warriors, the broken and healing. People who fought beside me, shared meals at my table, trusted me with their lives and stories. I ... The words stick in my throat. It's all right, Zaraya says gently. We understand. This is too much, too fast. We can leave in the morning, Tarek rumbles. Find another place to make our stand. Where? Caspian's voice is tired. Where exactly do we go that Vorlag won't follow? It doesn't matter. Annalise begins gathering her gear. We've imposed long enough. Stop. Eve stands, her voice carrying quiet authority. All of you, just stop. She moves to the center of the room, looking each of us in turn. Grook, she says, focusing on me. Go outside. Walk the perimeter. Think about what you really want to say. Eve, go. Her tone brooks no argument. Cool off before you say something you'll regret. Part of me wants to argue, to assert my authority in my own house. But the pain in her eyes stops me cold, I've hurt her with my outburst, made her feel unwelcome in our own home. Fine. I grab my axe and storm toward the door. But when I come back, we're settling this. The night air hits my face like a slap, crisp and clean after the claustrophobic atmosphere inside. I stalk the perimeter of our property, working off anger through movement and familiar routine. But with each step, the rage ebbs and something else takes its place. Shame. They didn't ask to be here, didn't choose to bring danger to our door. They're refugees fleeing the same evil that once enslaved my woman, seeking the same sanctuary I found in this valley. And I treated them like invaders. By the time I complete the circuit, my temper has cooled enough for honesty. I stop at the practice yard, staring up at stars that seem dimmer than usual. Problems! Tarek's voice emerges from the shadows near the barn. I turn to find the massive manticor watching me with calm eyes. No accusation, no anger, just patient understanding. You heard? Hard not to. He steps into the starlight. Want to talk about it? Nothing to talk about. I was a jerk. Yes, he agrees simply. You were. Question is why? I consider deflecting, maintaining the prideful anger. But this warrior has shown me nothing but respect since arriving, and he deserves honesty. Because I'm scared, I admit finally. Of Vorlag, of losing control, of watching everything I've built get destroyed because I couldn't protect it. I sink onto a wooden bench, suddenly exhausted. This place, it saved me, gave me purpose when all I had left was rage. And now it's changing. Everything's changing. My quiet life, my simple routines, my ability to keep Eve safe through isolation. I look toward the house where lamplight spills from windows. I have no idea how to protect 12 people, Tarek. I barely figured out how to protect 2. Who says you have to? The question catches me off guard. What? Who says protection is your responsibility alone? He settles beside me on the bench. You've got 5 manticore brothers, 6 deadly women, and more combined combat experience than most armies. Why carry the weight yourself? Because it's my land. My rules, Your family, he finishes quietly, and families share burdens. I study his profile in the starlight. Is that what you think we are? Family? I think we're people who found something worth defending together. His voice carries the certainty of deep conviction. Whether you call it family, pack, or alliance, doesn't change what it is. And what is it? Hope. He meets my eyes. The hope that broken things can be mended. That lost souls can find belonging. That evil doesn't always win in the end. Hope's dangerous. So is despair. His smile is grim. At least hope gives you reason to keep fighting. Through the window, I can see Eve moving around the main room, speaking quietly to the others. Probably smoothing over my outburst, repairing the damage I caused with harsh words. I should apologize. Yes, Tarek agrees. You should. But make it count. These people have been rejected by the world often enough. And if I can't handle the crowding, the loss of privacy and control, then we build something bigger. He gestures toward the valley. More houses, better defenses, a community instead of just a hideout. That's not what I wanted. Maybe not. But sometimes what we need is different from what we want. He stands, moving toward the house. Coming. I follow him back inside, where conversation dies the moment I appear. 5 pairs of eyes watch me warily, waiting to see if the storm has passed or is just gathering strength. I owe apologies, I say simply. To all of you. Grook, Eve starts. No, let me say this. I look around the room, meeting each gaze in turn. This place was our sanctuary. Small, quiet, safe. I got comfortable with that. Forgot that sanctuary means nothing if you're not willing to share it. We understand the burden, Caspian begins. Do you? I interrupt, but gently this time, because I don't think I understood it myself until tonight. I move to stand beside Eve, taking strength from her steady presence. You're not burdens, I continue. You're people who deserve safety, belonging, the chance to heal. And if my house is too small for that, then we build a bigger house. Grook, Zaria says softly. You don't have to. Yes, I do. The certainty surprises me with its strength, because Tarek's right. We're family now, whether I planned for it or not, and families take care of each other. Silence stretches for a moment, then Caspian speaks. Thank you, he says simply, for the apology, for the welcome, for sharing your sanctuary with strangers. Not strangers anymore, I correct. Family. Family, Eve agrees, slipping her hand into mine. Family, the others echo, and the word settles around us like a blessing. At last, since they arrived, the walls don't feel like they're closing in. They feel like they're expanding to hold something bigger than I ever imagined possible.
Chapter 12. Eve. The tension in our home chokes the air like smoke, lingering since Grook's outburst 3 days ago. Apologies have been made, reconciliations attempted, but the strain persists. Too many bodies in too small a space. Everyone tiptoeing around the fragile peace. I watch Grook sharpen his axe for the 3rd time today. His jaw clenched, muscles taut with barely leashed frustration. Across the room, Caspian polishes his gear with mechanical precision, while Tarek sits like a brooding mountain. The women, Zaria, Annalise and I, move through our tasks in silence, hyper-aware of the male's simmering tempers. Something has to break. Grook, I say softly, approaching his chair by the fire, my voice low but firm. Walk with me. He looks up from the gleaming blade, his dark eyes catching the need in mine. Where? Away from here. I glance at the crowded room, the weight of too many lives pressing in. Just away. Understanding sparks in his gaze, and he sets the axe aside without a word, rising to follow me. As we pass Zaria, her knowing look meets mine. She gets it, the need to escape, to reconnect. The door shuts behind us, and the evening air tastes like freedom, crisp with the bite of autumn. Thank you, Grook rumbles as we reach the forest path, his massive frame relaxing slightly with each step away from the homestead. For what? I ask, threading my fingers through his, the roughness of his calloused hand grounding me. For knowing what I needed before I did. I squeeze his hand, feeling the tension in him ease. We both needed this. The stream waits beyond a curtain of willow trees, its crystal waters glinting in the fading light. This is our sanctuary within a sanctuary, a place where the world shrinks to just us, where we can strip away everything but the truth of our bond. I've been selfish, Grook admits as we settle on the moss-covered rocks, the stream's gentle rush soothing the edges of our frayed nerves. You've been an orc, I tease, unlacing his tunic with deft fingers, wanting to ease the knots in his shoulders. Carrying too much as usual. He chuckles, the sound rough but warm. Same thing lately. I tug the fabric free, revealing the expanse of his green, scarred chest. Turn around. Let me see your back. He complies and I wince at the sight. His muscles are rigid as stone, his neck corded with stress. My hands work into the knots, kneading with steady pressure. Gods, Grook, when did you last sleep? Can't remember. His voice is muffled, strained. Every sound, every breath in that house sets my teeth on edge. Too many people in my space. Our space, I correct gently, digging into a stubborn knot. They're not invaders. They're family. I know. He sighs as my fingers find a tender spot. My head knows. but my instincts scream territory violation every time I turn around. Orc instincts or Grimthor instincts? Both. He leans into my touch, his voice softening. For years, solitude was survival. Empty spaces meant safety. Now they mean loneliness. I work down his spine, feeling him relax under my hands. It's an adjustment. A painful one. Most good changes are. My hands move with purpose, coaxing warmth back into his taut muscles. His breathing deepens, the brittle edge of his tension softening. But the air between us shifts, charged with something hotter, more primal. His scent, earth, leather, and raw orc musk, floods my senses, igniting a fire low in my belly.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. We'll figure this out, I murmur, tracing the scars on his chest, the crowding, the war, all of it. You sound certain. I am. I meet his eyes, my heart steady, because we're good at impossible things, you and I. Like what? He asks, his voice soft but curious. Building love from trauma, creating home from wilderness, turning enemies into family. I smile. Surviving when the world wanted us dead. Impressive credentials, he rumbles, his lips brushing my forehead. I thought so. He holds me closer, the last of his tension melting away. What if I'm not built for this expansion? You'll learn. We both will. I cup his face, my thumb tracing his tusk. Because the alternative is letting good people die alone when we could save them together. You think we can save them? I think we already have. I kiss him softly. Caspian, Zaria, Tarek, Annalise, they were lost. Now they have hope. Hope's dangerous. So is despair. I press closer, feeling his heartbeat against mine. I choose dangerous hope. When did you get so wise? When I fell in love with an orc who showed me broken things can be whole again. We dress slowly, stealing a few more moments of solitude before returning to our crowded reality. The peace we've found settles into our bones, a reminder that some things hold fast, no matter how the world shifts. Thank you, Grook says as we reach the valley's edge, the homestead glowing with lamplight ahead. For what? For reminding me what we're fighting for. He gestures between us, then toward the house. Love. Family. A chance to build something better from the wreckage. Then let's build it, I say, squeezing his hand. Together? Always together. The house waits, alive with voices and warmth, a chaotic blend of lives intertwined. Our sanctuary, expanded to hold more love than we ever imagined. It's terrifying, wonderful, and absolutely right.
Chapter 13. Grook. Dawn breaks grey and cold, and I'm checking the smokehouse inventory when I hear the unmistakable sound of someone moving around inside. Too early for breakfast, but too quiet for normal activity. I ease the door open and find Caspian crouched beside our hanging meat, a strip of dried venison in his hands and guilty knowledge written across his face. Hungry? I ask mildly. He freezes like a caught thief. Grook. I was just taking extra rations. I step inside, noting the small pile of meat beside him. Without asking, Zarya needs the protein, the healing she's been doing, the magical energy she's channeling to help Violet recover. He stands slowly, defensive but not apologetic. She's burning through reserves faster than normal portions can replace. So you steal from everyone else's share. I take what my mate needs. His golden eyes flash with protective fury. I won't watch her weaken because of arbitrary rationing. The casual dismissal of my authority makes something cold and dangerous stir in my chest. Arbitrary? You parceled out those rations when it was just 6 people. Now we have different needs, different circumstances. Different rules? I step even closer, letting him see exactly how much larger I am. In my smokehouse, eating my provisions, under my roof. Grook. Caspian's voice carries royal authority. Be reasonable. The word reasonable snaps something inside me. I grab the front of his shirt and slam him against the smokehouse wall hard enough to rattle the hanging meat. Reasonable? I snarl. You want reasonable? Here's reasonable. When food runs out, we all starve together. When winter comes and we're caught short, we all freeze together. When your theft gets discovered by people who might not be as understanding as me. Let go of me. His hands move toward his weapons, but the cramped space works against him. Or what? You'll fight me? Over stolen meat? Over protecting my mate? By endangering everyone else's? I release him with a shove. You think this through, Prince? What happens when the others find out you've been taking extra? When they realize their carefully hoarded winter stores have been disappearing? Something flickers in his expression, the first crack in his noble certainty. They don't need to know. Don't they? I gesture toward the door. Tarek's been rationing his own meals to make sure Annalise gets enough protein. Eve's been stretching every scrap to feed 6 people instead of 2, and you've been undermining all of it. That's exactly what you've been doing. I cross my arms. Taking what you want when you want it, consequences be damned. I'm trying to keep Zarya alive! So are we all! The words roar out of me. You think you're the only one watching someone you love push themselves too hard? The only one worried about reserves and winter, and whether there'll be enough to go around? Before Caspian can answer, the smokehouse door creaks open, and Tarek's massive frame fills the doorway. Problems? He asks calmly, though his eyes take in the scene with tactical assessment. Your brother has been supplementing his mate's rations, I say flatly, without permission or discussion. Tarek's expression doesn't change, but something shifts in his posture. Caspian. Tarek, you don't understand. I understand perfectly. Tarek steps inside, his presence making the cramped space even smaller. You took extra. Without asking, without considering the impact on everyone else. Zarya needs... What Zarya needs is a mate who thinks before he acts. Tarek's voice carries the gravity of absolute authority. What she doesn't need is the guilt of knowing her health came at everyone else's expense. Caspian's protest dies in his throat. Finally, the Golden Prince looks genuinely uncertain. I was trying to protect her. By lying to her? By stealing from the people who've given us shelter? Tarek shakes his head. That's not protection, brother. That's selfishness. The casual brutality of the assessment hits Caspian like a physical blow. I see the moment when his royal confidence cracks completely, revealing the desperate man underneath. She's been so tired, he says quietly. So pale. I thought if I could just... You thought you could solve the problem alone. Tarek's voice gentles slightly. Without trusting the rest of us to help. I didn't want to be a burden. Too late for that. I step between them. Question is what we do about it now. I'll put it back, Caspian says quickly. All of it. You'll stop making unilateral decisions about community resources, I interrupt, and you'll start thinking like part of a family instead of a prince protecting his consort. How? By asking for help when you need it. By trusting us to care about Zaria's well-being as much as you do. I gesture toward the door. By coming to the breakfast table and explaining the situation honestly. Fear flickers in his golden eyes. They'll hate me. They'll be disappointed, Tarek corrects. There's a difference. And if they decide we should leave, then we leave, I say simply. But not because you made that choice for everyone. Because we made it together, with full knowledge of the costs and benefits. Caspian stares at the pile of stolen meat, his shoulders sagging with defeat. I've made a mess of this. Yes, Tarek agrees. You have. But messes can be cleaned up. How? By taking responsibility, by making amends, by proving you can be trusted with something bigger than your own immediate needs. I move toward the door. Starting now. Grook. Caspian's voice stops me. What you said about Tarek rationing his own food. What about it? Is it true? I glance at the massive manticor who shows no embarrassment at the revelation. Ask him yourself. Tarek? Annalise lost too much weight in the fighting pits, Tarek says calmly. She needs more protein than I do to rebuild muscle mass. Simple mathematics. And you never mentioned it. Never asked for extra rations. Because there aren't extra rations to give. Tarek's smile is grim. We work with what we have, or we find more. Those are the only options. So you sacrifice, So I prioritize. Tarek's voice carries absolute certainty. My mate's health over my comfort. Our family's survival over individual convenience. The future over the present. Caspian absorbs this, and I watch him process what real leadership looks like. Not royal privilege or protective hoarding, but quiet sacrifice for the greater good. I have a lot to learn, he says finally. We all do. I shoulder past both of them toward the door. Question is whether you're willing to learn it. I am. Good. Because breakfast is starting and you have apologies to make. And after that, we figure out how to keep everyone fed without anyone having to steal. I pause at the doorway. Together. Like a family should. As we walk back toward the house, I catch Tarek's approving nod. The big manticore understood what needed to happen. Authority established, lessons learned, consequences faced with dignity. Thank you, Caspian says quietly as we reach the porch. For what? For giving me the chance to make this right. Don't thank me yet. I open the door to the warm smell of breakfast and the sound of women's voices. Wait until you see how the others react. But as we step inside and Caspian begins his awkward confession, I find myself oddly proud of how he handles it. No excuses, no deflection, just honest acknowledgement of his mistake and a plan to do better. Maybe there's hope for this prince after all.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 14. Eve. 3 days after Caspian's confession and public apology, the tension in our home still crackles like lightning before a storm. Everyone moves carefully around each other, conversations stilted, mealtimes conducted in uncomfortable silence. I've had enough. Family dinner, I announce after lunch, my voice carrying across the main room. Tonight, everyone participates. Gruk looks up from his weapon maintenance. Eve --. Everyone, I repeat firmly. No exceptions, no excuses, no hiding in corners with individual meals. Is that wise? Zarya asks quietly, given recent complications. It's necessary. I begin pulling ingredients from our stores. We're living like strangers who happen to share a roof. That ends tonight. And if it goes badly, Annalise's tone is carefully neutral, then it goes badly. But at least we'll know where we stand. I set to work preparing our largest pot of stew, adding every preserved vegetable and scrap of meat I can justify. If we're going to do this, we're doing it properly. One meal, one table, one chance to remember why we're all here. The afternoon passes in careful preparation. I arrange our few chairs in a circle around the main table, light extra candles for warmth, and brew enough tea to float a ship. The domestic rituals calm my nerves while building my resolve. As evening approaches, the others begin to gather with obvious reluctance. Tarek takes his usual position by the door. Annalise perches where she can watch all entrances. Caspian and Zarya sit close together, but apart from everyone else. The silence stretches until it becomes painful. So, I say, ladling stew into bowls. Tell me about Osiris. What? Caspian blinks in surprise. Your homeland. What's it like when it's not dying? He exchanges glances with Tarek, clearly not expecting casual conversation. Beautiful, he says finally. Golden cities in the desert, crystal spires that sing in the wind, gardens that bloom year-round despite the heat. Sounds like paradise. It was. His voice grows wistful. Before the crystals started failing. Before the magic began to fade. What will you do if you can't save it? The question hovers in the air like a challenge. Around the table, everyone waits to see how he'll answer. I don't know, he admits quietly. Find somewhere else to call home, I suppose. And would that be so terrible? It would be... He pauses, searching for words. It would be the death of everything I was raised to protect. Or the birth of something new, Annalise says unexpectedly. Sometimes destruction clears the ground for better growth. You sound like you're speaking from experience. I do. She tears bread with precise movements. My first home was a village called Millhaven. Pretty place, quiet people, everything I thought I wanted to protect forever. What happened to it? Slavers burned it to the ground when I was 10. Her voice remains steady. Killed my parents, took my brother and me, sold us to different masters. The casual brutality of the statement settles over the table like a shroud. I'm sorry, Zarya says softly. Don't be. That village was built on comfortable lies, that the world was safe, that evil stayed in distant places, that good people could live quiet lives without consequences. Annalise meets Caspian's eyes. Sometimes losing everything you thought you wanted shows you what you actually need. And what did you need? Strength, skills, the ability to protect myself and the people I choose to love. She gestures around the table. A family that fights for each other instead of just existing together. Is that what we are? Tarek asks. A fighting family? How else would you reference us? I challenge. We're not bound by blood or law. We chose each other, defended each other, sacrificed for each other. We've also lied to each other, Caspian says quietly. Stolen from each other. Nearly come to blows over resources. Families do all those things, Gruk says unexpectedly. The difference is whether you work through the problems or let them destroy what you're building. Everyone turns to look at him, surprised by the contribution. You think we're building something? Zarya asks. Look around. He gestures at the candlelit room, the shared meal, the circle of faces. What else would you call this? A temporary alliance, Caspian suggests. People thrown together by circumstance. Nonsense. Annalise's sharp laugh cuts through his uncertainty. You don't risk your life for temporary allies. You don't open your home to people you're planning to discard. Then what? Hope, I say simply. We're building hope. Hope for what? For tomorrow. For the possibility that good people can find each other in a harsh world. For the chance that love might be stronger than whatever tries to destroy it. The words hang in the air, bold and vulnerable. Around the table, I detect the moment when cynicism wars with longing in each face. Hope's dangerous, Tarek rumbles. So is despair. I meet his eyes steadily. Which would you rather die defending? He considers this, then raises his cup in a mock toast. To dangerous hope, then. To dangerous hope, the table echoes, and suddenly the atmosphere shifts. Tell me about the fighting pits, I say to Annalise. How did you survive 15 years? Carefully. But her smile takes the edge off the word. And with a lot of help from people who probably should have let me die. Such as? Other slaves who shared food when I was too weak to earn my own. A pit medic who taught me which wounds were fatal and which just looked bad. A gladiator who showed me how to fall without breaking bones. They helped you? They saw potential in a stubborn kid who refused to give up. Her expression grows thoughtful, just like you're seeing potential in us now. What potential? The possibility that we might become something better than the sum of our individual damage. The conversation flows more easily after that, moving from personal histories to shared experiences to tentative plans for the future. Caspian describes the crystal networks that once connected manticor cities. Tarek shares stories of battles fought alongside his brothers. Zarya explains the healing techniques she learned in captivity. And gradually, something magical happens. Zarya begins to laugh, really laugh, at one of Caspian's more ridiculous stories about royal protocol. The sound is so unexpected, so genuinely delighted, that it breaks something loose in all of us. Annalise snorts at Tarek's deadpan description of his first transformation. You turned into a lion in the middle of a formal dinner. The soup was particularly bad, he says solemnly. What did you do? Improved the meal by eating the cook. Even Grook chuckles at that, and I feel my heart lift at the sound. What about you, Eve? Caspian asks as the laughter subsides. What's your most embarrassing story? The time I tried to cook for Grook when we first moved here. I admit, I'd never prepared a full meal in my life, only scraps and leftovers. How bad was it? Bad enough that he ate every bite while making faces like he was consuming poison, then spent the next hour teaching me proper seasoning techniques. Diplomatic, Zarya observes. Survival instinct, Grook corrects. She had access to my kitchen knives. The laughter that follows is warm and genuine, the sound of people who are beginning to truly like each other. I look around and feel something sink into place. Not just tolerance or cooperation, but real affection. You know, Annalise says as we finish the meal, this might actually work. What might work? This. She gestures at the remnants of our feast, the circle of relaxed faces. Building something together instead of just surviving separately. You sound surprised. I am. I've never been part of anything like this before. Her voice grows soft with wonder. A group where everyone contributes, everyone matters, everyone gets to stay. For as long as you want to stay, I correct. And if we want to stay forever.
Chapter 15. Grook. The morning after our family dinner, I conduct my weekly inventory of our food stores, and the numbers make my blood run cold. 2 weeks, maybe 3 if we stretch everything and supplement with hunting. But winter's coming early this year. I can feel it in the wind, see it in the way the leaves are already turning despite the season. 6 people eating through supplies meant for 2. The mathematics are brutal and unforgiving. Problems. Tarek's voice makes me turn. He stands in the doorway of our storage room, taking in my grim expression and the nearly empty shelves. We're running short. How short? A gesture at the remaining sacks of grain, the dwindling preserved meat, the pitifully small collection of root vegetables. See for yourself. He steps inside, and I watch his experienced eyes catalog our supplies with professional efficiency. His assessment takes less than a minute. 3 weeks, assuming normal consumption and no losses to spoilage, he says calmly. 2.5, I correct. Your brother's midnight raids cost us more than I initially calculated. Understood. He pauses, studying the shelves with tactical focus. What's your rationing plan? The question hits me like a slap. My rationing plan? For extending supplies. Managing distribution, prioritizing essential nutrients over empty calories. He turns to face me fully. You are managing this, aren't you? Heat floods my face. Of course I'm managing it. This is my homestead, my responsibility. I haven't finalized the details yet, I say stiffly. Time's a factor. Tarek moves to the grain sacks, testing their weight. These need to be portioned immediately. 1 cup of grain per person per day, supplemented with foraged greens and whatever protein we can hunt. I know how to ration food. Do you? His tone isn't challenging, just curious. Because this setup suggests someone who's never had to stretch supplies for 6 people through an uncertain timeline. The casual assessment stings because it's accurate. Even I have always lived hand-to-mouth, hunting and foraging as needed, never planning more than a few days ahead. I'm learning. Good. Learning's important. He pulls out a piece of charcoal and begins marking portions on the sacks. Meat gets divided into daily portions immediately, prevents spoilage, and ensures equal distribution. I watch him work, feeling increasingly useless as he efficiently organizes what I've been managing through guesswork and hope. The grain stores need better ventilation, he continues, dragging sacks to different positions. Moisture buildup will cost you 1/4 of your supplies to rot. I didn't know. Now you do. He moves to the vegetable stores, sorting them by preservation needs. These need to be consumed in order of perishability. Root vegetables last, leafy greens first. Tarek. My voice comes out sharper than intended. This is my storeroom. Yes, he agrees mildly. And you're doing your best to manage it. But best intentions don't prevent the starvation. The blunt statement hits like a physical blow. I built this place, stocked these shelves, provided for my woman through 3 seasons of plenty. And now this manticor prince is casually rearranging my life's work like I'm a child playing house. I've kept us alive this long. You've kept 2 people alive in a resource-rich environment with minimal external pressures, he corrects. Different challenge entirely. So you're saying I'm incompetent? I'm saying you lack experience with logistics at this scale. His tone remains infuriatingly calm. There's a difference. I want to argue, to assert my authority, to throw him out of my storeroom and handle this myself. But the cold truth is that he's right. I have no idea how to feed 6 people through winter on supplies meant for 2. What do you suggest? The words taste bitter. Immediate reorganization. Strict portioning. Aggressive foraging to supplement stores. He pauses in his work to look at me directly. And honest assessment of our hunting capabilities. Meaning? Meaning we need fresh meat regularly, which means organized hunts, proper preservation techniques, and risk management for exposure. His golden eyes are steady. Can you provide that? I've been hunting these woods for 3 years. Alone. For small game. To supplement, not survive. He straightens, towering over me in the cramped space. Can you lead hunting parties? Coordinate group efforts? Make life or death decisions about resource allocation? Each question feels like another weight on my shoulders. Leadership of a household is different from leadership of a war band, and we both know it. I'm learning, I repeat. Then learn fast. He moves past me toward the door, because winter won't wait for you to figure things out. After he leaves, I stand alone in the reorganized storeroom, looking at the neat rows of carefully portioned supplies. Everything labeled, everything measured, everything managed with the kind of professional competence I clearly lack. My sanctuary, my refuge, my carefully built life, all of it insufficient for the reality we're facing. Grook? Eve's voice from the doorway makes me turn. How bad is it? Bad enough. A gesture at the supplies. 3 weeks, maybe less. She absorbs this without panic, her survivor's instincts calculating options and contingencies. Hunting? Will help. Won't solve the fundamental problem. I meet her eyes. We have too many mouths and not enough food. So what do we do? Before I can answer, Tarek's voice carries from the main room. Supply inventory. Everyone needs to hear this. I follow Eve back to the common area, where the others are gathering with varying degrees of concern. Tarek stands beside our main table, a piece of paper covered with his neat calculations in his hands. Current food stores will last 3 weeks under strict rationing, he announces without preamble. Longer if we supplement aggressively with hunting and foraging. How much longer? Caspian asks. Unknown. Depends on success rates, weather conditions, and whether we encounter competition for resources. Tarek's voice is professionally neutral, but not enough to see us through winter without additional measures. What kind of measures? Zaria's voice is tight with worry. Expansion of hunting territory, preservation of additional meat, construction of better food storage. He pauses. Or reduction of group size. The last suggestion hangs in the air like a threat. Around the table, everyone grows very still. Reduction how? Annalise asks quietly. Some of us leave. Find other places to winter. Tarek's tone doesn't change. Simple mathematics. No. Eve's voice cuts through the silence like a blade. We're not splitting up. We're not abandoning each other because things get difficult. Eve, I start. No, she repeats more firmly. We find another way. What other way? Caspian asks. We can't make food appear from nothing. We can work harder. Hunt more. Forage more efficiently. Her jaw sets with familiar determination. We make it work. And if we can't, Tarek asks gently, then we starve together. Her voice carries absolute certainty. But we don't abandon family because it's convenient. I look at the faces of people who've become precious to us, damaged, dangerous, fiercely loyal people who deserve better than slow starvation in a remote valley. We make it work, I say finally, supporting Eve's decision. Whatever it takes. Even if whatever it takes means accepting help, Tarek asks. The question stings because I know what he's asking. Will I let him organize our survival, or will pride condemn us all to hunger? Even then, I admit reluctantly. Good. His smile is approving, because I have some ideas about improving our situation, such as expanding the root cellar for better preservation, building smokehouses for meat processing, establishing systematic foraging routes. He unfolds another piece of paper covered with sketches and notes, and creating a sustainable hunting rotation that doesn't exhaust local game populations. I stare at the detailed plans, the careful calculations, the professional competence that I clearly lack. You've done this before. Military campaigns. Resource management under siege conditions. Keeping soldiers alive when supply lines fail. His expression grows grim. Skills you learn when the alternative is watching good people die. And you're willing to share those skills? I'm willing to use them to keep this family alive. He meets my eyes directly. Under your authority. This is still your homestead, your rules, your final decisions. The offer is generous and humbling in equal measure. He's giving me a way to maintain dignity while accepting the help we desperately need. Thank you, I say quietly. Don't thank me yet. His smile turns predatory. Wait until you see how much work this is going to require. As we begin discussing the specifics of his plans, I feel something shift inside my chest. Not defeat exactly, but acceptance. I can't do this alone. Don't have to do this alone.
Chapter 16. Eve. The morning after Tarek's sobering inventory report, I find myself staring at our small garden with new eyes. What once seemed adequate for 2 people now looks pitifully insufficient for 6. Time to change that. Zarya, Annalise, I call, grabbing tools from the shed. We have work to do. What kind of work? Zarya appears at my elbow, noting the collection of shovels and hoes I'm gathering. The kind that keeps us from starving. I shoulder a pickaxe. We're expanding the garden. Now? In late autumn? Annalise emerges from the house, eyeing the tools skeptically. Nothing will grow before winter. Root vegetables will. Late plantings of turnips and radishes, maybe some hardy greens. I start walking toward the current garden boundary. And we're preparing ground for spring. The more we can plant come thaw, the better our chances. You know about farming? Zarya asks as we reach the plot. I know about survival. I begin marking out expanded boundaries with stakes and twine. And I know that hoping the men can hunt enough meat to see us through winter is a fool's gamble. So we dig. We dig. The work is backbreaking. The ground beyond our current garden is thick with root systems, packed hard from years of neglect, studded with rocks that seem determined to break our tools. But there's something deeply satisfying about the physical labour, the clean simplicity of problem and solution, the gradual transformation of wilderness into potential. This is harder than it looks, Zarya pants after an hour of attacking stubborn roots. Most worthwhile things are. I wipe sweat from my forehead. How are you holding up, Annalise? Better than expected. She leverages a particularly stubborn stone from the soil. Though I have to admit, I'm more used to killing things than growing them. Different skills, same principle. You identify targets, make plans, execute with precision. I gesture at the cleared section. See? You're already succeeding. I never thought of farming as warfare. Everything's warfare when survival's at stake. Zarya straightens, surveying our progress. The question is whether you're fighting smart or just fighting hard. Speaking from experience? 15 years of experience. Zarya's words carry the weight of hard-won knowledge. You learn to see every challenge as a battle to be won, every resource as a weapon to be used. We work in companionable silence for a while, the rhythm of digging and clearing creating its own meditation. Despite the difficulty, I find my spirits lifting with each square foot of ground we claim. Can I ask you something? Annalise says during our next rest break. Of course. Why are you doing this? Really? She gestures at the expanded plot. You could have let the men handle food procurement, focused on other tasks. I consider her question while sipping water from my flask. Because I'm tired of being helpless, I say finally. Tired of waiting for other people to solve problems I could address myself. You're hardly helpless. Aren't I? Look at this morning. Tarek identifies our food crisis, makes plans to address it, organises solutions. I resume digging with perhaps more force than necessary. What did I contribute? Standing there looking worried while more competent people handled everything. That's not... It is, though. The admission costs me effort. For months, I've been content to play the supportive mate, tend house, provide comfort, let Grook handle the dangerous decisions. And now? Now I remember what I learned in slavery. That the only person you can truly rely on is yourself. I meet their eyes. I won't go back to being a passenger in my own life. Zarya nods slowly. I understand that feeling. Do you? The need to contribute something meaningful, to prove your value beyond just existing. Her voice grows thoughtful. I felt it every day in those fighting pits. If I wasn't useful, I was disposable. But you're not in the pits anymore. No, but the fear remains. She returns to her digging. The knowledge that safety is temporary, that you're only as valuable as your most recent contribution. Is that why you pushed yourself so hard healing everyone? Why Caspian was stealing food to keep your strength up? Probably. Her smile is rueful. Old habits. The need to prove I deserve to stay. You do deserve it, I say firmly. Not because of what you can do for us, but because of who you are. A former slave with trust issues and a stubborn streak? A woman who survived 15 years of hell and came out with her compassion intact. A healer who risks herself to save others. A person worth knowing and loving. Tears gather in her eyes. Thank you. For what? For seeing me as more than my usefulness. I understand completely. The fear that love is conditional, that belonging must be earned daily through perfect performance. It's a poison that slavery plants deep in the soul. What about you, Annalise? I ask, turning to our third member. What drives your need to contribute? Guilt, she says simply. Guilt. For being the one who lived when so many others didn't. For finding happiness with Tarek while children are still dying in those pits. Her hands tighten on her tools. Every day I don't spend fighting slavers feels like betrayal. So you turn everything into a fight. Because fighting is what I know, what I'm good at. She attacks a stubborn root with vicious efficiency. What I can do to honour the dead. And if the fighting stops? If we actually manage to build something peaceful here? Then I'll learn to fight different battles. Her smile is sharp but genuine. Like learning to grow things instead of just destroying them. Think you can manage that? With the right teachers. She glances between Zarya and me. And the right family to fight for. The word family settles over us with surprising warmth. We return to work with renewed energy, claiming ground inch by inch. By midday, we've expanded the garden by nearly half again its original size. My back aches, my hands are blistered, and I've never felt more accomplished. Not bad for a morning's work, I observe, surveying our progress. Not bad at all. Zarya stretches, working kinks from her spine, though I suspect the easy part is over. Easy part? Ground preparation. Now comes soil amendment, planting schedules, pest management, harvest planning. She ticks off tasks on her fingers. The ongoing work that determines whether this effort was worth anything. You sound like you know something about farming. My village was agricultural. Everyone learned basic cultivation techniques. Her expression grows distant. Before the plague, before the slavers. Then you can teach us. I can try, though I was only 12 when everything ended. 12-year-old knowledge is better than no knowledge. I squeeze her shoulder gently. We'll figure it out together. Together, Annalise agrees, then laughs suddenly. You know, if someone had told me a month ago that I'd be farming with 2 other women, planning crop rotations and debating soil amendments, you'd have thought they were insane. I'd have killed them for mocking me. Her grin is fierce. Now I'm looking forward to spring planting. That's quite a transformation. That's what happens when you find something worth growing instead of just destroying. She shoulders her tools. Shall we go show the men what real productivity looks like? We walk back toward the house together, dirty and exhausted but glowing with accomplishment. Through the windows, I can see Grook and the others bent over Tarek's plans, discussing hunting rotations and preservation techniques. Look at them, Zarya observes fondly. So serious about their masculine logistics. While we've actually solved half the problem, Annalise adds with satisfaction. Should we tell them? Eventually. I open the door to warmth and the smell of tea. But first, let's clean up and have some lunch. Planning world conquest works up an appetite. World conquest? Grook looks up as we enter. Garden expansion? I correct with a smile. Though the principle's the same. How much expansion? Enough to grow real food instead of just hoping we can kill enough animals to survive. He studies our dirt-stained clothes and satisfied expressions, then nods approvingly. Show me after lunch? Show you? I raise an eyebrow. We're not done yet. This afternoon we start soil preparation and late plantings. We? The women, the ones who are actually solving problems instead of just talking about them. His laugh booms through the house. Fair enough. Need any help? We'll let you know. I hang up my tools with proprietary satisfaction. Right now we're doing fine on our own.
Chapter 17. Grook. The crash from the smokehouse rips me from sleep like a slap to the face. I roll out of bed instantly, axe in hand before my feet hit the floor. Beside me, Eve sits up with the alert stillness of someone who has learned to wake expecting danger. "What was that?" she whispers. "Trouble." I move toward the window, peering through the shutters at the moonlit yard. "Stay here." "Grook!" Another crash, followed by what sounds like splintering wood. Something large is moving around our food stores with complete disregard for stealth. "Wake the others," I order, slipping outside into the cold night air. The smokehouse door hangs open, swaying in the breeze. From inside comes the sound of someone or something devouring our carefully rationed meat with savage intensity. I approach with practiced silence, axe ready. Could be a desperate animal driven by hunger to attack human settlements. Could be bandits hoping to steal supplies under cover of darkness. What I find is neither. A man crouches in the corner of the smokehouse, lean frame hunched over a haunch of venison like a wild animal. Fresh scars crisscross his bare torso, and old chain marks circle his wrists and ankles. But it's the wings folded against his back that identify him immediately. Another manticore. He looks up as I enter, golden eyes reflecting the moonlight with feral intensity. No recognition, no shame, no human intelligence at all. Just the desperate hunger of something that's been starved too long. "Easy," I say quietly, keeping my weapon visible, but not threatening. "No one's going to hurt you." He snarls in response, revealing teeth stained with blood and meat. A sound more beast than man. "Ronan!" Caspian's voice from the doorway makes the stranger's head snap up. "Brother, it's me!" The manticore, Ronan, tilts his head like a confused animal, processing the familiar voice. Some spark of recognition flickers in his eyes, but the human awareness doesn't fully return. "He's not himself," Tarek observes, joining us in the cramped space. "How long has he been like this?" "Too long." A new voice cuts through the night, sharp, female, deadly. "And if any of you make a threatening move toward him, I'll gut you where you stand." I turn to find a small woman silhouetted in the doorway, twin blades glinting in her hands. She's all sharp angles and coiled violence like a viper ready to strike. "Corina," Caspian says carefully, "we're not enemies here." "Aren't you?" Her eyes never leave Ronan, but her attention tracks every one of us. 3 armed men surrounding my mate while he's vulnerable. Looks like a threat to me. It looks like concern for someone who's clearly suffered trauma, I counter, noting the way she positions herself to defend him despite being outnumbered. Trauma. Her laugh is bitter as winter wind. Is that what you call 15 months in Vorlag's breeding pits? The words hit like physical blows. Beside me, I hear Caspian's sharp intake of breath, Tarek's muttered curse. Breeding pits, Tarek repeats quietly, where they tried to break his mind completely. Make him nothing but instinct and hunger and rage. Her voice carries witnessed horror. They almost succeeded. I look at Ronan again, seeing him with new understanding. Not a wild animal, but a man reduced to animal state through systematic torture. How long ago did you escape? I ask. 3 weeks, maybe 4. She doesn't lower her blades. Time blurs when you're running. And he's been like this the whole time? Getting better. Slowly. For the first time, vulnerability cracks through her defensive anger. He remembers more each day. Speaks sometimes. But hunger triggers the regression. That explains the desperate way he's devouring our meat. Not greed or thoughtlessness, but the behavior of someone who learned that food might disappear at any moment. He can have what he needs, I say simply. Just like that. Suspicion colors her tone. Just like that. Why? Because he's family. Because you're both survivors. Because no one should go hungry under my roof. I meet her eyes steadily. Because I've seen what monsters do to good people, and I won't add to the damage. She studies my face for a long moment, weighing truth against a lifetime of broken promises. He's dangerous when he's like this, she warns. The conditioning runs deep. He might not recognize friend from foe. Then we'll be careful. I nod toward Ronan, who's watching our conversation with animal alertness. But we won't abandon him. Even if he can't be fixed. The question wafts in the air like a challenge. Around us, I can feel the others waiting to see how I'll answer. There's no such thing as can't be fixed, I say finally. Only takes longer than expected. You sound certain. I am. Because I've seen the impossible happen before. I glance toward the house, where lamplight spills from windows. Broken people finding their way back to themselves. Lost souls learning to trust again. Love healing wounds that seemed permanent. And if you're wrong, then we love him anyway. The words surprise me with their certainty. Dangerous or not, broken or whole, he's ours now. Tears glitter in her eyes, quickly blinked away. Thank you, she whispers. Don't thank me yet. I step back, giving them space. Thank me when you're both warm, fed, and safe. As I move toward the door, Ronan's voice stops me. Rough, barely human, but unmistakably conscious. Who are you? I turn back to find him watching me with eyes that hold a glimmer of human intelligence. Grook, I say simply. And you're safe. He processes this, head tilting with that same animal confusion. But something settles in his posture. Some recognition that he's found sanctuary instead of threat. Safe, he repeats, testing the word like it's foreign. Safe, I confirm, for as long as you need. The conversation wakes the rest of the house, and soon we're all gathered around the main table while Karina explains their situation. Ronan sits close beside her, still more beast than man, but growing more alert with each passing minute. The conditioning is breaking down, Zaria observes, studying him with healer's eyes. But slowly. How slowly? Karina asks. Months, maybe years. Trauma like that. It rewrites fundamental responses. Zaria's voice is gentle but honest. Healing isn't linear. But it is possible. With time, patience, and people who refuse to give up on him. Zaria glances at me. Yes, it's possible. I watch this newest addition to our family. A man broken down to animal responses, slowly clawing his way back to humanity. I see the same determination in every face. We'll see this through, whatever it takes. Food, I say suddenly, rising from the table. Real food, properly prepared. Crook, Eve starts. He's been surviving on scraps and stolen meat for weeks. His body needs proper nutrition to support healing. I move toward the kitchen, and his mind needs to remember what it feels like to be cared for. As I prepare a simple but nourishing meal, I'm struck by how natural this feels. Taking in the broken, offering sanctuary to the lost, building family from the pieces of shattered lives. This is what we do now, who we are. And looking at Ronan slowly returning to himself under Karina's fierce protection and our collective care, I can't think of anything more important.
Chapter 18. Eve. In the grey light of dawn, I study our newest refugees while preparing breakfast for 8 instead of 6. The mathematics of survival grow more complicated with each arrival. Ronan sits pressed against the wall, golden eyes tracking every movement with animal wariness. He's more lucid than last night, responds to his name, accepts food from Karina's hands. But the human awareness flickers in and out like a candle in wind. Karina never moves more than arm's length from his side. "How long since you've slept?" I ask her quietly, noting the exhaustion etched in every angle of her face. "Sleep's a luxury." She doesn't look away from Ronan as she answers. Nightmares make him violent. Someone needs to stay alert. "For how long? Weeks? Months? However long it takes." The simple statement carries the weight of absolute devotion. I recognize it, the fierce protectiveness of someone who's found their purpose in another person's survival. "You'll burn out," I warn gently. "Collapse from exhaustion, and then who protects him?" "I won't collapse. Everyone collapses eventually. The question is whether you do it safely or dangerously." She finally turns to look at me, studying my face with sharp intelligence. "You seem like you speak from experience." "I do." I set a bowl of porridge in front of Ronan, moving slowly to avoid triggering his defensive reflexes. When Grook first rescued me, I was convinced I had to earn my place every day. Perfect behaviour, constant gratitude, never asking for help. What changed? He told me that love isn't conditional on performance. That belonging doesn't require constant proving. I meet her eyes. That sometimes accepting help is the strongest thing you can do. "And you believed him?" "Eventually." When exhaustion forced me to trust or break completely. Ronan accepts the porridge without flinching, a small victory that makes Karina's shoulders relax slightly. "He's improving," I observe. "Yes, but too slowly." Her voice carries frustrated anguish. "Every day he stays broken, Vorlag wins a little more." Healing isn't about defeating Vorlag. It's about reclaiming what belongs to you. What if there's nothing left to reclaim? The question hangs between us, brutal in its honesty. I look at Ronan, trying to see past the animal wariness to whatever remains of the man underneath. "There's always something left," I say finally. "Even if it's buried so deep you think it's gone forever." "How can you be sure?" "Because I've seen it. In myself, in others who survived the impossible. I pour tea, the domestic ritual soothing my own nerves. The core of who we are doesn't break easily. It bends, hides, protects itself, but it endures." "And if it doesn't?" "Then we love what's left anyway." The words come out stronger than I expected. We create new wholeness from the pieces we have. Karina absorbs this, some of the desperate tension leaving her frame. "The others," she says, changing subjects. "How long have they been here?" "Caspian and Zarya for 2 weeks, Tarek and Annalise for 1. I settle beside her with my own tea. All refugees, all running from the same monster." "And they've accepted you? Both of you?" "More than accepted. They've become family. Just like that? Nothing about it was just like that. We've had conflicts, arguments, moments when it seemed impossible. I think of Grook's territorial outburst, Caspian's theft, the gradual process of learning to live together. But we worked through the problems instead of giving up. What if Ronan can't work through his problems? What if he stays dangerous, unpredictable? Then we adapt. Create safety measures that protect everyone while still giving him space to heal. You'd really do that? Risk your own safety for strangers? You're not strangers anymore. The truth of it surprises me. The moment you needed help, you became family. That's how this works. Tears gather in her eyes, quickly blinked away. I'm not used to kindness without conditions. Most of us aren't. That's why it feels so powerful when you find it. What if I don't know how to accept it? Then you learn. One day at a time, one small trust at a time. I reach out slowly, covering her hand with mine. Starting with letting me help watch him so you can sleep. I can't. You can. Zarya has healing skills, Annalise has protective instincts, and I have experience with trauma recovery. I squeeze her hand gently. Between the three of us, he'll be safe for a few hours. And if he has a nightmare? If he lashes out? Then we handle it. Calmly, safely, without judgment. She looks at Ronan, who's finishing his porridge with more awareness than he showed last night. Some internal war plays across her features, the need for rest warring with protective instincts. 2 hours, she says finally. I'll try to sleep for 2 hours. 4 would be better. 2 is what I can manage without panic. Then 2 it is. I stand, already planning how to organise the watch schedule. But first, let me show you where you'll be sleeping. We don't need... You do need. Privacy, comfort, a space that's yours. I gesture toward the small alcove we've prepared. Basic human dignity. She follows me to the sleeping area, noting the clean bedding, the small table for personal belongings, the careful thought that went into making the space welcoming. Thank you, she says quietly, for all of this. Thank you for trusting us with something so precious. What do you mean? His healing, your vulnerability, the chance to be part of something bigger than survival. I smooth the blankets unnecessarily. You could have kept running, faced this alone. Instead, you chose to let us help. I chose to collapse in your smokehouse while he devoured your food stores. You chose to bring him somewhere safe when he needed sanctuary. I meet her eyes. That took courage. Or desperation. Sometimes they're the same thing. As I leave her to rest, I find myself thinking about the mathematics of love, how it multiplies instead of dividing, expands to fill whatever space you give it. 2 weeks ago, our home held 2 people. Now it shelters 8, and somehow there's more warmth, more laughter, more hope than before. Not despite the complications, but because of them. In the main room, I find Ronan sitting with Tarek, the 2 manticores regarding each other with mutual wariness. But there's something else there too. Recognition, perhaps. The understanding of shared trauma, shared strength. How is he? I ask Tarek quietly. Aware. Angry. Fighting to remember who he used to be. Tarek's voice carries respect. It's a good sign. The anger? The fighting. Men like Vorlag break people by convincing them they're not worth saving. The fact that Ronan's still struggling means part of him knows better. I watch our newest family member grapple with his own fractured mind and feel that familiar surge of protective determination. We'll get him back, I say with quiet certainty. Yes, Tarek agrees. We will. Because that's what families do. They fight for each other, heal each other, refuse to give up on each other no matter how difficult the journey becomes.
Chapter 19. Grook. 3 days of careful observation confirm what I already suspected. Ronan is dangerous, not maliciously so. His moments of lucidity show glimpses of the man he used to be. But the conditioning runs deep, and his responses to stress are violent and unpredictable. This morning alone, he nearly attacked Caspian for moving too quickly near Karina, then spent an hour crouched in the corner like a beaten animal. We can't continue like this. Council, I announce after breakfast, using the formal tone that makes everyone pay attention. We need to settle some things. Around the table, faces grow serious. They all know what this means. A trial by words instead of steel. But a trial nonetheless. The stakes are just as high. Ronan and Karina, I continue, meeting each of their eyes in turn. You've been under our roof for 3 days. Time to decide if you're staying or moving on. That's not your decision to make, Karina says immediately, her hand moving instinctively toward her weapons. It's exactly my decision to make. I keep my voice level despite her challenge. This is my home, my rules, my responsibility for everyone's safety. Our safety. Her laugh is sharp with bitter humor. We're the ones who've been hunted across 3 kingdoms. We know how to handle danger. Not the danger I'm talking about. Then what? The danger of him hurting someone he loves during a nightmare. The danger of triggering a violent episode that gets innocent people killed. I gesture toward Ronan, who watches our exchange with animal alertness. The danger of choosing compassion over common sense. Silence falls like a hammer blow. Beside Karina, Ronan's golden eyes narrow with the first spark of real anger I've seen from him. You think I'm broken, he says, the words coming slowly but with growing intensity. Think I'm monster. I think you're a man who's been tortured into forgetting he's human, I reply honestly, and I think that makes you unpredictable. Unpredictable. He tests the word, then his lips pull back in something too feral to be called a smile. Good word. Accurate. Ronan, Karina starts. No. He straightens, some core of defiance blazing to life. Let him. Say it. Let him judge. What Vorlag made. I'm not judging what Vorlag made, I correct. I'm evaluating what threatens my family. Your family. His voice grows stronger, more human, driven by rising fury. Your precious, safe little family. Yes. And we don't belong. The pain in those words cuts deeper than any blade. Around the table, I see the others flinch at the raw anguish in his voice. That depends, I say carefully. On what? On whether you want to belong. Whether you're willing to work toward healing instead of hiding in anger. Whether you can accept help without seeing it as weakness. And if I can't, the challenge in his voice is clear despite the halting delivery. If I'm too broken to fix, then we love you anyway, Eve says suddenly, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade of light. Broken or whole, dangerous or safe, we love you anyway. Every head turns toward her. She sits straight in her chair, meeting Ronan's wild gaze with steady compassion. That's not how the world works, Karina says quietly. It's how our world works. Eve's voice carries absolute certainty, because we choose it to work that way. Even if he hurts someone, even if he never fully recovers, even then. She looks around the table, including each of us in her declaration. Because that's what family means. Unconditional commitment to each other's well-being. Pretty words, Ronan snarls, though some of the fury has leaked out of his voice. But when the nightmares come, when the conditioning takes over, will you still feel the same? Ask me after it happens, Eve replies calmly. But I suspect the answer will be yes. Why? The word comes out broken, desperate. Why would you risk everything for strangers? Because we're not strangers. She leans forward, her intensity filling the room. We're people who found each other in a harsh world. People who choose to build something better than what we came from. And if we destroy what you've built, then we build it again. Stronger. Better. Her smile could illuminate the darkest corner of hell. With you instead of without you. Ronan stares at her for a long moment, something shifting behind his eyes. The animal wariness doesn't disappear, but it makes room for something else. Hope, maybe. Or the memory of what hope used to feel like. I don't know how to be safe, he admits quietly. Then we'll teach you, Tarek says unexpectedly. All of us. Whatever it takes. And if I can't learn, then we'll adapt. Caspian's voice carries royal authority. Create conditions where everyone can heal at their own pace. Even if it's inconvenient? Family's always inconvenient, Annalise says with dark humor. That's what makes it worthwhile. I watch this exchange with growing understanding. They're not just offering sanctuary, they're offering belonging. The chance to be valued not despite his damage, but including it. The decision isn't mine alone, I say finally, drawing everyone's attention back to me. If Ronan and Karina stay, they affect everyone's safety, everyone's resources, everyone's peace of mind. So we vote, Caspian suggests. We decide together. I meet each person's gaze. All in favor of expanding our family to include 2 more refugees? Hands rise around the table without hesitation. Eve, Zarya, Annalise, Tarek, Caspian, every one of them choosing compassion over caution. All opposed? No hands rise. Not even mine. Then it's settled. I turn to face Ronan directly. You're ours now. Fight, bleed, eat. But under my roof, by my rules, with my protection. Your rules? Karina asks warily. Simple ones. No violence against family except in defense. Everyone works according to their ability. Everyone heals at their own pace. I pause, making sure they understand. And everyone gets loved regardless of how difficult they are to love. And if we can't follow the rules, then we'll figure out new rules that work better. I stand, signaling the end of formal discussion. But we figure them out together. As family. Ronan sits very still for a moment, processing what just happened. Then slowly he nods. Family, he repeats, testing the word like it's foreign. Family, I confirm, for better or worse. Mostly worse, in our case, Karina adds with bitter humor. Good thing we specialize in worse, Annalise replies. Makes us appreciate the better when it comes. As the group disperses to their various tasks, I catch Eve's eye and nod my approval. Her intervention changed everything, transformed a trial into an affirmation, judgment into acceptance. Thank you, Karina says quietly as she passes my chair. For what? For giving us a chance to belong somewhere. Thank you for trusting us with it. She nods and moves to help Ronan navigate his first day as an official member of our impossible family. And despite everything, the danger, the complications, the uncertainty, I find myself looking forward to seeing what we build together. Even the broken pieces have their place in the right foundation.
Chapter 20. Eve. The weight of today's council decision presses on my shoulders like a storm cloud as I watch our expanded household settle into evening routines. 8 people moving through spaces meant for 2, their voices and footsteps a constant reminder of how our quiet life has changed. It's a beautiful chaos, but it's heavy, too heavy for one day. I find Grook in the workshop, his massive frame hunched over an all he's been staring at for too long, his shoulders knotted with the same tension I feel. He's not repairing tools, he's escaping the relentless presence of others, just like me. "Walk with me," I ask, my voice soft but urgent. He looks up, dark eyes meeting mine, the scar across his brow catching the lamplight. "Where?" "Away." I nod toward the door, my heart already racing with the need to escape. "Just away." Understanding flickers between us, a silent agreement born of countless moments like this. We need each other, alone, away from the beautiful burden of our chosen family. The evening air bites with autumn's edge as we slip into the forest, heading for our hidden waterfall, our secret place where the world shrinks to just us, to the raw truth of what we are to each other. "Heavy day," Grook rumbles as we reach the moss-covered rocks beside the pool, the waterfall's roar a soothing counterpoint to the chaos in my mind. "The heaviest." I settle beside him, letting the water's rhythm ease my frayed nerves. "When I spoke up in there, claiming him as family." "You meant it," he says, his voice low, grounding. "I did." "But Grook, what if I was wrong? What if love isn't enough?" He's silent for a moment, his massive hand resting on the rock, the scars crisscrossing his green skin stark in the fading light. "Then we learn what is enough," he says finally, "and we do that instead." "Even if it's harder than anything we've faced?" "Especially then." He pulls me closer, his heat enveloping me, a wall of orc muscle against my human frame. "When did we ever choose easy?" I laugh, the sound sharp against the weight in my chest. "Never. We're built for impossible challenges." "Good thing we're stubborn." "Good thing we're together." The words settle like a vow, tethering us against the storm of responsibilities. But the air between us shifts, charged with something primal, something that's been simmering since the council's tension boiled over. I keep thinking about his eyes, I admit, my voice softer now. The way he looked when he realised we wouldn't abandon him, like he'd forgotten what acceptance felt like. Probably had. Grook's tone darkens, his tusks glinting as he snarls. "Bastards like Vorlag don't just break bodies, they break hope." "Then we'll teach him to hope again." "We will." All of us. His calloused fingers brush my hair, a gentle contrast to his warrior's bulk. "You were magnificent today, Eve." "Was I?" I tilt my head, catching his gaze, feeling the heat in his eyes ignite something deep inside me. Standing up, claiming him as family when everyone else weighed risks. His voice is rough with pride, sending a shiver down my spine. That's the woman I love. The one who sees broken things and fights to save them. "Which woman is that?" I tease, stepping closer, my body brushing against his, the size difference making my pulse race. "The one who chooses love over logic." He grips my chin, tilting my face up, his dark eyes burning with hunger. "The one who makes me believe in impossible things." "Like what?" I challenge, my voice dropping to a husky whisper, my hands sliding up his broad chest, feeling the hard muscle beneath his tunic. "Like a human woman taming an orc grimtha." His tusks graze my jaw as he leans down, his breath hot against my skin. "Like love being stronger than any dark elf blade." The air crackles with need. The waterfalls roar, drowning out the world as we crash into each other. His kiss is fierce, claiming, his tusks scraping my lips as he devours me with a hunger that matches my own. I moan into his mouth, my hands clawing at his tunic, desperate to feel his skin. "We're going to need a bigger house," I murmur, tracing the scars on his chest. "Much bigger." His chuckle rumbles through me. "At this rate, we'll build a damn compound." "Would that be so bad?" "A compound of broken warriors and their fierce mates." He considers, his hand stroking my hair, Sounds like the most dangerous place on Earth. Or the safest, depending on which side of the walls you're on. True. I think of our family, Ronan's quiet strength, Karina's rare smile, the brothers' fierce loyalty. We're building something unprecedented, aren't we? Probably. His lips brush my forehead. But we've never been conventional. No, I agree, my heart swelling with love for this impossible scarred orc who's become my everything. We haven't. As we prepare to return to the house, to the warm chaos awaiting us, I feel determination settle deep inside me. Whatever comes next, dark elves, broken manticores, or the weight of our growing family, we'll face it together. Ready to go back? Grook asks, his dark eyes soft but steady. Ready, I say, though part of me wants to stay in this bubble forever. The house glows with lamplight ahead, spilling warmth into the darkness. Through the windows, I see our family, Ronan closer to the group, Karina laughing, the brothers in heated discussion. Home, not the quiet sanctuary it once was, but something richer, stronger. Eve? Grook's voice pulls me back. Whatever tomorrow brings, we face it together. All of us, I echo, stepping into our beautiful, chaotic, impossible life.
Chapter 21. Grook. The storm that breaks over our valley 3 days later is wrong in every way that matters. Thunder cracks like breaking bones, lightning splits the sky in unnatural patterns, and the wind carries a metallic taste that makes me uneasy. This isn't weather. It's violence given atmospheric form. Everyone inside! I bellow over the howling wind, but my voice is lost in the chaos. The rain falls sideways, driven by gusts that shouldn't exist in our sheltered valley. Trees bend at impossible angles, and the very air seems to vibrate with malevolent energy. Through the curtain of unnatural precipitation, I see two figures struggling toward the house, one massive, one limp in his arms. Another manticore fighting his way through the storm with desperate determination. "Tarek!" I call out. "Help me!" We race into the tempest together, the wind trying to tear us from our feet with every step. The manticore, clearly one of the brothers, though I can't make out features through the driving rain, staggers under his burden. "Brother!" Tarek's voice booms over the storm. "This way!" The newcomer's head snaps up, golden eyes finding ours through the chaos. Blood streams from a dozen cuts, and exhaustion marks every line of his frame, but he doesn't stop moving. "Silas!" Tarek grabs his brother's arm, helping support the unconscious woman. "What happened?" "Storm caught us," Silas pants, his voice tight with controlled panic. "She's burning with fever. Has been for days, magical sickness. I can't break it alone." We fight our way back to the house, the wind seeming to actively resist our progress. The moment we cross the threshold, the door slams shut behind us with supernatural force. In the sudden relative quiet, I get my first clear look at our newest arrivals. Silas is lean where his brothers are bulky, with the calculating eyes of someone who thinks 3 moves ahead of everyone else. But right now, those eyes hold nothing but desperate fear for the woman in his arms. Violet. It has to be Violet. Burns with fever so intense I can feel the heat radiating from her skin. Her dark hair is soaked with sweat, and she mutters words in a language that makes the air around her shimmer. "Magical fever!" Zaria breathes, her healer's instincts kicking in immediately. "How long?" 4 days, maybe 5. Silas's composure cracks slightly. Started when we tried to cross the Thornlands, some kind of magical backlash. From what? Storm magic. Scrying attempts. Something was hunting us through the ether. His jaw tightens. Something powerful. The implications hit me like a physical blow. Vorlag. Most likely. Silas carries Violet toward the sleeping area. Though I've never seen magic like this before. Like what? Targeted. Personal. Designed to torture rather than kill quickly. His voice grows deadly quiet. This fever. It's not random magical discharge. Someone crafted it specifically to break her mind while keeping her body alive. Around the room, faces pale as the full horror of what he's describing sinks in. Can you break it? I ask. I don't know. His strategic mask slips completely. I've tried everything I know. Nothing even slows it down. Let me see her, Zaria says, moving to Violet's side with professional focus. I watch our healer work, noting the way she examines symptoms with methodical precision. But it's the expression on her face that worries me. The growing concern as she encounters something beyond her experience. This is sophisticated, she murmurs. Layered curses designed to reinforce each other. Every time her body tries to heal, the magic adapts and strikes deeper. Can you counter it? Not alone. This requires more power than I can channel safely. She looks up at Silas. What about you? You're her mate. There should be a natural connection. I've been feeding her my strength for days. It's the only thing keeping her alive. His hands shake slightly as he brushes sweat-soaked hair from Violet's forehead. But I'm running out of reserves. Then we need another approach. Annalise steps forward, her tactical mind already working. Who else knows healing magic? Diana, Caspian says immediately. Korvac's mate. She's a Purna witch. If anyone can counter battle magic, it's her. Where are they? Unknown. We scattered when Vorlag's hunters found us 3 weeks ago. Silas's voice carries the implications of desperate decisions. Could be anywhere. Then we work with what we have. Eve moves to Violet's other side, taking her burning hand. What is it you need from us? Power, Zaria says simply. As much magical energy as we can safely channel. And time. This is going to be a long battle. How long? Hours, maybe days. She begins pulling supplies from her healing kit. And that's if we're lucky. Thunder crashes overhead, and the house shudders under the storm's fury. Through the windows, I can see lightning striking in patterns that definitely aren't natural. The storm's getting worse, I observe. It's not separate from this, Silas says grimly. The fever and the weather, they're connected. Vorlag's found a way to weaponize atmospheric magic. Meaning? Meaning as long as she's trapped in this curse, the storm will keep building. And storms like this. He pauses, listening to the unnatural thunder. They don't just bring rain. They bring hunters. The words settle over the room like a death sentence. We're not just fighting for Violet's life. We're fighting for all our lives against an enemy who can command the very sky. What do we do? Karina asks quietly. We heal her, I say with more certainty than I feel. Whatever it takes. And if we can't, then we face what comes after. I move toward the weapon rack, feeling the weight of my axe. But we face it together. Grook. Silas's voice stops me. There's something else you should know. What? Before the fever took her completely, Violet was muttering about shadows. Storm shadows, specifically. His eyes hold mine. If she's right, if that's what's hunting us. What are storm shadows? Vorlag's elite. Assassins who can ride lightning itself. Move through weather patterns like they're solid ground. His voice drops to barely above a whisper. They don't just kill targets. They devour their souls. The casual way he describes such horror makes my blood run cold. But it also clarifies our situation with brutal simplicity. Then we better heal her fast, I say. Very fast, he agrees. Because if the storm shadows are coming, we'll need every advantage we can get. As if summoned by his words, lightning strikes the ridge above our house with force that shakes the foundation. In the brilliant flash, I swear I see shapes moving within the storm clouds. Forms that shouldn't exist. Predators that hunt in the space between thunder and lightning. Everyone armed, I order. Healing watch in shifts, and nobody goes outside until this is over. How will we know when it's over? Ronan asks, his voice clearer than it's been since arriving. I look at Violet burning with magical fever while storm magic rages overhead, then at Silas, who's pouring his life force into keeping her alive. When she wakes up, I say simply, or when we're all dead. Encouraging, Annalise mutters, but she's already checking her weapons. As the storm reaches new levels of fury outside, our newest battle begins inside, not just for one woman's life, but for all our souls. And somewhere in the lightning-split darkness, I can feel ancient predators circling, waiting for the moment when our defenses finally crack.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 22. Eve. The moment Zarya begins examining Violet's condition, I know we're facing something beyond ordinary sickness. The air around the fevered woman shimmers with malevolent energy, and her whispered words make my skin crawl. Shadows with teeth, she mutters, thrashing weakly against invisible restraints. Storm swallowing ships, children screaming in the wind. Hold her steady, Zarya commands, her healer's training overriding everything else. I need to assess the magical patterns. I take Violet's left shoulder, while Annalise moves to her right. The woman's skin burns like forge-heated metal, but underneath the fever I can feel something else, a wrongness that seems to pulse with its own malignant life. What are we dealing with? I ask. Curse magic, multiple layers, each one feeding the others. Zarya's hands hover over Violet's torso, following energy patterns invisible to the rest of us. This isn't random magical backlash. Someone designed this specifically to break her mind. Can you counter it? Not alone. This requires more power than any single healer can safely channel. She looks up, including Karina in her assessment. But together, maybe. What is it that you need from us? Your strength, your will, your absolute commitment to seeing this through. Zarya begins pulling supplies from her kit, because once we start, we can't stop. If we break the connection while the curse is active. What happens? The magical backlash kills everyone in the room. The casual way she states this makes my blood chill, but I nod anyway. Then we don't break the connection. Are you certain? This could take hours, maybe longer, and the whole time you'll be feeling what she feels. The pain, the terror, the despair. I look down at Violet, this stranger who's somehow become family, and feel my resolve crystallize. She's ours now, I say simply. We don't abandon our own, even if it might kill us. Especially then. Annalise nods her agreement, while Karina moves closer with grim determination. Tell us what to do. Link hands around her, form a circle of connection. Zarya positions herself at Violet's head. I'll anchor the healing energy, but you three need to provide the raw power. What about the men? They guard us. This room becomes sanctuary. Nothing gets in, nothing gets out, until we're finished. As we arrange ourselves around Violet's burning form, I catch fragments of her feverish rambling. Ships burning, crystal storms. He's coming through the lightning, so many teeth in the shadows. She's seeing something, I realise. Not just hallucinating, actually seeing. The curse includes scrying elements, Zarya confirms grimly. She's being forced to witness Vorlag's operations, every atrocity, every horror playing on endless loop in her mind. Gods. The full cruelty of it hits me. He's not just torturing her, he's advertising his power. Showing us what he's capable of, what he'll do to all of us if we continue to resist. Thunder crashes overhead with renewed fury, and Violet's body convulses as if the sound caused her physical pain. The storm's affecting her, Annalise observes. Or she's affecting the storm, Zarya corrects. The curse is using her as a conduit for atmospheric magic. Every wave of pain she experiences creates another lightning strike. Then we need to move fast. Very fast. Because if this continues much longer... She gestures toward the windows, where lightning now strikes in patterns much too regular to be natural. The storm will be strong enough to bring things through. What kind of things? The kind that hunt in lightning and feed on terror. I think of Silas's warning about storm shadows and feel ice form in my veins. But looking at Violet's anguished face, I know we have no choice. Begin the healing, I order. Whatever it takes. We join hands around Violet's body, and the moment our circle completes, power flows between us like liquid fire. I gasp as foreign sensations flood my awareness. Violet's pain, her fear, the crushing weight of the curse trying to shatter her sanity. But beneath the agony, I sense something else. Determination. This woman refuses to break, despite everything being thrown at her. She's fighting, I breathe. Never stopped fighting, Zarya confirms, her voice tight with concentration. But she's exhausted. We need to give her strength to keep resisting. The healing begins slowly, all of us learning to channel power we barely understand toward a goal that seems impossible. But gradually, I feel the rhythm of it, the give and take of energy, the careful balance between pushing forward and avoiding magical backlash. Crystal fragments, Violet whispers suddenly, her voice clearer than before. He's embedding them in children, making them into weapons. Focus on our voices, I tell her firmly, not his visions. Listen to us, not to him. Can't shut it out. He's too strong. Then don't shut it out. Use it. Annalise's tactical mind finds a different approach. Turn his weapon against him. See what he doesn't want you to see. I don't understand. Every scrying connection works both ways, Zarya explains, catching on to Annalise's strategy. If he's forcing you to see his operations, you can look deeper. Find his weaknesses, his plans, his fears. That's incredibly dangerous, I warn. What if he notices? Then he notices, Karina says with vicious satisfaction. Let him see what he's dealing with. Let him watch us heal what he tried to break. Through our linked hands, I feel Violet's consciousness shift, from victim to hunter, from passive receiver to active investigator. The change is immediate and powerful. Storm totems, she gasps, her voice gaining strength. Crystal spikes driven into the earth. That's how he controls the weather. Where? Everywhere. Hundreds of them. But there's a pattern, a central nexus. Her breathing becomes laboured as she pushes deeper into the vision. He's building something, a great working, storm magic on a scale that could level kingdoms. To do what? To hunt the remaining brothers, to scour the earth until every manticor is dead or captured. The implications hit us like physical blows. This isn't just personal vengeance, it's systematic extermination. How long do we have? I ask. Days? Maybe weeks. Violet's voice grows stronger, as we pour more healing energy into her. But he's close to completion. And when he activates the full network... What? The storms will be strong enough to carry armies. Storm shadows by the thousands, riding the wind itself. Then we stop him first, I say with deadly certainty. How? By destroying the nexus, by turning his own weapon against him. I look around our circle of linked hands, seeing the same determination reflected in every face. By proving that love is stronger than hate. You think love can counter that kind of power? I think love already is countering it. I squeeze Violet's burning hand gently. You're healing, despite everything he's thrown at you. We're united, despite every attempt to scatter us. We're stronger together than any of us ever were alone. The fever's breaking, Zarya announces suddenly, wonder in her voice. The curse is losing its hold. Around us, the storm begins to weaken, not stopping entirely, but losing its supernatural fury. Lightning strikes become less frequent. Thunder grows more distant. Is it over? Karina asks. This part is, Violet says, her voice finally clear of delirium. But he knows where we are now. Knows we can counter his magic. Good, I reply fiercely. Let him know. Let him see what he's up against. What's that? A family that will not break. People who've found something worth dying for. I help her sit up slowly. And women who've learned that the best way to heal from trauma is to prevent it from happening to others. Violet's smile could light up the darkest storm. Then let's prevent it, she says simply. Together? Together. As the supernatural storm finally breaks apart outside, I feel something drop into place, not just relief, but resolve. Whatever Vorlag throws at us next, we'll be ready.
Chapter 23. Grook. I watch Silas pace the main room like a caged predator, his usual strategic composure shattered by helpless fury. Every few minutes he stops to listen at the door where the women work their healing magic, then resumes his restless movement when muffled voices tell him nothing useful. She's strong, I offer quietly. Stronger than the curse. She... His laugh holds no humor. Because from where I stand, it looks like my mate is dying while I do nothing but wait. You kept her alive for days. Fed her your strength when she had none left. I lean against the wall, keeping my voice steady. That's not nothing. It's not enough. Enough for what? To protect her! To prevent this from happening. To be worthy of someone who... He stops pacing abruptly, hands clenching into fists. She shouldn't have to suffer for my failures. The raw anguish in his voice cuts through everything else. Here's a man who's built his identity around strategic thinking, around having answers and solutions, watching the person he loves most slip away despite all his planning. What failures? I ask. I should have seen the trap. Should have recognized the magical signatures before we walked into it. His golden eyes blaze with self-directed fury. Should have been strong enough to break the curse myself instead of watching it tear her mind apart. And if you had tried to break it alone, I would have succeeded, or died trying, and left her to face whatever comes next without her mate. I push off from the wall, moving closer. Smart strategy. Better than this helplessness. Is it? I gesture toward the healing room, because right now she's got 3 women pouring everything they have into saving her life. If you'd burned yourself out in a failed solo attempt, who would have carried her to safety? He's quiet for a moment, processing the logic despite his emotional storm. I hate this, he admits finally. The waiting, the uncertainty, the complete lack of control. Welcome to leadership. What? The part where you make the best decisions you can with incomplete information, then live with the consequences. I settle into a chair, inviting him to do the same. The part where other people's lives depend on choices you're not qualified to make. You sound like you speak from experience. Daily experience. Ever since this household started expanding, I think of all the decisions that have brought us to this point. Every choice carries weight. Every mistake costs more than just pride. How do you stand it? By remembering that the alternative is worse. By trusting the people around me to share the burden. I nod toward the healing room. By accepting that sometimes the best thing a leader can do is step back and let others handle what they're better equipped for. Even when every instinct screams to take action? Especially then. Silas finally sits, some of the manic energy leaving his frame. She's everything to me, Grook. Everything that makes life worth fighting for. I know. Do you? Really? I think of Eve, of what it would mean to watch her suffer while being powerless to help. Yes, I say simply. I really do. Then how do you function? How do you make rational decisions when the thing you value most is constantly at risk? By expanding what I value. By building something bigger than just my own happiness. I gesture around the room. By creating a family that can share the weight of protecting what matters. You think that works? I think it's working right now. 3 women with different skills and perspectives, combining their strength to save your mate. I lean forward. Could you have done that alone? No, he admits reluctantly. Could any single person have provided what she needs? No. Then trust the process. Trust the people who've chosen to fight for her recovery. As if summoned by our conversation, the door to the healing room opens and Eve emerges, exhaustion written in every line of her face, but victory gleaming in her eyes. The fever's broken, she announces simply. Silas is on his feet instantly. Can I? She's asking for you. He's through the door before she finishes speaking, leaving Eve and me alone in the sudden quiet. How bad was it? I ask. Worse than anything I've experienced. But also... She pauses, searching for words. Illuminating. Violet saw things while she was trapped in the curse. Vorlag's plans, his methods, his weaknesses. Such as... storm totems. Crystalline spikes that let him control weather patterns across vast distances. Her expression grows grim. He's building a network that could generate storms powerful enough to carry armies. The implications make my blood run cold. How close is he to completion? Close. Days or weeks, not months. She settles beside me, drawing strength from the contact. But we learned something else. Something that might change everything. What? The network has a central nexus. A primary control point that coordinates all the smaller totems. Her eyes gleam with dangerous possibility. Destroy that, and the entire system collapses. And if we can find this nexus, then we turn his greatest weapon into his greatest vulnerability. I absorb this, feeling the shift from defensive survival to potential offensive action. Where? Unknown yet. But Violet thinks she can trace the magical connections when she's fully recovered. Eve's smile is sharp as a blade. Apparently forcing someone to witness your operations through scrying magic creates a two-way link. He showed her his power. Now she can see right back. Dangerous for her. Dangerous for him. Her certainty is absolute. Because now he's facing people who refuse to stay victims. From the healing room comes the low murmur of Silas's voice. Relief and love evident even through the closed door. How is he? Eve asks. Learning the hardest lesson of leadership. That sometimes you save people by letting others save them. And you? How are you handling the expanding responsibilities? I consider the question honestly. Better than I expected. Turns out having capable people to rely on makes impossible tasks merely difficult. Is that what we are? Capable people? You're extraordinary people. Each of you bringing skills and perspectives I could never develop alone. I pull her closer. I'm just the one stubborn enough to keep us pointed in the same direction. Good thing you're very stubborn. Good thing you're all very capable. The healing room door opens again, and Silas emerges with a woman leaning heavily on his arm. Violet is pale but alert, her eyes holding the sharp intelligence that marks her as Silas's equal in strategic thinking. "Thank you," she says simply, including all of us in her gratitude. "For the healing, the sanctuary, the refusal to give up when things looked hopeless." "Family doesn't give up on family," I reply. "Is that what we are?" "That's what we choose to be." She nods slowly, understanding passing between us. "Then let's choose to end this," she says with quiet steel. "Let's choose to make Vorlag regret the day he decided to hunt manticores." Together? Together. As night settles over our valley and the last traces of supernatural storm dissipate, I feel something crystallize in the air around us. Not just alliance or cooperation, but true unity of purpose. Vorlag wanted to break us by separating us, hunting us one by one through magical torture and systematic terror. Instead, he's forged us into something stronger than any of us ever were alone. And that, I suspect, will be his greatest mistake.
Chapter 24. Eve. The moment Violet stabilizes, Grook calls for war council, not the informal discussions we've been having, but formal strategy session with everyone present. I take my place at the table not as supportive mate, but as equal participant. "What did you see?" Grook asks Violet directly, his voice carrying the authority of command. "Everything." Her voice is still weak, but her mind is sharp. Vorlag's entire operation, laid out in excruciating detail through forced scrying. "Tell us." Storm totems, hundreds of them, scattered across 3 continents in geometric patterns. She accepts tea from Silas with grateful hands. Each one amplifies and focuses atmospheric magic, but they're all connected to a central nexus. Where? His fortress in the Thornlands. A massive crystalline spire that coordinates the entire network. Her eyes grow distant. When it's fully activated, he'll be able to generate storms powerful enough to carry armies across vast distances. "How close is he to completion?" Caspian asks. "Days." The final phase requires a specific astronomical alignment, but once that occurs, she meets each of our gazes. He can scour the earth until every manticore is dead or captured. The brothers exchange glances, and I watch different reactions play across their faces. Caspian's diplomatic mind is already calculating political solutions. Tarek's military training focuses on defensive preparations. Ronan's barely contained fury seeks immediate violence. Silas weighs strategic options with cold precision, and predictably, they all start talking at once. "We need to warn the remaining kingdoms," Caspian argues. "Build a coalition." "We need to fortify this position," Tarek counters. "Make our stand here where we control the terrain." "We need to attack now before he's ready," Ronan snarls, his words clearer than they've been since arriving. "Kill him before he kills us." "We need more information," Silas insists. "Intelligence gathering, tactical analysis, proper planning." Their voices rise as each brother advocates for his preferred approach, and I watch our unity fracture along the lines of individual expertise. These are men accustomed to command, each convinced his solution is best. Enough. My voice cuts through the argument like a blade. Silence falls immediately. 6 pairs of eyes turn toward me, some surprised, some approving, all attentive. "You're all right," I continue calmly. "And you're all wrong." "Eve," Caspian starts. "No. Listen. I stand, claiming the authority I've earned through months of keeping this family together. Caspian, coalition building takes time we don't have. Tarek, defensive positions won't help the other manticores being hunted. Ronan, attacking without preparation is suicide. Silas, We can't analyze our way out of magical genocide. Then what do you suggest? Silas asks, his mind engaging despite his surprise. We do all of it, simultaneously. I move to stand behind Violet's chair, one hand on her shoulder. But we do it together, as a coordinated effort instead of competing strategies. How? By recognizing that we're not 6 individual warriors anymore. We're a family with complementary strengths. I meet each brother's gaze in turn. Caspian handles external communications, warning allies, gathering intelligence from other survivors. Tarek prepares our defences and trains everyone for combat. Ronan leads scouting missions to gather tactical information about enemy positions. And Silas? The strategist asks. Silas coordinates everything. Makes sure our different approaches support each other instead of working at cross purposes. I look at Violet. While Violet uses her scrying connection to map Vorlag's network and identify weaknesses. That's incredibly dangerous for her. Silas objects immediately. Everything's dangerous now. Violet's voice carries quiet steel. But I'm the only one who can see his operations from the inside. That makes me our most valuable intelligence asset. And if he detects your observations, if he turns the connection against you again, then we'll deal with that when it happens. She meets his worried gaze steadily. But we can't make decisions based on fear of what might go wrong. What about us? Annalise asks, speaking for the women. What's our role in this grand strategy? You're the backbone that holds it all together. I settle back into my chair. Zarya maintains everyone's health and handles magical countermeasures. Annalise handles security and special operations that require stealth. Karina supports Ronan and provides backup for dangerous missions. And you? Grook asks quietly. I coordinate the women's efforts and serve as liaison between the different operational groups. The words feel right as I say them. I make sure everyone has what they need to succeed. Command structure? Tarek asks with military precision. Grook has final authority on all decisions affecting the household, but each operation leader has autonomy within their area of expertise. We trust each other to do what we do best. And if our different approaches conflict, then we talk it through like adults instead of arguing like children. My tone carries gentle rebuke. We find solutions that incorporate everyone's concerns instead of dismissing them. Caspian laughs suddenly. When did you become so wise about military organization? When I started paying attention to what doesn't work. I gesture at their recent argument. 6 brilliant people talking past each other isn't strategy, it's noise. Fair point. Silas's respect is evident. Your approach has merit, parallel development of multiple capabilities while maintaining coordination through centralized planning. In other words, it might actually work. Better than what we were doing, Tarek agrees, which was essentially nothing productive. Then we're agreed, I ask. Coordinated action across multiple fronts, with each team playing to their strengths? Nods around the table, genuine enthusiasm replacing the earlier fractured arguing. When do we start? Ronan asks, and I'm struck by how much clearer his speech has become under the pressure of real purpose. Now, I say simply. Every hour we delay gives Vorlag more time to complete his preparations. And if we fail, then we fail fighting for something that really matters. I meet each face around the table. But I don't think we are going to fail.
Chapter 25. Grook. The first test of our new coordinated strategy comes the next morning when Caspian's diplomatic efforts yield unexpected results. I've made contact with the remaining brothers, he reports, setting down the scrying crystal he's been using for long-range communication. Korvac, Lucaris, and their mates. How are they? I ask. Alive, but in bad shape. Running low on supplies, constantly hunted, losing hope. His expression grows grim. They need sanctuary, and they need it soon. How soon? Days. Maybe less. Vorlag's hunters are closing in on all of them. I feel the familiar weight of leadership settle on my shoulders. 6 more people to feed, house, protect. Our small homestead is already stretched to its limits with 10 residents. We can't accommodate 6 more people, Tarek states the obvious problem. We can't abandon them either, Eve counters immediately. So what do we do? Silas asks. This is where our new structure gets tested. Instead of everyone arguing their position, I turn to the appropriate specialists. Tarek, what are our defensive capabilities if we expand the protected zone? Manageable if we build additional fortifications. The valley has natural choke points that could be enhanced. He spreads out a rough map. But it requires significant construction work. Zarya, can we support that many people medically? With help from Diana, Korvac's mate, yes. She's a Purna witch with healing abilities that complement mine. Zarya considers carefully. We'd need to expand our medical supplies, but it's doable. Annalise, security concerns? More people means more fighters if we're discovered. And frankly, we need every blade we can get. Her tactical mind works quickly. The benefits outweigh the risks. Eve, logistics? Challenging, but not impossible. She's already making mental calculations. The good news is that Korvac's group has been raiding slaver supply trains. They're bringing weapons, preserved food, and other resources with them. How much food? I ask, zeroing in on our most critical shortage. According to Caspian's communication, enough supplies to see all of us through winter if we're careful. She meets my eyes. They've been living off captured slaver provisions for weeks. And Lucaris mentioned something about a hidden cache near the northern border, Caspian adds. Emergency supplies his group buried months ago, before the scattering. If we can retrieve it. We might actually improve our supply situation instead of worsening it, Violet finishes, her strategic mind grasping the implications. I absorb their assessments, weighing factors that weeks ago seemed impossibly complex. The difference now is that I'm not making these calculations alone. I have specialists I trust to handle their areas of expertise. 18 days until Vorlag's alignment, I remind them. Can we build what we need to build and organize what we need to organize in that time? With 16 people working together, Tarek's smile is grim but confident. We can build a fortress. Then we do it. The decision crystallizes with surprising clarity. We bring the family together, build what we need to build, and make our stand as one. All 16 of us? Caspian asks. All 16 of us. And if we can't hold against his army, then we'll know we fought for something worth dying for. I stand, feeling the familiar rhythm of command settling around me. Because the only alternative is watching good people die alone when we could have saved them together. Orders, Tarek asks with military precision. Begin construction immediately. Expand the perimeter. Build additional shelters. Create defensive positions. I turn to Caspian. Send word to our brothers. Guide them here, but keep them moving to avoid concentrated attacks. And the supply situation? Eve asks. Coordinate with Diana when she arrives. Her Purna magic might be able to enhance our garden yields or purify additional water sources. I meet her practical gaze. Make sure everyone understands we're not just expanding our household. We're becoming a small community. A community of warriors, Silas observes. A community of family, I correct. Warriors who've chosen each other instead of just being thrown together by circumstance. The next few hours blur together in organized activity. Tarek and I begin expanding defensive positions, while the others coordinate their various specialties. Eve transforms into a logistics coordinator. Violet handles communications, and everyone contributes to the rapid transformation of our homestead. By evening, the shape of our expanded community begins to emerge. Not just a house anymore, but a compound. Not just a refuge, but a statement that some things are worth defending regardless of the cost. Think it'll work? Eve asks. No one answered.
Chapter 26. Eve. 10 days into our 18-day countdown, I watch our Sisterhood of Warriors take shape in ways that fill me with fierce pride. The four of us, myself, Zarya, Annalise and Karina, have begun training together in earnest, and what started as individual skill sharing has evolved into something remarkable. Again! Annalise calls out, demonstrating a knife technique to Zarya and me. Quick thrust, twist the blade, withdraw before they can grab your wrist. Zarya mimics the movement with careful precision, her healer's steady hands adapting to the requirements of violence with unsettling ease. Beside her, I practice the motion, feeling the unfamiliar weight of steel in my grip. You're both getting it, Annalise approves. But remember, in real combat, hesitation kills. If you're going to strike, commit completely. I'm not sure I can, Zarya admits quietly. Taking a life, even to save lives. Then practice until muscle memory decides for you. Annalise's voice is understanding but firm. In the moment of crisis, your training will act even if your mind freezes. Karina moves between us with fluid grace, correcting stances and demonstrating defensive positions. Her natural athleticism makes every technique look effortless, but I can see the careful thought behind each movement. What about ranged combat? I ask, shouldering my bow. Not everyone can get close enough for knife work. Show us, Karina suggests, gesturing toward the practice targets. I draw and loose, the arrow striking just left of center, adequate, but not good enough for real combat. Here. Karina moves behind me, adjusting my stance with gentle precision. Drop your shoulder slightly. You're tensing your neck. Her coaching is patient and effective. Within minutes, my accuracy improves dramatically. 3 arrows, 3 bullseyes. Much better, she approves. We all have something to teach and something to learn. It's true. Over the past weeks, I've watched us develop into something unprecedented. Former slaves training alongside former nobility. Healers learning warfare and warriors learning compassion. Individual weaknesses becoming collective strengths. Combat formation drill, Annalise announces. Zarya center for healing support, Karina and I on flanks for mobility, Eve providing ranged cover from elevation. We move through the choreographed positions, each woman covering the other's vulnerabilities while maximizing our combined effectiveness. It's not perfect. We lack the seamless coordination of lifetime soldiers. But it's functional. Deadly, even. Not bad for women who barely knew each other 2 weeks ago, I observe as we complete the exercise. Not bad at all, Zarya agrees, wiping sweat from her forehead. Though I never imagined I'd be learning to kill people alongside learning to heal them. Different tools for the same goal, Annalise points out. Protecting the people you care about. Speaking of protection, Karina adds with a grin. Look at our men trying to impress us. We turn toward the main practice area, where Grook and Caspian are engaged in what they're calling sparring, but what looks more like an elaborate display of masculine prowess. Grook's massive axe moves in controlled arcs while Caspian dances around him with fluid grace, both of them clearly aware they have an audience. Show-offs, Annalise mutters, but her smile is fond. Territorial display, Zarya observes with clinical interest. Classic alpha male behaviour. Adorable alpha male behaviour, I correct, watching my orc demonstrate a particularly impressive combination of strikes. They're getting better at working together, Karina notes. A month ago, Caspian would have been too proud to spar with anyone he couldn't definitively beat. And Grook would have been too territorial to let anyone else demonstrate combat skills in his presence, I add. Growth, Zarya says simply. We're all growing into something we never expected to become. Nearby, Tarek instructs Ronan and Silas in defensive formations, his quiet voice carrying the authority of genuine expertise. Even recovering Violet has joined the training, working through basic knife techniques with determined focus. "Look at us," I murmur, taking in the scene. 6 manticores and their mates, training together like we've been doing this for years. "Instead of barely 2 weeks," Karina adds. "It feels longer," Zarya observes, "like we've been family forever." "Maybe we have been," I suggest. "Maybe we just needed to find each other." Laughter echoes across the practice area as Caspian manages to disarm Grook through some clever footwork, only to find the orc's massive hands wrapped around his throat in a mock strangling motion. Both of them are grinning despite the apparent deadlock. "This is what family looks like," I say quietly, watching our people work and play and grow together. "What?" Annalise asks. "This. All of this." I gesture at the training area, where deadly serious practice is interspersed with moments of genuine joy. People who choose each other, protect each other, grow stronger together. Even when the world tries to tear them apart, Karina's voice carries the weight of experience. Especially then. I feel profound contentment settle over me. This is what we're really fighting for. Not just survival, but the right to build something beautiful from broken pieces. "You think we can keep it?" Zarya asks. "This peace, this connection?" "I think we can try. And sometimes trying is enough to..." The sound cuts through our conversation like a blade through silk. Deep, resonant, unmistakably military, a war horn announcing the approach of armies. Training stops instantly. Every head turns toward the sound, faces going pale as the implications sink in. "They found us," Karina whispers. The horn sounds again, closer this time, followed by the distant rumble of marching feet and rolling wheels. Through the trees we can see movement, banners, armour, the organised advance of professional soldiers. Our moment of perfect peace, watching our chosen family train together in the afternoon sunlight, shatters like glass against stone. "How?" Silas asks, his strategic brain already working. "Doesn't matter." Grook's voice carries across the practice area, taking command. "Training's over." Real combat begins now. I look over our small group, 10 people who've become everything to each other, who've built something precious from the wreckage of their broken lives. "Are we ready?" Violet asks quietly. I think of our women's training, our men's growing cooperation, the bonds we've forged through shared purpose and mutual trust. "We're ready," I say with absolute certainty. "Let them come." But as we race toward our defensive positions, I can't shake the feeling that we've just lost something irreplaceable. That moment of pure contentment, watching our family grow strong together, might be the last such moment any of us ever experiences. Sometimes the most beautiful things are the most fragile, and sometimes recognizing their beauty is what gives you the strength to defend them.
Chapter 27. Grook. The war horn's echo still hangs in the air when Ronan bursts from the tree line, blood streaming from a dozen cuts and his eyes wild with urgency. "Massive army," he gasps, staggering toward our defensive positions. "Hundreds of soldiers, storm shadows, siege engines that glow with crystal light." "How many hundreds?" I ask, though I suspect I won't like the answer. 8, maybe 9. He meets my eyes without flinching. Professional troops, well-equipped, moving in formation like they've done this 1,000 times before. "Distance? Half a day's march. They're not hiding their approach. Banners flying, drums beating, making sure we know they're coming." His jaw tightens with bitter understanding. "Vorlag wants us to have time to think about what's coming." Around me, faces pale as the implications sink in. 900 soldiers against our 10 defenders. Even accounting for defensive advantages, the mathematics are brutal. "Defensive positions," I order. "Everyone to their assigned..." "No," The word cuts through my command with absolute certainty. Waiting here means death. We need intelligence. What kind of intelligence? Silas asks, his strategic mind already working. Numbers, capabilities, weaknesses. I look at our small group. And most importantly, how they're planning to breach our defenses. Reconnaissance mission? Tarek asks. Exactly. But not the whole group. My eyes find Caspian. You and me. Close approach. Gather information. Return with actionable intelligence. That's suicide, Eve protests immediately. 900 soldiers, magical siege weapons, and you want to walk into the middle of them? I want to get close enough to see what we're really facing. I shoulder my axe, feeling the comforting weight of steel and determination. Because right now we're preparing to fight ghosts and rumors. And if you're caught, then we learn something important about their detection capabilities. Caspian steps forward with that familiar aristocratic confidence. When do we leave? Now, before they have time to establish full perimeter security. I turn to the others. Continue defensive preparations. If we're not back by dawn, assume we're dead and acted accordingly. Grook, Eve starts. This is the right choice, I interrupt gently. The only choice that gives us a real chance. An hour later, Caspian and I move through the forest with practiced stealth, following the sounds of marching feet and rolling wheels toward Vorlag's army. The closer we get, the more my blood chills at what we're facing. God's blood, Caspian whispers as we reach our observation point. The army spread below us is vast beyond my worst fears. Neat rows of tents stretch across the valley floor, punctuated by siege engines that pulse with unnatural light. Soldiers move with disciplined precision, their equipment gleaming despite the growing storm clouds overhead. Count the siege engines, I murmur. 12. No, 15. Caspian's voice is tight with controlled fear. And look at the troops. Not just any soldiers. These are elites. He's right. Every warrior below moves with the fluid confidence of a veteran, their gear marking them as professional killers rather than conscripted farmers. There! I point toward the center of the camp. Command tent? Has to be. Look at the guards. 6 figures stand motionless around a massive pavilion, their forms too tall and graceful to be human. Storm shadows even more terrifying in person than in Ronan's descriptions. We need to get closer, I decide. See what kind of magical support they're using. Closer? Grook, if they detect us, then we die knowing what we're up against. We work our way down the ridge using storm clouds and natural cover to mask our approach. The closer we get, the more details become visible, and the more my hope dims. But it's not the soldiers or siege engines that make my blood freeze. It's the totems. Scattered throughout the camp at precise intervals, crystalline spikes jut from the earth like metallic fangs. Each one thrums with barely contained energy, their surfaces covered in runes that hurt to look at directly. What are those? Caspian breathes. Storm totems, I realize with growing horror. Crystal-forged anchors for atmospheric magic. As if responding to my words, lightning crashes down from the unnaturally dark sky, not randomly but with surgical precision, striking the nearest totem dead center. The crystal flares with brilliant light, and I feel the hair on my arm stand up as magical energy ripples through the air. He's controlling the storm, I whisper. What? Vorlag. He's not just using magic. He's commanding the very weather. The pieces click together with terrible clarity. Those totems are focusing points. He can call lightning anywhere he wants, generate wind patterns, control the battlefield through weather manipulation. That's impossible. Look around. I gesture at the unnatural storm clouds, the precisely timed lightning strikes, the way the wind seems to flow in patterns too predictable to be natural. This entire army is fighting under magical cover. Another lightning strike hits a different totem, and this time I see the effect clearly. The energy doesn't dissipate. It flows through the crystalline network, connecting each spike to the others in a web of raw power. The brothers, Caspian says suddenly, understanding hitting him like a physical blow. The storms that scattered us across the world weren't natural disasters. They were weapons. Rage builds in my chest, cold and implacable. Every separation, every hunt, every moment of terror, all of it orchestrated by that bastard. Grook! Caspian's voice carries warning. We need to leave. Now! He's right. We've learned what we came to learn, and staying longer risks discovery. But as we begin our careful retreat, something inside me crystallizes into absolute certainty. This isn't about survival anymore. This isn't about protecting our small sanctuary from a distant threat. This is personal. Vorlag isn't just a slaver lord with delusions of grandeur. He's the architect of every separation that's torn manticor families apart, every storm that's driven good people to desperation, every moment of suffering that's marked the past months. He's the author of all our pain. And that means this war isn't about defense. It's about vengeance. What are you thinking? Caspian asks as we put distance between ourselves and the army. I'm thinking Vorlag made a mistake. What kind of mistake? The kind where you hurt people badly enough that they stop running and start hunting. I adjust my grip on my axe, feeling the balance of well-used steel. The kind where you turn victims into predators. And predators don't just fight to survive. I meet his golden eyes in the darkness. They fight to destroy everything that ever threatened their pack. As we make our way back toward our valley, toward our family, I feel something shift in my chest. Not fear or determination or grim acceptance. Anticipation. Because tomorrow, when Vorlag's army arrives expecting to crush a handful of desperate refugees, they're going to discover something else entirely. They're going to face a family that's decided some things are worth dying for, and more importantly, some things are worth killing for.
Chapter 28. Eve. When Grook and Caspian return from their reconnaissance mission, I know immediately that we're facing something beyond our worst fears. Their faces are set like stone, and they move with the careful precision of men who've seen their own deaths written in an enemy's plans. How bad? I ask quietly, though part of me doesn't want to know the answer. Worse than we imagined. Grook's voice carries a weight I've never heard before. 900 professional soldiers, magical siege engines, and storm shadows as elite guards. But that's not the worst part, Caspian adds, his usual charm completely absent. Tell them about the totems. Storm totems. Grook spits the words like they taste bitter. Crystalline spikes embedded throughout their camp, all connected in a magical network. What do they do? Silas asks, though his strategic mind is probably already calculating the implications. They let Vorlag command the storm itself. Grook meets each of our gazes in turn. Every lightning strike, every gust of wind, every drop of rain, all of it under his direct control. The words hit me like physical blows. I feel terror rise in my throat, threatening to choke off rational thought. The enemy isn't just vast and well-equipped. They're fighting with the power of gods. So the storms that scattered the brothers, Violet begins, weren't natural. They were weapons. Grook's jaw tightens. Targeted attacks designed to break up manticor families and leave survivors isolated and vulnerable. He's been hunting us with the weather itself, Tarek says quietly. For months, maybe years. Caspian's voice grows harder. Every separation, every loss, every moment we've spent running, all orchestrated by that bastard. Terror claws at my chest, whispering that this is hopeless, that we should run while we still can, that no amount of courage can stand against an enemy who commands the very sky. But I force the fear down, caging it behind iron will. Falling apart is a luxury none of us can afford. Then we know what we're facing, I say with more calm than I feel. 900 soldiers, magical siege weapons, and weather control. Anything else? Storm shadows as elite units. At least 6 that we saw, probably more. Grook studies my face, noting my forced composure. Eve, these odds are terrible, I finish for him. But they're the odds we have, so we work with them. How do we fight lightning itself? Karina asks bluntly. We don't fight the lightning. We fight the people controlling it. I move to the centre of our group, claiming the authority I've earned. And if the men fall, we make sure someone's left to continue the fight. What do you mean? Zarya asks. I mean we prepare for the possibility that our first line of defence won't hold. The words taste like ash, but they need to be said. I mean we make sure the women are ready to fight as a second line, not just as victims waiting to be rescued. Eve, Grook starts. No. My voice cuts through his protest. We won't be bystanders in our own destruction. We won't cower in the back, hoping the men can handle everything. I look around at the women. Zarya with her healer's gentle strength, Annalise with her killer's precision, Karina with her fierce loyalty, Violet with her strategic mind. We've all survived the impossible before, I continue. We've all learned to fight for what matters. Now we use those skills to protect our family. What are you suggesting? Violet asks quietly. Secondary defensive positions, backup weapons, coordination protocols if our main defences fail. I begin moving around the room, my mind already organising details. We become the insurance policy that keeps this family alive. And if the men object to us fighting? Annalise asks with dark humour. Then they can object from beyond the grave. My smile is brittle as winter wind. Because I'll be damned if I watch this family die because of male pride. What do you need from us? Zarya asks simply. Everything. Your healing skills, your combat training, your strategic thinking, your absolute refusal to give up. I meet each woman's gaze. Your commitment to protecting what we've built here, no matter the cost. You have it, Karina says immediately. All of it, Violet agrees. Whatever it takes, Annalise adds with vicious satisfaction, then we prepare. I move toward our weapon stores, pulling out blades and bows with grim determination. Not as helpless victims, but as warriors defending our home. I distribute weapons with careful consideration. A short sword for Zarya that won't interfere with her healing work, twin daggers for Annalise that complement her existing arsenal, a crossbow for Violet that plays to her precise mind, throwing knives for Karina that match her athletic grace. Secondary positions, I announce, spreading out a rough map of our defences. If the main line falls back, we take these positions and create overlapping fields of fire. What about the men? Zarya asks. Do they know about this? They'll figure it out when it happens. I trace defensive lines with my finger. Right now, let them focus on the primary battle. We'll handle contingencies. And if we all fall? Violet asks quietly. Then we fall fighting for something worth dying for. I look around at these remarkable women who've become my sisters. But I don't think we will fall. Why not? Because we're not just defending a valley or a building. I gesture toward the main room, where the men are finalising their own preparations. We're defending the idea that broken people can heal each other, that families can be forged by choice, that love really can be stronger than hate. You think love can stand against 900 soldiers and storm magic? Karina asks. I think love already has. I check the balance of my own bow, feeling the familiar seasoned wood. We've survived everything the world could throw at us and decided to build something beautiful anyway. That takes a kind of strength that armies can't break. And if we're wrong? Then we're wrong fighting for the right things. I shoulder my quiver, feeling arrows shift against my back. And sometimes that's enough to change everything. Around me, 4 women arm themselves with grim resolve. Not victims anymore, but warriors protecting what they've chosen to love. "Ready?" I ask. "Ready!" they chorus, and I hear in their voices the same steel that's carried us through every impossible challenge. Tonight, when Vorlag's army breaks against our defences, they'll discover something they don't expect. They'll face not just warriors, but a family that steadfastly refuses to break. And families like ours fight with a fury that shakes the foundations of the world.
Chapter 29. Grook. Dawn breaks gray and cold over our valley, and I make my final inspection of our defenses with the grim knowledge that this might be the last sunrise any of us see. The palisade walls we've erected look sturdy enough, reinforced with sharpened stakes and overlapping fields of fire. The trenches Tarek designed create natural choke points that should channel attackers into killing zones. Our supply caches are well hidden and accessible from multiple defensive positions. On paper, we've done everything right. In reality, I'm looking at fortifications designed to slow down maybe 50 attackers, not 900 professional soldiers backed by storm magic. "Secondary escape routes?" I ask Annalise as she checks the concealed passages we've carved into the hillside. "Clear and ready." Emergency supplies cached at 3 different locations. Her voice is professionally calm, but I can see the tension in her shoulders. If the main defenses fail, we can evacuate the non-combatants through the eastern ravine. And if that route is compromised, then we make our final stand in the root cellar. She meets my eyes steadily. It's defensible, has its own water source and enough stored food for a week-long siege. A week we won't have. No, but it's better than dying in the open. I nod, accepting the brutal mathematics of our situation. Every preparation we've made is about buying time, not achieving victory. Time for what? I'm not entirely sure, but time nonetheless. Weapon distribution complete. Everyone's armed according to their capabilities. She gestures toward the main compound. Even Zaria's carrying steel now. The image of our gentle healer with the sword at her hip should be reassuring. Instead, it just emphasizes how desperate our situation has become. Good. Keep everyone sharp, but not panicked. Understood. I continue my rounds, checking each defensive position with methodical thoroughness. Not because I expect to find problems. Tarek's military expertise has left nothing to chance, but because movement helps me think, and thinking keeps the fear at bay. At the eastern barricade, I find the Manticor brothers preparing in their own individual ways, each man processing the coming battle according to his nature. Tarek stands motionless as carved stone, his massive sword across his knees as he studies the approaches to our valley. No nervous energy, no wasted motion, just the patient stillness of a mountain waiting for avalanche. He's fought battles like this before, hopeless odds, desperate defenses, the kind of warfare where victory is measured in how much it costs the enemy to kill you. Thoughts? I ask quietly. They'll probe our defenses first. Test for weaknesses, gauge our response capabilities. His voice carries the certainty of professional assessment. Then they'll commit to a full assault on whatever point looks most vulnerable. How long for the probing phase? An hour, maybe 2 if we make them cautious. He shifts his grip on his sword hilt. After that, it's about how much pain we can inflict before they overwhelm our positions. And realistically, how long can we hold? Against 900 professional soldiers. He considers this with military precision. 4 hours, 6 if we're lucky and they're overconfident. Not long enough to make them reconsider the cost. Long enough to make them remember us. His smile is grim as winter. Sometimes that's all you can ask for. I move on to find Ronan pacing the perimeter like a caged predator, his recovered speech patterns reflecting the clarity that purpose has brought to his damaged mind. Can't stand the waiting, he admits when he sees me watching. Every minute we delay gives them more time to position their forces optimally. You want to attack first? I want to hurt them before they hurt us. His golden eyes blaze with barely contained fury. Make them pay for every step they take toward our home. And abandon our defensive advantages? What advantages? He gestures toward our modest fortifications. Wooden stakes against siege engines? Trenches against storm shadows who can ride the wind itself? The advantage of clawing for something that matters to us more than life itself. That stops his pacing. He turns to look at me with the calculating intelligence that marks him as more than just a berserker. You really think that's enough? I think it's what we have. And sometimes what you have is enough to change everything. He nods slowly, some of the manic energy leaving his frame. Then we make it enough. Near the main compound, I find Silas surrounded by maps and calculations, his strategic mind working through scenarios and contingencies with obsessive thoroughness. Final assessment? I ask, mathematically hopeless. He doesn't look up from his charts. 900 against 10, with the enemy possessing superior equipment, magical support, and tactical mobility. But mathematics assumes rational actors making optimal decisions. Now he does meet my eyes, and I see something cold and deadly there. Wars aren't fought by mathematics. They're fought by people who want something badly enough to die for it. And you think we want this badly enough? I think we've already proven that. The question is whether our wanting can overcome their advantages. Your professional opinion? My professional opinion is that we're about to discover the limits of what determination can accomplish against overwhelming force. His smile is sharp as a blade. Should be educational. I complete my inspection and return to the main defensive position, where the weight of command settles on my shoulders like a lead blanket. 10 people under my protection. 10 lives depending on my decisions, my planning, my ability to find victory where none should exist. The responsibility feels heavier than mountains. Every choice I've made has led to this moment. Every person I've welcomed into our family, every stand I've decided to make, every bridge I've burned by refusing to run, all of it culminating in this single, desperate battle. If we fall, the failure will be mine alone. Not the failure to win an impossible fight, but the failure to find a path that didn't require impossible choices. The failure to protect the people who trusted me with their lives, their hopes, their chance at building something beautiful from broken pieces. Second-guessing yourself? Eve's voice draws me from dark thoughts. Constantly. I turn to find her watching me with understanding eyes. Wondering if there was another way. A path that didn't lead to this. And realizing it doesn't matter now. We are where we are, facing what we're facing. I pull her close, drawing strength from her steady presence. The only question left is whether we face it with honor. Any regrets? I consider this, contemplating the quiet life we once lived. The simple peace of 2 people building something small and beautiful together. Only one, I admit. What's that? That we didn't have more time. More years to watch this family grow. More seasons to build something lasting. I scan our impossible household. More chances to prove that love really can triumph over hate. Who says we won't get those chances? 900 professional soldiers and a slaver lord who commands storms. They're just odds, Grook. And we've never been good at accepting impossible odds. She's right, of course. We've built our entire relationship on refusing to accept what the world said was inevitable. Why should this be different? Then we don't accept them, I decide. We fight them until they change. Together. Together. As the sun climbs higher and the sounds of approaching armies grow louder, I realize something with crystalline clarity. This battle isn't just about survival or victory, or the defense of our small sanctuary. It's my final test as a leader, the ultimate measure of whether I'm worthy of the trust these remarkable people have placed in me. And whatever the outcome, I'll face it with everything I have. Because that's what commanders do. That's what family requires. That's what love demands. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 30. Eve. The war horn sounds like the voice of death itself, deep, resonant, carrying the promise of violence across our peaceful valley. I watch from my position on the eastern ridge as the first wave of Vorlag's army crashes against our defences like a tide of shadows and steel. Hundreds of soldiers pour through the narrow approaches, their disciplined advance a terrifying display of professional warfare. But it's not the soldiers that make my breath catch in my throat. It's watching Grook roar into the fray with 5 manticor brothers moving as one cohesive unit. Gone is any pretense of individual heroics or competing strategies. Tarek covers Grook's left flank with mechanical precision, while Caspian dances through enemy ranks with lethal grace. Ronan becomes a whirlwind of destruction, his recovered mind channeling his fury with surgical efficiency. Silas coordinates their movements with tactical calls that turn chaos into choreographed violence. And at the centre of it all, my orc wields his axe like the weapon of an avenging god, each stroke creating space for his brothers to exploit. They're magnificent. Violet breathes beside me, her strategic mind appreciating the deadly ballet unfolding below. They're family, I correct, pride and terror warring in my chest as I watch the men I've come to love throw themselves into hopeless battle. First volley, Annalise calls from her position, and I remember that watching isn't my job here. Fighting is. We loose our arrows in coordinated sequence, myself and Karina providing ranged support, while Annalise and Zarya handle closer threats. Violet coordinates our efforts with the same tactical precision she brings to everything else. It's not the desperate last stand I expected. It's warfare conducted with professional competence by women who have learned to turn individual skills into collective strength. My arrow takes a slaver in the shoulder, spinning him around but not dropping him. Karina's finds his heart a moment later, and he falls without a sound. Reloading, I call, already knocking another shaft. Covered, Annalise responds, her throwing knives finding targets with disturbing accuracy. Below us, the first wave breaks against our defences like water against stone. Bodies litter the approaches to our compound, and the orderly advance becomes a chaotic scramble as soldiers encounter resistance they didn't expect. They're pulling back, Zarya observes, tending a cut on her arm without pausing in her observations. Regrouping, Violet corrects grimly. That was just the probe. They're learning our capabilities. She's right. The retreating soldiers move with purpose rather than panic, carrying information back to their commanders about our strength and positioning. How long until the real assault? I ask. Minutes. They'll coordinate with the storm shadows next, try to break our ranged capabilities before committing the main force. As if summoned by her words, shapes begin moving in the storm clouds overhead, too graceful to be natural, too purposeful to be coincidence. "Storm shadows," Karina hisses, her voice tight with remembered terror. "Stay calm," I order, though my own heart hammers against my ribs. Aimed shots, coordinated fire, they're still targets, just fast ones. The first shadow drops from the clouds like a hunting falcon, its form wreathed in lightning as it dives toward our position. I track its movement, leading the target as Grook taught me, and loose my arrow at the precise moment when physics overcomes magic. The shaft takes its center mass, and the creature's scream echoes across the battlefield as it crashes into the tree line. "Good shot," Annalise calls, her own weapons finding another shadow attempting to flank our position. They're not invincible, I realise with growing confidence. Fast, yes. Magical, yes, but still mortal. "Everything dies if you hit it hard enough," Karina agrees with vicious satisfaction, her crossbow bolt sending another shadow tumbling from the sky. The second wave comes with storm magic crackling overhead, lightning strikes designed to shatter our defensive positions, while soldiers pour through the gaps. But something's wrong with their coordination. The lightning misses key targets, the wind patterns don't match the ground assault. "Their timing's off," Violet observes with professional interest. "Why?" "Because they're fighting people, not statistics." She gestures toward the battlefield, where our men have adapted to the magical attacks with terrifying efficiency. Vorlag planned this assault assuming we'd break at the first sign of storm magic. Instead, we're shooting his elite units out of the sky and making his professional soldiers work for every inch. She's right. The battle isn't going according to Vorlag's script. Our small, desperate defence is inflicting casualties far beyond what the mathematics should allow. But numbers are still numbers, and theirs are overwhelming. "Breach in the western line," Annalise reports, her tactical eye catching what the rest of us missed. I turn to see a group of slavers pouring through a gap in our defences, their disciplined advance aimed directly at our command position. At the heart of the group, a massive figure in black armour leads the charge with the confident stride of someone who has never lost a battle. "Secondary positions," I order, but even as I say it, I know we won't make it. The lead slaver breaks away from his group, his eyes locking onto mine with predatory focus. Recognition flickers across his scarred features. He knows exactly who I am and what capturing me would mean. "Eve!" Zarya calls out in warning, but the slaver is already charging up the ridge, his sword gleaming as lightning flashes overhead. Time slows to crystalline clarity. I can see every detail of his approach, the confident smile, the practiced grip on his weapon, the absolute certainty that I'm about to become his prize. But something's changed inside me. I'm not the terrified girl who was dragged to auction blocks. I'm not the grateful victim who needed rescuing. I'm not even the supportive mate who stands behind her warrior. I am a woman defending her home. I am a leader protecting her family. I am a warrior in my own right. The bow comes up with fluid precision, the arrow nocked and drawn in a single smooth motion. The slaver's eyes widen as he realises I'm not cowering, not fleeing, not waiting for someone else to save me. I'm fighting back. The arrow takes him in the throat, and he drops like a felled tree, his sword clattering uselessly against the rocks. "Clean shot," Annalise observes with professional approval. "Thank you." But my voice sounds different to my own ears, harder, more certain. The voice of someone who's crossed a line they can never uncross. "You all right?" Karina asks, noting something in my expression. "Better than all right." I nock another arrow, scanning for new targets with calm efficiency. I'm exactly who I need to be. And it's true. The terrified victim is gone, burned away in the crucible of this impossible battle. What remains is something new, something forged from love and necessity and the absolute refusal to let evil triumph. I am no longer a survivor hoping for rescue. I am a warrior defending everything I hold dear. And that makes all the difference in the world.
Chapter 31. Grook. We've barely finished clearing bodies from the first assault when the war horns sound again, deeper, more resonant, carrying the promise of overwhelming force. The second wave hits our defenses like an avalanche of steel and fury, twice the size of the first probe, and coordinated with terrifying precision. Soldiers pour through every approach simultaneously, while storm clouds gather overhead with unnatural speed. "Hold the line!" I roar, but I can already see our defenses buckling under the sheer weight of numbers. These aren't the cautious probes of the first attack. These are professional soldiers committed to breakthrough, willing to spend lives to achieve their objectives. They throw themselves against our barricades with the kind of disciplined fury that breaks lesser defenders. "Eastern approach is failing," Caspian calls out, his elegant swordwork keeping a dozen attackers at bay, but unable to stem the tide completely. "Western flank compromised." Tarek's bass rumble carries over the clash of weapons as he anchors our left side through pure, stubborn strength. I scan the battlefield with tactical eyes, looking for the weak point that will determine this battle's outcome. There, a gap in our palisade where the first wave's retreat left us vulnerable, and a concentrated enemy push threatening to break through completely. "Tarek!" "With me?" I bellow, hefting my axe and shield as I prepare for the kind of charge that either breaks enemy morale or gets you killed. "Right behind you," he responds, his massive sword already clearing a path through the press of bodies. We hit the breakthrough point like a battering ram of orc steel and manticor fury. My axe splits shields and severs limbs, while Tarek's blade creates a wall of death that nothing can penetrate. Behind us, Ronan's berserker rage and Silas's calculated precision turn our desperate charge into a coordinated assault that drives the enemy back from their breakthrough. But it's in the midst of this chaos, while blood runs in my eyes and the screams of dying men fill the air, that I catch a glimpse of something that makes my heart swell with fierce pride. Eve stands on our cabin's veranda, her bow drawn with perfect form, as she sends arrow after arrow into the enemy ranks with deadly precision. No panic, no wild shooting, just the calm efficiency of a warrior who's found her place in this terrible dance. She's not the frightened girl I rescued from the auction block. She's not even the supportive mate who stood by my side through every challenge. She's a queen defending her kingdom. "Beautiful sight," Tarek observes, following my gaze during a brief lull in the fighting. "The most beautiful," I agree, then return my attention to the battle as another wave of attackers tests our reformed line. But something's changed in the air around us. The storm overhead is no longer just weather. It's become something sentient and malevolent, pressing down on our valley with the weight of divine fury. Through the battle, a new banner rises on the far ridge. Not the simple war standards of professional soldiers, but something that makes the air around it shimmer with barely contained power. Crystal formations embedded in black silk pulse with light that hurts to look at directly. Runes that seem to move when you're not watching them directly writhe across the banner's surface. And at the center, Vorlag's personal sigil, a storm crown wreathed in chains, glows with malevolent energy. The moment that banner reaches its full height, everything changes. The wind shifts, taking on a metallic taste. Lightning begins striking in patterns too regular to be natural. The very air seems to thicken with hostile intent, as if the storm itself has developed consciousness and decided we need to die. And through it all, I feel something that makes my skin crawl with primitive terror. The storm is looking back at us. Not metaphorically, not as some poetic interpretation of natural forces, but literally. There's an intelligence behind the lightning strikes, a malevolent awareness directing every gust of wind, a conscious hatred focused on our small defenses with the intensity of a magnifying glass concentrating sunlight. "You feel that?" Caspian asks, his usual charm completely absent as he stares up at the unnatural sky. "The storm's watching us," I confirm grimly. Vorlag's turned weather itself into a weapon. "Can we fight something like that?" I look around at our battered but unbroken defenders, at at the family we've built from broken pieces, at the home we've carved from wilderness and determination. We can try, I say simply, and sometimes trying is enough to change everything. Another lightning strike crashes into our defenses, but this time I see it coming. See the malevolent intelligence choosing its target. See the calculated cruelty in the timing. Vorlag isn't just trying to kill us. He's trying to break us first. Show us how hopeless resistance is against power that commands the very elements. But he's made one crucial mistake. He's fighting people who've already survived the impossible, who've built love from trauma and hope from despair. We know how to endure what should destroy us. And sometimes endurance is the deadliest weapon of all.
Chapter 32. Eve. From my position on the cabin roof, I have a commanding view of the entire battlefield, and what I see fills me with both pride and terror. Our impossible defense is holding, but just barely. "Concentrate fire on the eastern approach," I call out, my voice cutting through the chaos like a blade through silk. "Don't let them establish a foothold on the ridge." Below me, our defenders respond with the disciplined precision of seasoned warriors rather than desperate refugees. Arrows fly in coordinated volleys, crossbow bolts find their marks, and throwing weapons create deadly zones that force the enemy to funnel into our prepared killing fields. "Behind you!" I warn Annalise, loosing an arrow at a slaver attempting to flank her position. The shaft takes him in the shoulder, spinning him around long enough for her blade to find his heart. "Thanks," she calls back, already moving to support Karina's position. This is what leadership looks like in combat. Not grand speeches or dramatic gestures, but the constant flow of information and tactical adjustments that keep good people alive. Every decision matters, every second counts, and the weight of other people's lives hangs on your ability to see the larger picture while managing deadly details. "Eve." Violet's voice draws my attention. She's crouched beside me on the roof, her strategic mind freed from fever and working with crystalline clarity. "Northwest quadrant. See the pattern?" I follow her gaze, studying the enemy movements she's identified. At first, it looks like random chaos, soldiers advancing and retreating, units repositioning, the normal ebb and flow of battle. But then I see it. They're setting up a flanking maneuver, I realise, using the main assault as a distraction while they position for a killing strike. Exactly. But look closer. Her finger traces movement patterns invisible to my untrained eye. See how the beast handlers are positioned. They're creating a funnel to drive their war beasts directly at our weakest point. The southern approach, where we have the fewest defenders and the most vulnerable escape routes. Her smile is sharp with tactical appreciation. Clever, but predictable once you see the setup. "What do you suggest?" "Disrupt the pattern. Kill the beast handlers and let their own creatures turn on them." I scan the battlefield, identifying the targets she's indicated. 3 men in leather armour, each controlling a massive war beast through some combination of magic and brutality. They're positioned to coordinate their animal's charge, but they're also exposed to ranged fire. "Can you make the shots?" Violet asks. "All 3? In sequence? Without missing?" I test my bowstring tension, calculating distances and wind patterns. That's optimistic even for me. "You don't need all 3. Just the centre handler. The others will lose coordination, and their beasts will panic without proper guidance." She's right. Animal psychology is simpler than human tactics. Create confusion in the pack leaders, and the entire group becomes unpredictable. I draw, sight, breathe out halfway, and loose. The arrow flies true, taking the centre beast handler in the chest. He drops with a scream, his control over the massive creature severing instantly. The effect is immediate and devastating. The war beast, suddenly freed from magical compulsion, turns on its handlers with the fury of something that's been tortured into compliance. Its claws open one man from throat to groin, while its tail sends another flying into a tree with bone-crushing force. The other two beasts, seeing their packmates' rebellion, follow suit. Within moments, the carefully orchestrated charge becomes a massacre as the enemy's own weapons turn against them. "Beautiful," Violet observes with professional appreciation. Nothing quite like turning superior numbers into a liability. "Remind me never to face you in a strategic planning session." Noted. But our moment of tactical success is interrupted by something far more dangerous than charging beasts or flanking maneuvers. The storm overhead suddenly intensifies, clouds swirling with unnatural patterns as blue-black lightning builds to devastating intensity. I can feel the hair on my arms standing up, the metallic taste of raw magic filling the air. "Everyone down!" I scream, recognizing the signs of a massive lightning strike. The bolt crashes into our palisade with the force of divine wrath, exploding timber and sending deadly splinters flying in all directions. The wooden walls that have protected us simply disintegrate under the assault, leaving gaping holes in our defensive line. But it's not the destruction that makes my blood freeze. It's the fact that the lightning struck exactly where our defences were strongest, precisely where it would do the most tactical damage. Someone's directing these strikes with surgical precision. Through the smoke and chaos, I catch movement on the far ridge. A figure in elaborate robes stands beside a massive crystal formation, his hands weaving patterns in the air that make the storm clouds dance to his will. Vorlag. Even at this distance, I can see his face clearly. Aristocratic features twisted with cruel amusement, eyes that hold the cold certainty of one who's never lost a battle. And when those eyes find mine across the battlefield, his smile makes my blood turn to ice water. It's not the smile of a general observing his victory. It's the smile of a predator who's found exactly the prey he was hunting. Personal recognition flickers in his gaze. He knows who I am, knows what I represent to the people he's trying to destroy. And that knowledge fills him with the kind of satisfaction that comes from finally cornering something that's been running for too long. He raises one hand in a mockery of a greeting, lightning crackling between his fingers like captured starlight. Then he points directly at me. The message is clear. I'm next. Terror claws at my throat, whispering that this is hopeless, that we're insects challenging a god, that all our courage and skill and determination mean nothing against power like this. But I force the fear down, caging it behind iron will. Because I've learned something important about predators and prey during this impossible battle. Sometimes the prey decides to bite back. I draw another arrow, nock it with deliberate precision, and sight down the shaft toward the figure who's caused so much suffering. The distance is impossible. The magical defences around him are impenetrable. The shot would be meaningless even if it somehow found its mark. But I hold the draw anyway, letting him see what he's facing. Not a terrified victim, not a helpless refugee, not someone who'll break under the weight of his attention. A warrior defending her home, a leader protecting her family. A woman who's decided that some things are worth dying for, and more importantly, worth killing for. His smile falters slightly, and I know I've made my point. This isn't going to be the easy victory he expected.
Chapter 33. Grook. Just when I think Vorlag has revealed the full extent of his horrors, he proves me wrong in the most terrifying way possible. The ground shakes with footsteps that sound like thunder, and through the smoke of battle emerge creatures that shouldn't exist in any sane world. Hulking abominations the size of war elephants, their flesh a patchwork of different animals stitched together with visible seams. But it's not their unnatural anatomy that makes my blood freeze. It's the crystal totems embedded in their bodies like metallic tumors. Each beast carries 3 or 4 of the storm-focusing spikes driven directly into their spines, their hearts, their skulls. The crystals pulse with malevolent light, and I can see electricity arcing between them in patterns that make the air itself scream. What in the nine hells are those? Caspian breathes, his usual eloquence deserting him completely. Storm beasts, I realize with growing horror. He's turned living creatures into walking lightning rods. Can we fight them? We're about to see. The first abomination charges our eastern barricade with the unstoppable momentum of an avalanche. Its mismatched legs, one from a bull, one from a giant wolf, two from something I don't recognize, carry it forward with surprising speed despite its bulk. Tarek! With me! I bellow, knowing that letting this thing reach our main defensive line means death for everyone behind it. We intercept the creature 50 yards from our barricades, and the impact nearly shatters every bone in my body. My axe bites deep into its hide, but the wound closes almost instantly as lightning courses through its flesh, cauterizing the damage. The crystals! Tarek roars, his massive sword creating sparks as it clashes against the beast's armored skull. We have to destroy the crystals! But getting close to those storm totems means getting close to enough raw electrical energy to stop a heart. Every time I swing my axe toward one of the pulsing nodes, arcs of blue-white lightning drive me back. That's when Ronan does something magnificently stupid. He screams, leaping from a broken tree onto the creature's back, with his sword held in both hands like a spear. Ronan, no! I shout, but it's too late. He drives his blade directly into the largest crystal totem with all the force of desperate love and barely controlled madness. For a moment, the beast freezes as conflicting energies course through its tortured body. Then it explodes. The detonation hits like the fist of an angry god, lifting me off my feet and hurling me 20 yards through the air. I hit the ground hard enough to see stars, my ears ringing so loudly I can't hear my own heartbeat. Through the haze of pain and disorientation, I see Tarek picking himself up from a similar crater, blood streaming from his nose, but otherwise functional. Of Ronan, there's no immediate sign, just a smoking crater where he made his desperate gambit. Ronan! Karina's scream cuts through even my damaged hearing. I struggle to my feet, expecting to find scattered remains in grief-stricken mourning. Instead, I see something that makes me laugh despite the circumstances. Ronan sits in the middle of the blast crater, his hair singed and his clothes smoking, but very much alive. His grin is manic with battle joy and electrical discharge. Did you see that? He calls out cheerfully. Did you see how big that explosion was? You magnificent bastard! I mutter, then raise my voice. Can you do it again? With pleasure! But the second storm beast has learned from its packmate's destruction. Instead of charging directly at our defenders, it circles our perimeter with predatory intelligence, looking for the weakest point in our defenses. It finds it at our main gate, where the first assault damaged our palisade and left gaps that haven't been properly repaired. It's going for the gate! Silas shouts, his tactical mind recognizing the threat immediately. Form up! I bellow, gathering our remaining fighters into the tightest formation we can manage. Spear wall! Make it come through us to reach the others. What follows is the most desperate fight of my life. The storm beast charges our hastily formed line with the fury of contained lightning, its crystal totems crackling with power that turns the air ablaze. But we're not the scattered refugees we were an hour ago. We're a family that's learned to fight as one, and we channel that unity into a killing spear that punches through magical hide and finds the vulnerable flesh beneath. Caspian's elegant swordwork opens arteries. Tarek's massive blade shatters bone. Silas coordinates our attacks with tactical precision. And I anchor the center with the kind of brutal efficiency that once made dark elves fear my name. The beast falls, its crystal totems going dark as its tortured life finally ends. But victory comes at a cost. Our gate is gone, reduced to splinters and scattered stone by the creature's final charge. The defensive choke point that was supposed to channel attackers into our killing zones has become a gaping wound in our perimeter. And through that wound, Vorlag's army pours like floodwater through a broken dam. Fall back, I order, but I can already see it's too late. The organized defensive battle we've been fighting is about to become a chaotic melee where superior numbers will tell. Our carefully planned positions mean nothing when the enemy can simply flow around them. "To the compound!" I roar. "Fighting retreat! Cover each other." As we fall back toward our final defensive positions, I catch a glimpse of our women maintaining disciplined fire from the rooftops. Eve's arrows find their marks with deadly precision, while the others coordinate their attacks with the efficiency of seasoned warriors. We're not broken yet. Battered, overwhelmed, facing impossible odds, but not broken, and sometimes that's enough to change everything. Even when the world is ending around you, sometimes all you can do is stand with the people you love and refuse to let evil have an easy victory. Sometimes that's all anyone can do, and sometimes it's enough.
Chapter 34. Eve. The sky above our valley has turned the colour of ash and old blood, storm clouds swirling in patterns that make my eyes water to look at directly. Every arrow I loose sparks against invisible barriers, the shafts deflected by magical wards that shouldn't exist. "The storm's getting stronger," Karina observes from her position beside me on the roof, her crossbow bolts meeting the same fate as my arrows. "Not stronger," Violet corrects, her strategic mind working even as she tends a cut on Annalise's arm. "More focused. Look at the lightning patterns." I follow her gaze, studying the unnatural weather with new understanding. The lightning isn't random anymore. It strikes in geometric patterns, each bolt connecting points around our valley in lines too precise to be natural. "What am I looking at?" I ask. "A containment grid." Her voice carries the certainty of professional assessment. "Those crystal totems aren't just focusing storm magic. They're creating a lattice of magical energy around our entire homestead." "To do what?" "To trap us. Cut off our escape routes, prevent magical communication with the outside world, create a perfect killing ground where nothing gets in or out without Vorlag's permission." The implications hit me like cold water. We're not just under siege. We're caught in a magical cage, waiting for our captor to decide how we die. "Can we break it?" Annalise asks, her tactical mind already working on solutions. "Maybe, if we can disrupt enough connection points to collapse the entire network." Violet points toward the nearest crystal totem, embedded in the hillside maybe 200 yards from our position. "But it would require getting close to those totems, and they're heavily defended." "How heavily?" "See for yourself." I study the crystal spike through the haze of battle smoke, counting the guards positioned around its base. 6 soldiers in full armour, plus magical wards that make the air shimmer with barely contained energy. "Suicide mission," Karina states flatly. "Maybe. But less suicidal than sitting here waiting for the magical cage to close completely." I shoulder my bow, decision crystallizing with deadly clarity. We take the nearest totem. Fast, hard, get out before they can coordinate a response. "That's insane," Annalise protests. 4 women against 6 professional soldiers and magical defences. 4 women who've survived impossible odds before. I meet each of their gazes. 4 women who refuse to die trapped like animals. "What about the men?" Violet asks. "Shouldn't we coordinate with their assault?" "The men have their hands full keeping us alive another hour." I gesture toward the main battlefield, where Grook and the brothers are locked in desperate combat against overwhelming numbers. "This is our fight, our chance to change the terms of this battle." "How?" Karina asks. "By proving that Vorlag's magical supremacy isn't as absolute as he thinks." I check my weapons one final time. "By showing him that some cages can be broken from the inside." "And if we fail?" "Then we fail fighting for something that matters." I move toward the edge of the roof. "But I don't think we're going to fail." "Why not?" "Because we're not the helpless victims he expects us to be." The charge down the hillside is pure chaos. 4 women sprinting through a battlefield toward a target that shouldn't be attackable. Arrows whistle past us, swords clash around us, and magical energy crackles overhead like captured lightning. But somehow, impossibly, we reach the crystal totem. The guards turn to face us with professional competence, their weapons rising in coordinated defense. But they're prepared for a frontal assault by male warriors, not a surgical strike by women who've learned to fight like pack hunters. Annalise goes low, her daggers finding the gaps in armor with surgical precision. Karina provides covering fire with her crossbow, forcing the guards to choose between offense and defense. Violet coordinates our attack with tactical calls that turn chaos into choreographed violence. And I anchor the assault with the bow skills Grook taught me, putting arrows exactly where they need to go to keep our people alive. The fight is brief but vicious. When it's over, 4 guards lie dead, and the other 2 are retreating with wounds that will slow them down significantly. "The totem!" I gasp, already moving toward the crystal spike with a pry bar taken from one of the fallen soldiers. "Careful," Violet warns. "If that thing is storing magical energy, then we're going to find out what happens when you disrupt it." I drive the pry bar into the earth at the base of the crystal, using leverage and desperation to attack the totem's foundation. The crystal resists at first, held in place by more than just packed dirt. But magical anchors, it turns out, are only as strong as the physical structures supporting them. The totem topples with a sound like breaking bells, its crystalline surface shattering against the rocks in a shower of sparks and released energy. The effect is immediate and dramatic. The air clears around us, the oppressive weight of magical containment lifting like fog before sunrise. The ward barriers that have been deflecting our arrows simply vanish, leaving clean air and clear sightlines. "It worked," Karina breathes, wonder evident in her voice. "1 totem down," I correct, already scanning for the next target. But look! Around the valley, other crystal spikes pulse with increased intensity, compensating for their fallen sister by drawing more power through the remaining network. The magical cage is damaged but not broken. "How many more do we need to take down?" Annalise asks. "Unknown. But if we can hit 2 more in quick succession." A new sound cuts through the chaos of battle, deep, resonant, unmistakably the call of a war horn. But this horn is different from Vorlag's instruments of conquest. This horn speaks of ancient kingdoms and noble bloodlines, of oaths kept and duties honoured despite impossible odds. From the tree line to our east, shapes emerge that make my heart soar with desperate hope. 3 massive figures in flowing cloaks, moving with the fluid grace that marks them as manticor royalty. Behind them come smaller forms, their mates, moving with the deadly competence of women who can turn trauma into weapons. "Reinforcements," I whisper, hardly daring to believe it. "The remaining brothers," Violet confirms with growing excitement. "Korvac, Lucaris and their mates. How many?" 6 more fighters. 6 people who've been hunting Vorlag as long as we've been running from him. I watch our impossible family expand once again, adding new strength to our desperate defence just when all seemed lost. "Think they can tip the balance?" Karina asks. I study the newcomers as they charge into battle with the fury of people who finally found the fight they've been looking for. "I think," I say with growing certainty, "Vorlag just made his biggest mistake." "What's that?" "He gave us time to become something he never expected." I knock another arrow, target another enemy, feel the familiar satisfaction of a shaft finding its mark. A family that fights as one.
Chapter 35. Grook. The moment the war horn sounds from the eastern tree line, I know everything's about to change. That deep, resonant call carries the authority of ancient bloodlines and royal duty, the voice of a king claiming his rightful place on the battlefield. Then Korvac explodes from the forest like a black-maned avalanche. He's massive even by manticor standards, his hybrid form radiating the kind of primal authority that makes lesser predators flee without thought. Dark fur ripples over muscles built for war, and his roar shakes leaves from the trees as he crashes into Vorlag's rear phalanx with devastating force. "The king!" Caspian shouts with fierce joy, his elegant swordwork taking on renewed intensity. "Korvac's here!" I watch the eldest brother tear through professional soldiers like they're made of paper, his claws opening armor that should turn any blade, his tactical mind directing pure physical dominance with surgical precision. But he's not alone. "Yeah, ha!" The wild whoop echoes across the battlefield as another figure bursts from the tree line, smaller than Korvac, but moving with the reckless abandon of someone who's decided death is preferable to boredom. Lucaris. The youngest brother rips through Vorlag's rear ranks like a force of nature, his twin blades creating a whirlwind of steel and fury that leaves chaos in its wake. Beside him, a small dark-haired woman moves with deadly precision, her own weapons finding vital spots with the efficiency of someone who's learned to make every strike count. Sabine. Even in the chaos of battle, I can see the way she and Lucaris fight as one. Not just partners, but extensions of each other's will. "Did you miss us?" Lucaris calls out as he disembowels a slaver with cheerful efficiency, while Sabine's blade opens another throat with surgical precision. "Took you long enough," Ronan responds, his own battle madness finding kinship with his youngest brother's enthusiasm. But it's the third figure emerging from the forest that makes my blood sing with savage anticipation. Diana. Korvac's mate steps into the open battlefield with the calm confidence of someone who commands forces beyond mortal understanding. Purna's sigils blaze to life around her, etched in light that makes the air burn with barely contained power. She raises her hands and suddenly every magical trap Vorlag's forces have laid begins turning against them. Lightning intended to strike our defenders' arcs back toward enemy positions. Storm winds designed to break our formations instead scatter Vorlag's soldiers. The very crystals meant to contain us begin pulsing with energy that serves our cause instead of his. Counter magic. Silas breathes in wonder. She's turning his own power back on him. Purna witches, I mutter with savage satisfaction. Never fight them on their home ground. This isn't her home ground, Tarek points out. Everywhere's home ground when you're that powerful. The effect on the battlefield is immediate and devastating. Vorlag's soldiers, trained to fight under magical protection, suddenly find themselves exposed to the very forces they've been using against us. Confusion spreads through their ranks like wildfire as carefully laid plans crumble under Diana's mystical assault. "Now!" I roar, seeing the opportunity we've been waiting for. While they're reeling, push for Vorlag's position. Korvac's golden eyes find mine across the chaos, and understanding passes between us without words. Two leaders, two warriors, two men who've learned that sometimes the only way to protect what you love is to destroy what threatens it. We charge toward each other through the press of battle, our paths converging on the enemy command position, where Vorlag coordinates his forces from behind walls of crystal and storm. "Brother." Korvac's voice booms as we meet in the center of the maelstrom, our forearms clasping in the warrior's greeting. "Brother," I respond, and at last I laugh. Not humor exactly, but the savage joy of a predator who's finally found worthy packmates. The relief of discovering that you're not facing impossible odds alone. "Shall we end this?" he asks, his black mane whipping in the unnatural wind. "Together," I agree. What follows is the most devastating spearhead assault I've ever been part of. Korvac and I anchor the point, our combined strength punching through enemy lines like they're made of smoke. Behind us, the other brothers form a wedge of destruction that carves straight toward Vorlag's elevated position. Caspian's elegance and Tarek's brutal efficiency. Ronan's berserker fury and Silas's tactical precision. Lucaris's joyful violence and my own Grimtha-forged determination. 6 manticor brothers fighting as one for the very first time in their lives. We're magnificent. We're unstoppable. We're exactly what Vorlag never expected to face. But as we close on his command position, the slaver lord proves he's not helpless without his overwhelming advantages. Vorlag rises from his crystal-encrusted throne, storm magic crackling around him like captured lightning. His hands weave patterns in the air that make reality itself seem to bend. And when he speaks, his voice carries the authority of someone who's never lost a battle. "Enough," he declares, and launches a spear of pure lightning directly at our advancing wedge. The bolt should incinerate anything it touches, should scatter our formation, and leave nothing but charred bone and regret. Instead, it hits Diana's protective ward and splinters into harmless sparks. "You missed," she calls out with lethal sweetness. "My turn." The counterstrike that follows makes Vorlag's lightning spear look like a child's toy. Purna magic erupts from Diana's position in waves of silver fire that reduce his magical defenses to smoking ruins. Fear flickers across the slaver lord's aristocratic features. "Impossible," he whispers. "Inevitable," I correct, my axe gleaming as we close the final distance. 6 brothers united. Their mates fighting beside them, a family that refuses to crack under pressure. "You think love can stand against the power of storms themselves?" "I think," Korvac says with royal authority, "you're about to find out exactly what love can do when it's properly motivated." As we surge toward its position for the final confrontation, I realize something with crystalline clarity. We're not just 6 brothers anymore. We're 12 people who've become family, fighting as one for everything that matters. And against unity like that, no enemy can stand.
Chapter 36. Eve. With Korvac's forces smashing into Vorlag's rear lines, the entire battlefield dynamic shifts in our favour. The magical pressure that's been crushing us all day suddenly has cracks in it, and I'm not about to waste the opportunity. "Second totem strike," I call to my women, emboldened by the chaos our reinforcements are creating. "Karina, Annalise, we're taking the northern crystal." "What about the guards?" Annalise asks, noting the increased security around the remaining totems. Distracted by the fact that their rear lines are collapsing. I shoulder my bow, already moving toward our target. Strike fast while they're redeploying to handle Korvac's assault. The charge across open ground feels different this time, not desperate but purposeful. We're not running toward a suicide mission. We're executing a tactical strike as part of a larger battle plan. The guards around the northern totem are indeed distracted, their attention split between defending their position and trying to understand why their carefully ordered battle has suddenly become chaos. They turn to face us a moment too late, their formation already broken by uncertainty. This fight is quicker than the first. Emboldened by success, and working with the smooth coordination of teammates who trust each other completely, we overwhelm the crystal's defenders in a matter of minutes. "Timber!" Karina shouts with savage glee as she brings down the second totem with a massive rock. The effect is immediately visible. Storm clouds overhead begin to thin, their unnatural patterns breaking apart as the magical network loses another anchor point. Lightning strikes become less frequent, and the oppressive weight of contained magic lifts noticeably. "It's working," I breathe, watching the sky lighten. "Silas!" I call to the strategist, who's coordinating the brothers' assault from a position that gives him overview of the entire battlefield. "How many more?" "2 more should collapse the network entirely," he responds, his tactical mind calculating angles and timing. "But timing matters. Hit them simultaneously, or the remaining crystals will compensate." "Understood." I turn to my team. 1 more coordinated strike. "Annalise, take Violet and hit the eastern totem. Karina and I will take the southern one, on my signal." "Eve!" Zaria's warning scream cuts through my planning. I spin to see a squad of slavers flanking around the battle's main engagement, their disciplined advance aimed directly at our command position. They've identified the cabin as our coordination centre and decided to cut the head off our defence. "Roof positions!" I bark, already scrambling up the ladder we've kept in place for exactly this scenario. What follows is the most vicious close-quarters combat I've ever experienced. The slavers expect to storm an undefended building and slaughter helpless refugees. Instead, they find themselves trapped in a killing box with 4 women who've learned to fight like pack hunters. We drop on them from the rafters like hunting spiders, our coordinated assault turning their organised advance into bloody chaos. Annalise's daggers find vital organs with surgical precision, while I put arrows into targets at point-blank range. Karina's athletic grace lets her flow between opponents like deadly water. But it's the sounds that will haunt my dreams. Karina's wild cackle as she boots the enemy captain off our porch, sending him tumbling down the stairs with several broken ribs. The wet sound of Annalise's blade finding another slaver's heart, her face calm as death itself. My own voice, cold and controlled, calling tactical adjustments like I've been doing this all my life. "Behind you!" I call to Karina, loosing an arrow that takes her attacker in the shoulder and spins him into her waiting blade. "Thanks," she responds cheerfully, already moving to support Annalise's position. In 5 minutes, it's over. 7 slavers lie dead around our cabin, their blood soaking into the wood grook, and I cut with our own hands. "Everyone whole?" I ask, automatically checking my team for injuries. "Scratched but functional," Annalise reports. "Ready for more," Karina adds with unsettling enthusiasm. "Eve." Violet's voice carries a note of discovery that makes me turn immediately. "Look." She's pointing toward Vorlag's command position, where the battle between our men and his elite forces rages around a massive crystalline structure I hadn't noticed before. What am I looking at? The Keystone Totem. The master crystal that coordinates the entire network. Her strategic mind is already calculating implications. That's not just another anchor point, it's the control nexus for the whole system. The crystal she's identified is easily 3 times the size of the others, its surface carved with runes that seem to move when you're not looking directly at them. Streams of energy flow from it toward the remaining totems in patterns that make the air itself shimmer. "If we destroy that one," I begin. The entire network collapses instantly. Every storm totem, every magical ward, every bit of weather control Vorlag's been using against us. Her smile is sharp as winter wind. All of it gone. How close can we get? Close enough. But it's right in the middle of the main battle, protected by his elite guards and whatever magical defences he has left. I study the distance, the obstacles, the sheer impossibility of what we're contemplating. One woman with a bow, trying to destroy the linchpin of a magical system that's taken years to construct. "Think you can make the shot?" Karina asks. I nock an arrow, test the draw, sight down the shaft toward the massive crystal pulsing with malevolent energy. "Only one way to find out," I say simply.
Chapter 37. Grook. The entire war narrows to this single moment, 2 figures facing each other on Vorlag's crystal-encrusted command dais, while chaos rages around us. "So," Vorlag says with aristocratic calm, his storm staff crackling with barely contained lightning. The legendary Grook Iron Hand finally comes to face me directly. "Finally," I agree, my axe steady in my grip despite the magical energy that makes the air burn. He's smaller than I expected, lean where I'm massive, elegant where I'm brutal, carrying himself with the refined cruelty of someone who's never had to fight his own battles. But the power radiating from his crystal-topped staff is real enough, and the intelligence in his cold eyes marks him as far more dangerous than mere physical strength could make him. "Tell me," he continues with the casual tone of someone discussing weather, "how does it feel to know that everything you've built here will be ashes before sunset? How does it feel to know you've already lost?" I counter, noting how his attention splits between me and the battle raging around his position. "Lost?" His laugh is genuinely amused. "Look around you, beast. Your precious family is scattered, Your defenses are broken, your pathetic little sanctuary burns, while my army claims victory. I'm looking around. I gesture toward the battlefield with my axe. I see 6 manticor brothers fighting as one. I see women who've turned trauma into weapons. I see a family that refuses to break no matter what you throw at it. Broken pets clinging to fallen kings. His voice drips with contempt. How poetic. How utterly meaningless. You really don't understand, do you? I take a step closer, letting him see exactly what he's facing. You think this is about politics or territory or magical dominance? Isn't it? It's about love, you bastard. The kind that turns individual strength into collective fury. Another step. The kind that makes people willing to die for each other. Love. He speaks the word like it tastes bitter. The weakness of the soft-hearted. The strength of the strong-willed. He raises his staff, lightning arcing between the crystals embedded in its length. Shall we test your theory? Let's... The first bolt should have incinerated me where I stand. Instead, I feel it slide off magical protections I didn't know I had, the energy dissipating harmlessly into the air around me. Impossible, Vorlag hisses. Probable, I correct, recognizing Diana's work in the protective ward. Inevitable, even. You think one witch can stand against the power of storms themselves? I think you're about to find out what happens when you threaten the wrong family. He raises the staff again, this time channeling energy that makes my teeth ache and my vision blur. But before he can release the accumulated power, something unexpected happens. Lucaris comes sprinting across the dais with the reckless abandon that's defined his entire life. Hey, ugly! The youngest brother shouts cheerfully. Catch me if you can! Lucaris, no! I bellow, but it's too late. He leaps directly at Vorlag's position, not with any tactical plan or strategic objective, but with the simple goal of causing as much chaos as possible. His hands reach for the crystal at the top of Vorlag's staff, trying to rip away the focus that channels so much destructive power. Fool! Vorlag snarls and lashes out with chain lightning that should reduce Lucaris to smoking ash. But Diana's voice rises in a Perna counterspell that causes the air itself sing with competing magics. The lightning meant to kill Lucaris instead splinters into harmless sparks, its deadly energy scattered by mystical forces that turn destruction into mere light and sound. My turn, Diana calls out with lethal sweetness. What follows is the most devastating magical duel I've ever witnessed. Perna power clashes against storm magic in waves of energy that make reality itself seem to bend. Lightning meets silver fire, crystalline focus meets organic fury. The artificial magic of captured power meets the natural strength of someone who commands forces beyond mortal understanding. And gradually, inexorably, Diana's power begins to overwhelm Vorlag's carefully constructed advantages. This isn't possible, he whispers, his staff's crystals beginning to crack under the strain of opposing forces. Everything's possible when you're fighting for the right reasons, I reply, and use his moment of magical distraction to do what I do best. I close distance. My axe hews through his remaining guards like they're made of paper, my Grimtha training turning their coordinated defense into scattered confusion. Years of hunting dark elves serve me well as I carve a path through elite soldiers with the brutal efficiency of someone who's done this before. Steel meets spell, and steel wins. By the time Vorlag realizes his magical duel has left him exposed to more conventional threats, I'm already within reach of his crystal-topped staff. You, he says with the first real fear I've seen in his aristocratic features. Me, I agree, and show him exactly what orc steel can do when properly motivated. The first stroke shatters his staff, sending crystal fragments flying in all directions. The second opens his chest from shoulder to hip, spilling aristocratic blood onto crystal-encrusted stone. He falls without dignity, without final words, without anything resembling the dramatic death he probably imagined for himself. Just a slaver lord who discovered too late that some families fight back. "Is it over?" Lucaris asks, picking himself up from where Diana's protective magic deposited him. I look around the battlefield where Vorlag's army, suddenly leaderless and stripped of magical support, begins to break apart like smoke before wind. "It's over," I confirm. "Good," he says cheerfully. "That was fun. Can we do it again sometime?" "Let's hope not." But as I stand on the dais where so much cruelty was planned and coordinated, I realize something important. We didn't just win a battle today. We proved that some things, love, family, the bonds we choose to forge, really are stronger than any force that tries to break them. And that's a victory worth any price we pay to achieve it.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 38. Eve. With Vorlag's staff shattered and his magical defences crumbling, I finally have a clear shot at the Keystone Totem, the massive crystal nexus that's been coordinating his entire storm network. But as I draw my bow and sight down the arrow shaft, 6 figures in elaborate armour step between me and my target. Vorlag's personal guard, elite warriors who've survived every battle he's ever fought, their skills honed through years of protecting the most dangerous slaver-lord in the known world. Well, I mutter, this is going to be interesting. Eve! Karina appears at my side, her crossbow ready and her eyes blazing with battle fury. Want some company for this dance? Always. What follows is the most desperate fight of my life. 6 professional killers against 2 women who've learned to turn pain into weapons. The mathematics should be overwhelming, the outcome predetermined. But mathematics don't account for the fury of someone defending their home. We fight back to back in the classic defensive formation, each covering the other's vulnerabilities while maximising our combined effectiveness. My arrows find gaps in armour, while Karina's bolts punish anyone who gets too close. When they press us hard enough to force melee combat, we flow between opponents like dancers who've rehearsed this deadly choreography for years. "Behind you!" I call out, putting an arrow through the visor of a guard trying to flank Karina's position. "Got him!" she responds, her blade opening the throat of another attacker. But there are too many of them, and they're too skilled. For every guard we drop, another steps forward to fill the gap. Our ammunition runs low, while their coordination remains perfect. "We're not going to make it," Karina pants during a brief lull in the assault. "No," I agree, noting how the guards are positioning for a final coordinated strike. "We're not." "Any regrets?" "Only that we won't get to see what comes next." "Think the others will finish this?" "I know they will." But before the guards can complete their killing stroke, something unexpected happens. Annalise comes sprinting across the battlefield with the kind of reckless determination that marks truly desperate gambles. In her hands, she carries not weapons, but tools, a hammer and steel spikes taken from our construction supplies. "Annalise!" I shout. "What are you doing?" "Something stupid," she calls back cheerfully, then does exactly that. Instead of engaging the guards or trying to help us fight our way clear, she runs directly at the keystone totem. Not to destroy it with weapons or magic, but to attack its physical foundation with simple engineering. The anchoring system, I realise with growing hope. She's going after the stakes, holding it upright. The guards realise her intent a moment too late. 2 of them break off from our fight to intercept her, but she's already reached the massive crystal and begun her assault on its supporting structure. The hammer rings against steel as she drives her spikes into the joints where the totem's base meets its anchoring stakes, not trying to shatter the crystal itself, but to destabilise the entire framework supporting it. "Come on," I whisper, watching her work with desperate efficiency while guards close in from both sides. The first stake snaps with a sound like breaking thunder. The keystone totem shudders, its perfect alignment shifting just enough to disrupt the energy flows connecting it to the rest of the network. Above us, the storm stutters like a broken heartbeat. Lightning strikes become erratic. Wind patterns collapse into chaos. The oppressive weight of controlled magic lifts noticeably as the network begins to fail. "It's working!" Karina shouts with fierce joy. But Annalise isn't finished. Even as guards close in around her, she continues her methodical destruction of the totem's foundation. The second stake snaps, then the third, each failure sending ripples of disruption through Vorlag's carefully constructed magical system. "Annalise!" I call out in warning, as a guard's sword descends toward her unprotected back. She spins away from the blow with athletic grace, but I can see she won't be able to dodge them all. There are too many guards, and she's trapped in the open with nowhere to run. But she's done enough. The keystone totem tilts at an impossible angle, its base completely destabilized by her assault on its foundation. Energy arcs wildly between the remaining stakes as the magical focus that's controlled weather across 3 continents begins its final collapse. "Eve!" Zaria's voice cuts through the chaos. "Now! While the network is failing." I meet her eyes across the battlefield, and understanding passes between us without words. The totem is falling, the magical network is collapsing, but someone needs to be there when it hits the ground. Someone needs to make sure its destruction is complete and permanent. Someone needs to run straight into the heart of a magical storm that could incinerate anything it touches. "Cover me," I tell Karina, already moving toward the tilting crystal. "Where are you going?" "To finish this." I begin sprinting across the battlefield toward the keystone totem, dodging desperate guards and magical discharge while the entire network comes apart around me. Lightning arcs wildly overhead, striking at random as the controlling intelligence behind the storm finally breaks down. But I'm not running blind into magical chaos. I'm running toward the chance to end this war once and for all. To prove that sometimes one person making one desperate choice can change everything. To show the world that love really is more magnetic than any force that tries to break it. The crystal looms ahead of me, its surface crackling with unstable energy as centuries of accumulated power seeks release.
Chapter 39. Grook. The entire war has narrowed to this single brutal confrontation. Vorlag and me, circling each other on his crystal-encrusted dais, while our armies clash around us like distant thunder. "You know," he says with aristocratic calm, wiping blood from a cut on his cheek, "I expected more from the legendary Grook Iron Hand. The stories made you sound almost mythical. Sorry to disappoint." I adjust my grip on my axe, feeling the familiar weight of well-used steel. But myths don't bleed. I do. How refreshingly honest. He raises his hands, calling lightning that crackles between his fingers like captured starlight. "Shall we finish this dance?" "Let's..." What follows is the most vicious hand-to-hand combat I've ever experienced. Not the elegant swordplay of noble duels, but the desperate brutality of 2 apex predators trying to kill each other with whatever tools they have available. Vorlag fights with magic and steel in equal measure, his blade wreathed in electrical energy while his free hand throws bolts of concentrated lightning. He's faster than his aristocratic bearing suggested, more skilled than his reliance on overwhelming force implied. But I've been killing dark elves since before he learned to hold a sword. My axe carves through his magical defenses like they're made of smoke, the runes etched in its steel drinking the energy he throws at me. Every stroke comes with the weight of 3 years, hunting his kind through the deepest forests. Every block carries the momentum of a Grim who's never lost a fight that mattered. Impossible, he hisses as another lightning bolt fails to find its mark. You're just an orc, a beast with an axe. That's right. I press my attack, driving him back toward the edge of his dais. Just an orc who's decided you need to die. You think brute force can overcome centuries of magical study? I think you talk too much. But even as we exchange blows with increasing fury, I can feel the tide of battle shifting around us. The storm overhead is weakening, its unnatural patterns breaking apart as something disrupts the magical network controlling it. Through the chaos of our duel, I catch glimpses of Eve sprinting across the battlefield toward the massive keystone totem. My heart clenches with terror and pride in equal measure as I watch the woman I love race toward almost certain death. Ah, Vorlag observes, following my gaze. Your mate has chosen to die heroically. How touching. She's chosen to end this war, I correct, redoubling my assault to keep his attention focused on me instead of her. By destroying herself against forces she can't possibly understand. By proving that some people are willing to sacrifice everything for what they love. Love. He speaks the word like it tastes bitter. The weakness of the soft-hearted. The strength of the strong-willed. That's when the world explodes. Eve slides under the keystone totem's base with flint and oil, her small form disappearing into the tangle of crystal supports and magical conduits. For a moment, nothing happens. Then light erupts from the structure's foundation as centuries of accumulated magical energy seeks catastrophic release. The keystone totem doesn't just fall, it detonates. The explosion sends shockwaves across the entire battlefield, shattering every remaining storm crystal in a cascade of brilliant destruction. Above us, the unnatural storm collapses like a house of cards, its swirling clouds dissipating into ordinary sky for the first time in hours. And on the dais beside me, Vorlag staggers as his connection to the storm network severs completely. No, he whispers, his hands reaching toward controls that no longer exist. This isn't possible. Centuries of work, generations of planning. Gone, I confirm with savage satisfaction. All of it. The transformation is immediate and devastating. The sorcerer who commanded storms becomes just another dark elf with a sword, his magical supremacy reduced to ordinary steel and fading arrogance. You! He snarls, turning toward me with desperate fury. This is your doing. This is love's doing. I abandon any pretense of honorable combat, burying my shoulder in his chest with enough force to crack ribs. I'm just the delivery method. He goes down hard, his sword clattering away across crystal-strewn stone. For a moment he lies there stunned, the aristocratic composure finally cracking to reveal the petty cruelty underneath. Please, he gasps, his hands raised in supplication. I can offer you riches, territories, whatever you desire. I desire, I say quietly, pressing my axe blade to his throat, for you to stop talking. Wait, I don't. The stroke is clean, efficient, final. No dramatic speeches, no extended gloating, no elaborate revenge. Just the simple brutality of a problem permanently solved.
Chapter 40. Eve. The silence that falls over our valley is the strangest sound I've ever heard. Not the absence of noise. There's still the crackling of fires, the groans of wounded, the distant crash of falling timber where lightning struck our defences. But the absence of violence, The sudden cessation of the coordinated fury that's defined the last several hours. The war is over. Against impossible odds, despite overwhelming numbers, through sheer stubborn refusal to accept defeat, we won. I pull myself from the wreckage of the Keystone Totem, my body aching from the magical backlash, but my spirit soaring with fierce satisfaction. Around me, Vorlag's army scatters like smoke before wind, their coordination shattered by the loss of their magical support and their leader's death. "Eve!" Zaria's voice cuts through the settling dust as she runs toward my position. "Are you hurt?" "Bruised but breathing," I confirm, accepting her help to stand upright. "The others?" "Alive, battered, exhausted, but alive." Her smile could light the darkest corner of hell. "We did it. We actually did it. We did." But even as relief floods through me, I notice something troubling near Vorlag's command dais. A knot of tension where there should be celebration, voices raised in argument where there should be triumphant laughter. "What's happening over there?" I ask. "Lucaris," Zaria says grimly. "He's processing the victory in his own way." We make our way across the battlefield, stepping carefully around the debris of magical warfare. What I find makes my blood run cold despite our victory. Vorlag's body lies sprawled on the crystal-encrusted stone, Grook's axe having ended his threat permanently. But Lucaris crouches beside the corpse with his claws extended, his face twisted with the kind of fury that doesn't end just because the fighting stops. "Not enough," he snarls, his golden eyes blazing with unsatisfied rage. "Just killing him isn't enough. Not after what he did to us, to our mates, to everyone who suffered under his reign." "Lucaris," Korvac's voice carries royal authority, but his youngest brother ignores it completely. "He should suffer," Lucaris continues, his claws tracing patterns in the air above Vorlag's still form. "Should feel every moment of pain he inflicted on others. Should know what it's like to be helpless, broken, reduced to nothing." "He's dead," Tarek points out with practical calm. "He can't suffer anymore." "Then I'll make sure his memory suffers. Make sure everyone knows what kind of monster he really was." Lucaris's voice grows harder, more dangerous. "Make sure his legacy is nothing but screams and ashes. Brother." Caspian tries diplomatic intervention. The war is over. Justice has been served. "Justice?" Lucaris laughs, but there's no humour in it. "Justice would be keeping him alive for months, making him experience every torture he ever devised, breaking his mind the way he broke so many others." "That's not justice," a new voice says quietly. "That's vengeance, and vengeance has a way of consuming the people who pursue it." We turn to see a woman stepping through the crowd of manticores, small, dark-haired, moving with the calm grace of someone who's found peace in the midst of chaos. Sabine, Lucaris's mate. "Sabine," Lucaris's voice immediately gentles, though his claws remain extended. "You don't understand what this monster did." "I understand perfectly." She moves to stand between him and Vorlag's corpse, her small frame somehow commanding despite being dwarfed by the massive manticores around her. "I understand that he hurt people we care about, that he caused suffering beyond measure, that he deserved to die for his crimes." "Then you understand why—" "I understand that you're about to let his evil poison your soul." Her voice carries the kind of quiet authority that makes everyone listen. "That you're about to become something he would recognize and approve of. I'm nothing like him, aren't you?" She meets his golden gaze without flinching. "Right now, in this moment, planning torture and prolonged suffering for someone who can't fight back. How is that different from what he did to his victims? Because he deserved it. Maybe he did. But do you deserve to carry that burden?" Her hands frame his face with infinite gentleness. Do you deserve to let his cruelty change you into someone I might not recognize? The question lingers in the air like a challenge. Around us, the other manticores watch with varying expressions. Understanding, concern, the careful attention of people who know this moment matters more than the battle we just won. I want him to pay, Lucaris whispers, his fury cracking to reveal the pain underneath. For what he did to you, to all of us, to everyone who suffered because of his ambitions. He has paid. Sabine's voice is gentle but implacable. He's dead, his empire is broken, his life's work lies in ruins around us. What more payment could you ask for? His suffering, his knowledge that he failed, that we won, that love really is stronger than hate. He already knows that. In his final moments, when his power crumbled and his army fled, he knew that everything he believed was wrong. She strokes his face with tender fingers. The question is whether you're going to let his wrongness become yours. For a long moment, Lucaris stares down at Vorlag's corpse with claws still extended, internal war playing across his features. The choice between justice and vengeance, between moving forward and looking back, between becoming something better or something broken. Finally, slowly, he retracts his claws. You're right, he admits quietly. He's not worth becoming a monster over. No one is. He stands, turning away from Vorlag's body with deliberate finality. It's over. Really over. Really over, she agrees, and pulls him into an embrace that speaks of new beginnings rather than old endings. I feel my own tension release as the moment of crisis passes. Our victory is complete now. Not just militarily, but morally. We've won without losing ourselves in the process. Eve. Grook's voice draws my attention. He stands near the edge of the dais, his massive frame battered but unbroken, his dark eyes holding everything I need to know. I cross to him, taking his scarred hand in mine. His fingers squeeze gently, a simple contact that carries the weight of everything we've been through together.
Chapter 41. Grook. Night settles over our battered valley like a gentle blessing, bringing with it the kind of peace that feels almost surreal after the day's violence. Around our damaged but victorious homestead, the sounds of celebration mix with the groans of wounded and the crackle of fires that consume the remnants of Vorlag's magical constructs. We did it, Caspian says for the 12th time, his usual eloquence reduced to simple wonder. We actually did it. Against 900 professional soldiers, Tarek adds with the satisfaction of someone who appreciates good tactics. With storm magic and siege engines and everything Vorlag could throw at us. And we're still here, Ronan concludes, his recovered speech clear and strong. Still breathing, still fighting, still family. The boisterous relief of survival fills the air like wine, making everyone giddy with the simple joy of being alive. Brothers who haven't seen each other in months swap stories of battles fought and losses endured. Mates who barely knew each other this morning share food and bandages with the easy intimacy of people who've bled together. But through it all, I find my attention drawn to Eve. She moves through the celebration like a queen among her people, checking on wounded, organizing supplies, ensuring that everyone has what they need to process the day's trauma. Her bow is finally unstrung, her arrows safely stowed, but she carries herself with the confidence of someone who's discovered exactly who she is under pressure. A warrior. A leader. A woman who can face impossible odds and find a way to victory. When she catches me watching her, something passes between us that has nothing to do with the celebration surrounding us. A recognition of what we've both become, what we've both survived, what we've both proven to ourselves and each other. She tilts her head toward the eastern dunes, beyond the light of our fires and the voices of our family. A subtle invitation that makes my pulse quicken despite the exhaustion weighing down my limbs. I nod once, understanding completely. We slip away from the celebration like shadows, leaving behind the warmth and laughter for something we need even more. Solitude. Time alone together, away from responsibilities and leadership and the weight of other people's lives in our hands. The dunes beyond our valley glow silver in the moonlight, their curves sculpted by winds that carry no trace of magical manipulation, just ordinary night air, clean and cool, and blessed free of storm magic. I thought we were going to die, Eve admits as we reach a sheltered hollow between the sandhills. So did I. I pull her close, needing the solid reality of her warmth against my chest. Several times, actually. When Vorlag raised that lightning spear. When you ran toward the Keystone Totem. When the storm beasts charged. When you decided to destroy the Crystal Network single-handedly. We're both talking at once, the words tumbling out like water through a broken dam. All the fear we couldn't acknowledge during the battle. All the terror we had to cage behind iron will. All the desperate love that drove us to impossible choices. I couldn't lose you, I whisper against her hair. Not after everything we've built together. You didn't lose me. Her hands frame my face with infinite tenderness. I'm right here. Battered, exhausted, probably going to have nightmares for months, but right here. Are you? Really? I search her eyes for the truth. Because the woman who charged across a battlefield to destroy magical constructs, that's not the same person I rescued from the auction block. No, she agrees quietly. She's not. Is that a problem? I consider this, pondering the gentle girl who once needed rescuing and the warrior queen who saved us all today. It's magnificent, I say finally. Terrifying and magnificent and everything I never knew I wanted. Even if she's dangerous. Especially because she's dangerous. The kiss that follows carries all the desperate hunger of a man who almost lost everything that matters. Her lips taste of smoke and determination, of the woman who's become my equal in every way that counts. My tusks graze her soft mouth as I claim her, rough and insistent, my massive green hands tangling in her hair to pull her closer. She moans into me, her body arching against mine, and that's all the invitation I need. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Look, Eve whispers afterward, pointing toward the heavens. No storm magic, no unnatural patterns, just sky. Just sky, I agree, marveling at something I'd taken for granted before today. I think it will stay that way. For tonight, at least. Maybe longer. I pull her closer against the cool night air. Long enough for us to remember what peace feels like. What does it feel like? I consider this, thinking of the family we've built, the home we've defended, the love we've forged from the broken pieces of our separate traumas. Feels like you, I say simply. Like this. Like knowing that whatever comes next, we face it together. Together, she agrees. In that single word, I hear everything we fought for today. Not just survival or victory or the defeat of our enemies, but the right to build something beautiful from the wreckage of our past. The chance to love each other without fear, to plan for tomorrow without wondering if we'll live to see it. As we lie entwined on the sand beneath stars that have no agenda beyond beauty, I feel something settle deep in my chest. Not just contentment, but completion. The Grimtha who began this journey hunting dark elves through trackless forests has finally found the end of his road. The war is over. The family is safe. The woman I love lies warm and alive in my arms beneath a sky full of stars. Everything else is just details.
Chapter 42. Eve. Dawn breaks over our valley carrying scents I never thought I'd smell again. Bread baking in ovens instead of smoke from burning buildings. Healing salves being prepared instead of the metallic tang of spilled blood. The green smell of growing things instead of magical discharge and fear. The war is over, and we're still here to greet the morning. I stand on our rebuilt porch, surveying the organised chaos of a community processing victory. Women tend wounded with practiced efficiency, while men clear debris and assess damage. Children who hid during the battle now emerge, blinking into sunlight, their laughter a sound more precious than any treasure. Hard to believe, isn't it? Zarya joins me at the railing, her healer's kit finally stowed away. That we actually survived. Survived and won, I correct, watching Korvac direct the systematic destruction of Vorlag's remaining magical constructs. There's a difference. What comes next? Before I can answer, a horn sounds from the main compound. Not the harsh call of war, but the deep, resonant note of formal assembly. Korvac, as the eldest brother and closest thing to royalty our group possesses, has called a final council. I guess we're about to find out. An hour later, we're gathered around a table made from salvaged timber and iron determination. 12 people who've become family through choice rather than blood, facing the question of what to build from the ruins of yesterday's war. The immediate threat is ended, Korvac begins with royal authority, his black mane still singed from battle, but his bearing undiminished. Vorlag is dead, his army scattered, his magical network destroyed. But, Caspian prompts, sensing implications in his eldest brother's tone, but we've also accomplished something unprecedented. Korvac gestures toward a collection of objects at the table's centre, crystalline formations that pulse with gentle light, their energy clean and purposeful, rather than violent. Zabel crystals, enough to power Osiris for generations. The question, Lucaris adds with uncharacteristic seriousness, is what we do with them. Return to Osiris, Silas suggests immediately. Restore the homeland, rebuild what we've lost, reclaim our rightful place as kings of a restored kingdom. Stay here, Tarek counters with equal conviction. Continue building what we've started. Create something new instead of trying to resurrect the past. Why not both? I ask quietly, and every head turns toward me. Both, Korvac asks. Some crystals go to Osiris to stabilize the homeland. Some stay here to power defenses and communication networks. I stand, moving to the table's center where possibilities crystallize like morning frost. Some brothers return to rule a restored kingdom. Some stay to build a new kind of community in northern Raich. Splitting up? Ronan asks, his voice carrying the pain of someone who's only recently found his family again. Expanding, I correct, creating connections instead of choosing sides. The idea takes shape as I speak, driven by months of watching individual strengths become collective capabilities. Korvac returns to Osiris with half the crystals and whoever chooses to follow him. He rebuilds the manticor homeland, restores the ancient kingdom, gives his people hope for the future. And the rest of us? Diana asks, her witch's intuition already sensing the shape of what I'm proposing. Build something new here. A fortress community that serves as anchor point for refugees, trading post for commerce between kingdoms, training ground for people who want to learn how to turn trauma into strength. 2 centres of power instead of one, Violet observes with strategic appreciation, connected by crystal communication networks, mutual defence treaties, shared resources. Exactly. The brothers who want to be kings can rule Osiris, The brothers who want to be pioneers can build something unprecedented in Northern Reach. I meet each gaze around the table. And the women who've learned to fight as sisters can choose their own paths instead of just following their mates. Silence stretches as everyone processes the implications, not just survival or restoration, but expansion, growth, the chance to build something bigger than any of us could create alone. I go to Osiris. Korvac decides first, his royal nature claiming ancient responsibilities. The homeland needs a king, and I've been absent too long already. I stay here, Grook says immediately. This is home now. Our home, what we built together from nothing. Lucaris? Korvac asks his youngest brother. Where's the most excitement? Lucaris responds with characteristic grin. Rebuilding an ancient kingdom, or creating a new kind of community from scratch. Both have their challenges, Diana observes. Then I'll visit both regularly and help wherever things get most interesting. His laugh is pure joy. Sabine and I never were good at staying in one place anyway. The decision crystallizes with surprising speed. Korvac, Caspian and their mates will return to Osiris with half the recovered crystals. Grook, Tarek, Ronan and their mates will stay in Northern Reach to build our fortress community. Silas, Violet, Lucaris and Sabine will serve as bridges between both communities, travelling as needed to maintain connections. What about us? Annalise asks, speaking for the women. Do we just follow our mates' choices? You choose for yourselves, I say firmly. Stay here and help build something new. Return to Osiris and help restore something ancient. Travel between both and serve as ambassadors. Whatever calls to you most strongly. And if what calls to us most strongly is something completely different, then we support that too. I think of the garden we expanded, the defences we built, the bonds we forged through shared purpose. The whole point is choosing instead of just accepting what others decide for you. What about you? Zarya asks. What calls to you most strongly? I look around the table at these remarkable people who've become my family, then toward the windows where our valley spreads in morning sunlight. Gardens waiting to be planted, walls waiting to be raised, children waiting to be taught, treaties waiting to be negotiated. This, I say simply, all of this. The chance to build something that protects people instead of exploiting them. The opportunity to create a place where broken things can heal and strong things can grow stronger. Even if it means starting over from nothing. We're not starting from nothing. I gesture around the table. We're starting from love, from trust, from the knowledge that we can face impossible odds and find a way to victory. Think it will work? Karina asks. Building two communities instead of one, staying connected across vast distances, creating something unprecedented. I think, Grook says with quiet certainty, that we've been doing impossible things since the day we met. Why stop now? As the sun climbs higher and our planning grows more detailed, I feel something settle into place that's deeper than contentment, stronger than satisfaction. Purpose, direction. The knowledge that whatever comes next, we'll face it as family, whether we're ruling ancient kingdoms or building new communities or travelling the roads between both possibilities. Later, as the formal council breaks up and people drift toward their various tasks, Grook finds me standing at the eastern edge of our valley. His forehead comes to rest against mine, a gesture that's become our private language for everything too important for words. Home, he says simply. Ours, I agree, watching the road that leads north toward Osiris, south toward other kingdoms, east toward possibilities we haven't imagined yet. In the distance, I can see Korvac's group preparing for their journey home. Beyond them, the road stretches toward horizons bright with promise. Two communities instead of one. Connections instead of isolation. Choices instead of accepting what the world tries to force on you. It's not the ending I expected when this all began. It's better.